of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
And so it begins. New levels of smooth for your skin. Move so slick. Ooh, it's gonna click. Go. Get your mark on. 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 Get your mark on.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Skyesports. And this is me as alongside Darshita, the mischief. Well, we are here. It's the end game. It's time for the grand finals. We started off with 24 teams and now we're down to the top 16, the best 16 teams in the country as of now. So Darsh, what are your expectations now? And how excited are you for this grand finals to begin?
Meter right exactly besides me. I could have just told you Edge how excited I am right now, but this day is gonna be the most amazing day right now. As you said, 24 teams, we filtered it down to the top 16 teams that we have right now, and that's gonna be the grand finals of 7C Invitational. I'm the most excited one right now to know on what is gonna happen, because right now it's the thing is that we do not have any groups.
Yep.
All we have is 6 map per day. All these players, all these teams, they have to play on each and every map with the same opponent. So it's gonna be an easy readable strategy. So something
True.
out of the box is what I'm looking forward to.
True. I mean, since you're playing 6 maps back to back, right? You're playing 6 matches back to back with against the same opponents. It's gonna be the same 16 squads jumping into the same server back to back. So you gotta make sure that you get your strats analyzed, and at the same time you gotta keep changing them. You gotta do something outside of the box. As you said, this is the grand final. Now, I mean, up until now it was just about the qualification. Doesn't really matter if you're the first position or the 16th position. All that mattered was you're gonna be making your way into the grand finals. But now it all, the only thing that everyone cares about is the number 1 spot, right? You gotta be at the top to take a bit of the prize pool along with the bragging rights. So everyone, they need to bring on their A game right from the start, because the prize pool, it's huge, Darshita. It's $20,000.
How much is on stake right now? You said $20,000, and the split is something that I have my eyes on right now. When you talk about split, we have $8,000 on the first position, we have 4,000 for the second, and 1,500 for the third. Next up, from 4th to the 8th, we have $700. From the 9th to the 13th, we got $300. But unfortunate is for the 14th, 15th, and 16th position, Edge, because they got nothing out of this entire tournament. We have 2 more prizes right now. That's going to be the MVP itself, taking $1,000 for on individual basis. I would say, I mean, having a party by yourself for being the most aggressive one in the entire tournament, and the team with most finishes gets $500 for themselves.
But here's the thing, it's all going to be reset from today. The points and the MVP table as well. But MVT, the most valuable team as well, coming in with $500. I mean, it can be the same team, that's sitting on top, or it can be some team sitting in the 14th to 16th position. But everyone's going to be trying to get that number 1. Yes, even if you're in number 13, you still get a piece of the prize pool, but that's not what they're fighting for. They want to be the top. They want to be the best one in the country right now, because 1, you get the bragging rights. 2, you get a massive chunk of that prize pool, that $8,000 to go along with the bragging rights. So, I mean, what better way to cement yourself as the best team in the country right now? So every team, they gotta make sure they bring on their A game, because there are a lot of teams, right? I mean, CHEMIN's looking really strong these days. GODLIKE as well, and then there's 7C. OR, SKYLIGHTZ, Soul putting up a good performance as well. HYDRAS, NIGMA Galaxy, 8-Bit, ENIGMA, TSM, Entity, Marcos, REVENANT, Global Esports, and Blind. All of them have a really good chance. But the only thing that I'm worried about is I don't want any team to leave, put up a bad performance on day number 1 and then try to make comebacks happening, because I don't think that's gonna work this time.
Agreed completely. Now, you talk about it, like the first day itself, Edge. I feel like this day is all about one specific team running away with points. Now, not just for one time, I've seen this happening, but multiple times when it comes to day one, I've seen a lot happening. But as you were talking about the teams that we have right now in the grand finals, we even have the team details. That's going to be the players playing and the team names. We have Godlike, Soul, SKYLIGHTZ, and TSM, the four teams on our screen right now. The players down there, I mean, you talk about these players, they hold a potential themselves. They are strong as an individual players as well. And when you put them with their teammates, they intend to be more better. And that is what is the main advantage of playing completely with your team out there, right? When you're left the last alone surviving player, you can do a lot, but not so much as you can do with your entire team. We have the squads of God, like there's going to be Clutch God, Neo, Z God, Jonathan as Power, Ghatak. We have Soul, Akshat, Omega, Goblin, Hector, player 5, player 6. We have from SKYLIGHTZ, we have Somraj, Pukar, Vexi, Gamla Boy, Ronak, and Dawn. And from TSM, we have Shadow, OG, Blaze, Aquinox, Ninja, Jord, No Footstep, and TSM Coach. So many big names out here.
A lot of contenders for that MVP and MVP as well.
True,
But
true.
that's secondary for these teams right now. And also teams 7C Esports, Prince, Aladdin, Sarang, Spray Gods, Savitar, Ranjit. And on the side of Revenant, we have Encore, Top Dog, Paradox, Kyoya, Austin A Bodex, new player, OR Esports. We have Jelly, the IGL, Aru, Aditya, Atanki, another contender for the MVP, Player 8 and Anto. CHEMIN Esports, well, the one that actually topped the scoreboard for the semifinals there. Destro, Delta, Justin, Robin, dope new player. Destro, Delta, and Justin, all of them are putting up one hell of a performance. So all these players, they have a really good chance of getting that MVP. But once again, as I said, that's secondary. CHEMIN, even though they get really, less number of chicken dinners when compared to other squads sometimes, they still somehow found that perfect balance to get themselves good number of points and stay at the top of the table.
All about survival, Edge. It's all about survival. And right now, 30 total matches and 16 teams. That's all we got. There's no second side to this grand finals and the teams that, we already have on our screen. Now, CHEMIN Esports, we're talking about them, completely agree that this team has dominated the semifinals, but now everything starts from scratch. It's zero on the overall standing, it's zero for the MVP. So, CHEMIN Esports, not just CHEMIN Esports, but every team out there need to perform from the beginning itself. Now, talking more about the teams, we have the third slides of ENIGMA, Hyderabad, HYDRAS, 8-bit, and NIGMA Galaxy. From ENIGMA, we have Rex, Eggy, Evo Edley, Avi, Viru, and ENIGMA Gaming itself. From Hyderabad, HYDRAS, we have Ace Black, Carry, Manti, Striker FTW, and Maxi. I still remember one player from Hyderabad, HYDRAS, he did a 1v3 somewhere. I'm not exactly sure on which team it was, but there was a beautiful performance. From 8-bit, we have Tsunami, Riot, Juicy, Man, Secret, and Regaltos. And from Nigma Galaxy, MJ, Apollo, Dreams, Wixie, Max. Now, Max even was the guy who took a 1v3 against a team. I mean, so much we have observed in the semifinals itself that we aren't even able to get over that. So it's kind of like we are trying to have some space in our brain itself to store what grand finals is going to get us.
True. And also, Global Esports, Joker, Mania, the top contender for the MVP again. He's having a really good time. AJ, Knuckle, another one that was at the top 5. Fragabo there, Ronnie, and Mayavi. Entity Gaming, they have Dark Lord, Troy, Shadow 7, Noob, Cloud, Wraith. I mean, here's the thing from Entity. Every one of them is performing, right? Everyone's delivering. So they're another team to look out for. Blind Official, Shadow, Rage, Williams, PyOP, Zaddy, ML Sam. So, I mean, here's the thing. On the side of Blind, well, they have good positioning and good coordination. The only thing they lack, and sometimes, is the support coming in, because all of these players, they tend to take those fights every single time. Marcos Gaming, on the other hand, Don, Pavkilo, Ghosty, Dionysus, and Star. 5 and a roster, and they got to make sure that they put up a best performance, because, I mean, they struggled Yes, they did get multiple chicken dinners, one of the few teams to do so, but they were struggling for quite a while. So they got to make sure that they pull out the best from them right from the start and, establish this dominance. Because once again, there's the first day, it's all about, setting a mark for yourself.
Be true. Right now, Edge, I'm looking forward to what the entire day is all about. I mean, we all are in suspense, right? We all are in suspense for a fact that what are the maps that are gonna be played today and each and everything. But trust me, I feel like there's gonna be something different happening today. Not sure of what exactly it be. Because at the end of the day, right, you change your strategies according to the maps that you perform. Now you have Erangel, you tend to go in for a new strategy. You have Miramar, you go in for a different strategies, because in Miramar it's all about rotations. It's all about you making sure that not just your front line but even your backs are clear. But there's one map I'm missing a lot these days, and everyone out there knows which map I'm talking about. But I guess map schedule will be something that will be on our screens very soon. So, what expectations do you have from day one itself, Edge? Do you think any team out here, that's me asking you again, that will you think one specific team is gonna dominate and run away with points, or that's gonna be balance and each and everything? But over to you. Okay, I want to answer first.
Well, I'm going to be answering that. But while I talk about that, let's take a quick look at the semifinal highlights that we just witnessed. I mean, it was great, right? Everything was absolutely beautiful right from the start, day 1 to day 4. Yes, there was a break in between, but what a semifinal it was. And then I mean all the days. But as you said, I don't think it's going to be one team dominating here in day number 1 or in terms of any day, because I mean you can see in the semifinals, right? We had what, 18, 19 different winners, and it was just unbelievable how close the competition was. Yes, a couple of teams that did get, chicken dinners and multiple chicken dinners also getting, not able to qualify. And I'm talking about walkouts here in particular, because 2 chicken dinners for themselves. And they started off semifinals with the chicken dinner, and they couldn't qualify because of 1 point. So that, I hope any of these teams do not make such a mistake this time and, give away the lead to others right now. But here's the thing, once again, guys. If you can see in the highlights as well, you have CHEMIN's players every single time. But they did get a single chicken dinner up until the last day.
Be true. And the last day is where CHEMIN, popped up in a beautiful way, Edge. But right now, I mean, you talk about CHEMIN Esports, we just have them on screen. What more do I talk about is something I'm giving a second thought on, because every time CHEMIN, they got a chicken dinner, but they have dominated it in a beautiful way. Look at that. 17 finishes is what we already have on our screen. And eventually, after getting 17, CHEMIN was not stopping anywhere. They were just trying to figure it out. I mean, they knew, right? They had secured a position already in the grand finals, and there was nothing that they got to lose. And that's the reason, I guess, CHEMIN Esports, they were really dominant on the last day itself. And we eventually saw 2 chicken them. So I guess semifinals is turned out to be something we never expected. I mean, yeah, on day 1, I remember I said, Edge, that I feel like there's going to be one team not qualifying because of 1 single point difference. And unfortunate for walkouts, as you said, they couldn't qualify because of the 1 single difference that they had. That was pretty hard to see, even for us as a caster. But these highlights, they just take us back to the memories that we have made in the entire semi-finals, the way it has turned around to be, the way each day we had a new winner. 2 or 3 teams out there repeated themselves on the chicken dinner side, but it was pretty shocking for us to even know, right, that you get up, you just got a new winner each and every.
We want to see that competition. We want to see, how close it's gonna get. But this final
Yeah.
below the end, the semifinal was absolutely beautiful to watch, because that melee kill, melee finish at the end was absolutely, phenomenal and a bit of, bit funny, if you ask me. But CHEMIN Esports, let's take a look at their statistics. Unfortunately, they couldn't get that 100 finishes, but it doesn't really matter, does it? They're leagues ahead of anyone else at this point. Destro, 24 finishes for himself. Team contribution of 25%. He's doing his job. Delta, the mustache boy, he's doing a bit more than what he's supposed to. 33 finishes and a 34.38 contribution to his team. Justin, on the other hand, another contender for the top 5 frag about them. Contribution of 29.17 with 28 finishes. Well, as I said, comeback, 11 finishes, but he's all about the comebacks. He's making those comebacks happen from CHEMIN Esports because of the support that he's been able to, deliver to his team. All those grenades, all those smoke screens, all those revival coming in from him, and his cover fire is absolutely beautiful to watch. Here's the thing: all these, a lot of viewers, even us, sometimes we do not focus on the support players because it's all about the fraggers just going up front and taking those finishes, right? We forget how crucial the role of the support player is right there. But then another squad to be, afraid of right now: SKYLIGHTZ Gaming.
Gamla Boy, and Vexy, the 4 names, the 4 players that are standing strong right now. Now, we have Somraj with 26 finishes, we have Pokar with 20, we have Gamla Boy with 25. I mean, the numbers are so matching for these 3 players, and Vexy, we have him with 15 finishes. So again, as you were talking about a player giving all his support and giving all that he can for his entire team, that's going to be Vexy for the sides of, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming right now. This man, Vexy, he intended to give everything that he can for his entire team out there. The contribution, if I talk about that, it's going to be 30% for Somraj, 23 for Pokar, and Gamla Boy, that's going to be 29.07. And I guess that was 15 for Vexy out there. But, these team stats, it's just let us know on what exactly has happened inside the team itself. We always intend to see what is happening on screen. We never really know on how much percent each one of them has contributed. So again, coming back to these stats, they are again being the most beautiful part of what has happened in the semifinals itself. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's the time for grand finals. Semifinals was all about qualifying. We keep on repeating ourselves on that because the keys that we were talking about in the semifinals itself, they have been found by these top 16 teams. They have given all their very best in qualifying, and finally, right now, it's their time to unlock the prize pool with the very first map. Which map it is gonna be? Let everyone be in a bit more of suspense. Exactly, bit more of suspense until the map really comes in.
I mean, I hope we start off on Erangel, right? We gotta start off
Okay.
with the classic map, but it is gonna be interesting to see what, what they have in store for us. But another thing, I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone's gonna be in for a little bit of surprise there because I myself got a sneak peek into what the maps are gonna be, and I am excited. I'm really looking forward to see because here's the thing. Once again, Dash, as you said, we're gonna be going with the same cycle, right? It's gonna be at least one map played twice, at least. So, and it's the same teams. They're not gonna be. I mean, it's not like we have 3 groups now. We're gonna be having in with the other group jumping in. It's the same 16 squads that are gonna be jumping on the server. So they're gonna be easy to read now. I mean, maybe not on day 1, but coming in from day 2, they are gonna be easily read by other teams, and they gotta make sure that they change things up left and right every single time because I mean all the IGLs like Jelly, this Clutch God, everyone's doing a really good job on trying to understand how the opponents are moving on the map, how they are approaching the game. So if you want to be on the top, you gotta make sure you understand your own teammates' movements first, and then try to analyze the opponent's gameplay. Because if you don't know what you're gonna do, and I mean it doesn't really matter what the opponents are gonna do. If you have a really good idea about what to do and your game execution, your plan, then it's going to be easy, right? Because it doesn't matter what the others are doing. You got to have a clear cut vision of what you want to do, and that's how you win those things. That's how you win these tournaments. That's how you win every single matchup. But one thing for sure, I mean, I don't know, maybe not for sure actually, but I think we are going to be having 6 different winners again today.
Looking forward to it, Edge, and I'm pretty excited now. By you saying this, the excitement level gets more and more up. But again, at down corner somewhere, I feel like there's gonna be one team running away with points, and the only reason is because it's no group system. It's no groups that we have. It's all these. It's like these 16 teams. They have been given like. This is everything that you have for the next 4 or 5 days until the grand finals come to an end. These are the number of maps getting played. This is everything that you need to have. It's just one single point that I have in my mind right now is there is no home for mistakes right now, because right, you make one mistake, you directly fall down. You do not have
True.
any other chance on covering up the mistake. The only chance you got to perform is on the next map directly. So this time you need to make sure that you don't get eliminated early. And even if you do, if you guys are playing 6 maps a day, at least 3 maps are something that should be giving you more than 15 plus points. And that's where I guess you'll be able to be a bit I would say good on your performance. And what I mean to say is, like, come on, now if you give it a calculation, it's like 15 points per map for 3 maps. That's a total of 45, right? Per day 45, and somewhere down you get more points in the others as well. So that's nearby 60. Even if you get per day, that's going to be a great one. But it's all about what we say, right? It's not always that happens.
I mean, you never really know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
We had kind of predicted. I mean, low key, we kind of might want it as well, but you never really know what's gonna happen once these players jump onto the server, because it's gonna be them. It's gonna be them playing. It's gonna be them on how they practice, and it's gonna be them on how they're gonna be fragging. Well, talking about fragging, we have the top 10 frag board here, top 10 players that are, looking forward to be the MVP. Starting off with Delta himself, 33 finishes, 34.38 contribution, 2.06 finish that ratio. That's absolutely, insane. And then we have Global Esports Knuckle with 31 right behind Delta. But here's the thing. Delta sitting on 33 while his teammate Justin's on 28. That tells you how much CHEMIN is doing. Just because of these two players there, Darsh.
Be true. We have again on the 4th position, we have Enigma Eggy. Now look at the finish and the total contribution. That's going to be 27 finishes with a total of 45% contribution in his entire team. So right now, Eggy, he has done all the hard lifting he can for his entire team out there. On the 5th, we have Hyderabad HYDRAS is black. On 6th, we have Godlike Neo. That's going to be a total of 26 finishes for him. On 7th, we have Somraj from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. That's again a 26. Look at the difference in points right from the 3rd position itself. It's 28, it's 27, it's 26, it's 25. That's it. There's a single point difference every time from the 3rd position itself. So there you get to understand how close and the cut competition level is. Everyone is looking forward to go in as aggressive as they can, so that they can make their way in the MVP itself, the MVT itself, and to the trophy, to the title. A huge title is on stake right now, and you need to give everything that you can to get that title for yourself.
Yep, you gotta get that title. I mean, a lot of bragging rights and also a lot of money involved. So, everyone's looking for that one position. I mean, all of these teams, they are already winners, right? They've already made their way to the grand finals. All of them are true champs, that's for sure. But we want to see who's the best of the best right now. We started off with 24 down to 16. We'll be looking forward to, for the one that wins the entire thing. But I would say the top 3 to see who's going to be the one dominating the scene as of now, right? And also, I'm looking forward to see what the difference is going to be between that top 1 and top 2. Because last time, up until the semifinals, it was kind of 30, 34, 35. CHEMIN absolutely dominating the entire thing. So is it going to be the similar kind of dominance coming in from them? Or, now since that they've already played multiple games against all these teams, pretty sure that, other teams have kind of analyzed their gameplay. So I'm looking forward to see if anyone's going to be countering them, or, CHEMIN have something else in their, strat book, and maybe they will come out on top. But once again, I want to see, a really clean action coming in. I want to see a really close competition. Just like the semifinals. I want that, suspense up until at least day 4, if not day 5, to see. To understand which teams are going to be in the top 8. Forget about top 3. Just the top 8. I want it to be so close that we shouldn't be able to predict. We are still going to be predicting, but we shouldn't be able to, kind of clear cut understand who's going to be coming out on top. I want it to be, maybe like 4 or 5 point difference, maybe 3.
Okay, so basically you mean to say, Edge, that you want the competition really intense right now. It's already right. The temperature is already so high, not just there, but back
Oh,
here
that it is.
even. It definitely is very high right now. So it's gonna be more and more intense as soon as we jump in Erangel itself. I know, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are really excited to, quickly jump in the map itself. I'm so excited we are. I mean, we are not even able to wait more until the map start itself. But right, when you have patience for something, the things get better and better. I don't know who said this, but probably I'm the one saying it out loud right now, because it happens every time, right? The more you wait for something, the better it tastes. Is I mean, it is not going to taste. But again, coming back to the point, is a bit patience is all I'm asking for right now before we head to the very first map. Not sure which it is.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, we still don't even know which map we're going to be heading on to. Is it going to be Erangel? Is it going to be Miramar? I mean, whatever it is, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be one hell of a start to the grand finals. And I'm pretty sure some drop clashes are bound to happen this time, right? You're going to be getting those grenades coming out once again from all the players. I mean, last time we did see those utility coming into play, the last zones, but it was like, I mean, let's say there's two teams alive right now at the end zone, and there's only one squad every single time with those grenades in their stash. What about the other team? Why is it that only one team have those utility every single time? But talking about teams and the utility and the resources, well, let's take a quick look at the player cam before we head on to the map itself. Everyone's looking really, really good right now. And you okay? Okay, that's the first time I'm seeing Delta on cam here.
Interesting, very interesting. We are all seeing the game face of the players right now, because it's the very first map, ladies and gentlemen. None other than Erangel is what we are starting off on right now, and the fly path seems to be more interesting. Starting off on Hospital and ending towards the sides of Yasnaya Rozok. It's gonna be a beautiful place in center, but right now all I have my eyes on is down there in military base and Novorupnoi, because those places are going to be far away, and any team trying to go there, it can get them difficult. The teams performing right now, we are going to have Godlike, Soul, SKYLIGHTZ, TSM, 7Sea, Revenant, OR. We have CHEMIN Esports, ENIGMA, Hyderabad, HYDRAS, 8-bit, NIGMA, Galaxy, Global Esports, Entity, Blind, and Marcos Gaming, finding their way to their primary drop location in the very first map of Grand Finals Day 1 at Gillette 7Sea Invitational.
Erangel. Well, we didn't get to see which maps are going to be played today, but it is going to be Erangel to start things off. We're still waiting for that play zone to come into play here. Where is it going to be? Why is there a lot of suspense today? I mean, first it was the maps, and now the play zone is making us wait. And talking about it, a lot of military base once again, but there's no one even close to military base right now. So maybe someone can decide to head towards that, because I think this time, Darsh, I think there is going to be a lot of military zone in that second and third zone as well.
I'll be not agreeing with you for the very first time, Edge, because I feel like Milta or Farm. I mean, just giving it a second thought, but right now we have a drop clash happening. That's going to be Marcos and SKYLIGHTZ, if I'm not wrong. Gamla Boy already down, and that's going to be SKYLIGHTZ losing one of their players in initial 2 minutes. Now, drop clashes is something we're talking about. The second player comes up with the hope of taking a revenge, gets punished, and that's going to be one more down or no. Not sure. We'll be getting a confirmation on that. Okay, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, one player down. No, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, not a way to start your day. Definitely on day 1 itself. That's going to be Vexy, the last surviving player, Edge.
Ouch. SKYLIGHTZ. Well, they are, fallen right now, and that's not the kind of start, definitely, for them that they wanted at least. But here's the thing, Marcos, they couldn't have asked for a better one. They, as I said, they last time they did do that mistake of taking it too deep, taking it too easy on those first few days, and then trying their level best at the end, and that kind of got them in trouble. But this time, they are starting things off on a really good note with 3 finishes already to their name, and taking down one of the big teams, because SKYLIGHTZ was the only one, I believe, that got themselves, one of the few teams that got themselves multiple chicken dinners there.
Fortunate for the sides of SKYLIGHTZ, but right now look at Vexy. What can this man do is run away out of this fight and survive as much as he can, because right now for him it's all about survival. There's no other option he got on taking a 1v4 and losing all that you got. On the other sides, we have CHEMIN Esports, this team. They got a prime, they got their drop location right. They are 2,700 meters away from the zone, so I guess just getting everything that they need at an early stage and then rotating would be a great option for the entire team, because again, you know how far the distance is and it can be difficult, but more difficult for the sides of Revenant as they have lost two of their players. Now, how did this happen, Edge? We were so busy with the other fight happening out there, with a drop clash out there, that Revenant has already lost two of their players and they are already down to a 2v4 fight left inside the very first Erangel itself.
I'm sorry, but I missed it as well. Even I didn't notice the kill feed. Them Revenant losing two. And now the thing I'm looking forward to is who actually got these finishes. I want to know who are the ones. It's not CHEMIN because they're still sitting on 0. But one thing's for sure, CHEMIN, they take their sweet time getting their loot, getting everything that they want. But once they start, popping off, once they start getting those finishes, they never stop getting those finishes until maybe everyone's done and everyone's out of the server. But again, there's not a great start for Revenant, not a great start for SKYLIGHTZ. But also keep in mind, 30 matches will be played by these 16 teams. So, I mean, that is for sure, right? We don't know what maps yet, but 30 maps is a confirmed thing. And it's still match number 1. So we can, I think we can just cut some slack for SKYLIGHTZ and Revenant as of now, because they did play really good on the semifinals, but not the great start. But it's all about momentum, and the momentum right now is in the favor of Marcus Gaming.
Pretty true. On the other side, we have TSM, Shadow, OG, Aquinox, Ninja, Jord, and Blaze. These names, they are huge itself. As I keep on saying, these individual players, they are strong enough. They got their vehicles right in their hands, everything that they need. But the only thing right now I'm confused of a bit is TSM holding a complete open area. Look at that. Okay, Vexy, and no, please don't tell me the last surviving player from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming gets caught by TSM, because both of them are really nearby. Vexy, he needs to be a bit safe and make sure that he doesn't get himself into any kinds of fight right now, because that can just damage the entire squad. The number of placement points, Edge, that they can gather by making Vexy survive at least till top 10 or 12, maybe not even 12. I guess they need to be in top 5 itself to get some good position points. That hope even can be denied if Vexy gets into a fight right now. On the other side, we have Global Esports, that's going to be 4 surviving players, and nearby we have TSM. So maybe a fight that we are looking forward to.
You're right about that. I think SKYLIGHTZ as well. The last surviving player, Vexy, he needs to get at least 3 points at least to start things off. 0 is not the way you want to. I mean, it's okay. We understand that you lost 3 players, and even if he goes down, you can't blame him, right? His teammates already went down there, but looks like TSM and Global Esports, it's gonna be another brawl here. But I think TSM are now respecting Global Esports, and I think they're gonna let them go, because TSM, they only have 2 players, and according to the information that they have, they don't know if there are 2 or 4 on the side of Global, because they spotted 2. They think there are a couple more, but guess what? There were only 2 players there from the side of Global Esports.
It's difficult for TSM, because after having a high and goodbye with Global Esports, they are looking forward to say the same to OR. Look at that. TSM Blaze, he finds a 1 vehicle, and that's going to be Aru. No, you don't do that. Aru gets himself caught out there. A lot of damage on him, but again, he needs to be a bit safe and secure, find himself an inner wall cover to work around with and not get into any kinds of fights. OR, they are up with the information that they're going to be a team nearby, and they got to fight it out to be on their drop location safe and secure. Shadow OG gets caught. That's going to be him taking a lot of damage out there. A hope of vehicle explosion was there, but again, no. Shadow OG, he'll be using the advantage of the location itself, and that's where everything comes on a pause again for few minutes, because after few minutes, right, what is going to happen.
For sure, 10 minutes. as you like it.
Yay, yes.
But 15 minutes for me is a sweet spot, as I said. But 10 minutes, yeah. I mean, after you hit that 10-minute mark, the zone comes into play, and also, teams making their way into the second zone, which gives us a lot of hope for those other brawls happening. But one question, I see a lot of teams right now with 2 players together, and the other 2 players are like really, really far away. And I'm talking about teams like TSM and Global Esports. So I'm not really sure if that's the kind of strat that you should be going in, at least on day number 1, match number 1. Because it is, you want to start off with, first, you want to start off really, really strong the first match, but Blind, they already have 2 finishes. So I think they are the team that actually took down the 2 players on the side of Revenant. Blind, well, great start for them as well in terms of finishes, but Shadow, okay. Couple more, stun points there, but he didn't take a lot of damage, so he's okay for now, Darsh.
Gonna be okay, but what not okay is Clutch God right now. Look at the health he has dropped down to, and why do not I see all the players from GODLIKE out here? Clutch God gets caught, and I guess that's gonna be him down to the ground. That's gonna be Sarang, not just taking him down, but completely eliminating him. GODLIKE, they got their, force back here in action, but I am forced to say that it's too late because they already have lost Clutch God. Even if few seconds earlier the squad would have been here, they could have saved Clutch God out there. But right now we have a fight between 7C and GODLIKE, where 7C got an advantage on this fight after eliminating Clutch God completely. One more player gets caught, and Galaxy takes down one from 7C. So that's going to be a third party happening between GODLIKE and 7C. On the other side, we have Soul and Global Esports fighting it out. Omega found the sides of Global Esports out there in a vehicle, but again, couldn't capitalize on that. And that's where they just compromised themselves. GODLIKE Neo will be taking one from Grenade on 7C Savita. So the revenge is something that Team GODLIKE is looking forward to. And Enigma Galaxy, they're looking forward to a third party. Sarang gets caught by Neo, and that's going to be one more down. Team 7C taking an advantage, I guess, are losing and falling apart.
GODLIKE getting that revenge, getting the redemption for their IGL who just went down there. 1 for 2 trade coming in. 7C now realizing that and now making a run. Prince and Aladdin. Both of these players are the only ones surviving right now. They only have 1 finish. But GODLIKE, well, they started off really well here. I mean, unfortunately, Clutch God did go down, but everyone else, they're doing a really good job. And we've seen no Jonathan right now. So maybe it's gonna be coming in. Maybe they wanna have that rotation coming in, because once again, they need to play 6 maps back to back. Everyone needs to be rested, right? Because you gotta bring out your A game. You gotta bring out the best in you. And how do you do that? You need to make sure that everyone's very, very well rested, and also given some time off in between matches. So I think that's what GODLIKE's doing. Maybe I'm wrong, but whatever it is, let's see how it works out for them. While 7C, they're now in full cover. They are trying to survive for as long as they can because they lost 2, but they only have 1 finish.
After having 2 casualties is going to be the most difficult deal you ever get yourself. Now, talking about another fight that we have, Edge, that's going to be, Global Esports and Team Soul, right exactly nearby. I mean, look at the position. They are so close, yet they are so far away from each other. On the other side, we have Enigma Galaxy, who have found the sides of Entity. And right now, they're just waiting for an opportunity to capitalize over that. But it wasn't wrong, Edge, when I said Farm and Milta, because look at that. Each and everyone has predicted the same as I do, and once again my prediction goes really right. I'm having a lucky day, Edge.
You are having a lucky day right now, but also me too, because look at the water.
Oh, no. Okay.
A lot of water, that's what I mean. But there's bridge coming into play as well. So what do you think? Are we gonna be seeing water in the next zone as well?
Most probably we can, because everyone is looking forward to that bridge. Now look at what is gonna happen right now. 8-bit, the most safe position, the most beautiful position anyone can have right now is the sides of 8-bit. But right now, let's concentrate more on the fights happening all around, because Soul Omega will be taking over Aditya down there blind. They are trying to capitalize on the sides of Team Enigma, but Enigma, they're not just giving any kind of opportunities. Goblin gets down to the ground, as that's going to be GODL Neo taking him down and out completely. Blind Shadow on the other side, he has a window to walk around with. Soul, they have lost Goblin completely after getting one finish, so it's going to be one casualty happening. But Akshat, he faces a downfall, and that's going to be Neo taking another one. Third one gets down because of Power Kilo. Team Soul getting decimated from all the angles. They have just gathered themselves in between all the enemies that they can, and that's going to be them losing down and out again and again. That's going to be Omega right now. Is trying to patch himself up completely, looking forward to just boost up his complete energy, because right now energy is all that you need. And there you go. I guess Paukilo, he has found the sides of Team Soul as well. OR right exactly in the front. SKYLIGHTZ somewhere nearby. Blind, they got a compound to walk around with, but there's one thing that's not working in their favor, is the number of finishes that they got. On the other side, we have Marcos Gaming. They found the sides of Hyderabad HYDRAS. Okay, so Hyderabad HYDRAS, they got to register some damage on themselves, but again, that's gonna be the start and the end itself, because damages is everything that these teams are satisfying themselves with. But Edge, right now, what I'm more interested about is where the zone is going, because 8-bit a while ago they had the most beautiful position, as I was talking about them. The bridge is something they already have capitalized over, but they need to make sure that they defend it in a best possible way. 16 teams still alive, so we have lost players from specific teams, but we haven't lost one complete team yet. It's gonna be 15. Okay, it's already 15 minutes done and dusted, but still no entire team getting eliminated. Only players 1, 2, or 3 are getting eliminated completely. Now on the other side, we have Hyderabad HYDRAS 7C, and look at 8-bit now. That was something I was talking about. 8-bit, they could have waited on the bridge only if the bridge is something that has the play zone itself. But Madman, he has a better position to walk around with. Carry out there with the M4 16. He has a window to peek. He was trying to take someone out there, but again, he just registered a lot of damage back on himself, and that's where he needs to take a bit of pause. Okay, I was not wrong, Edge. I'm surely having the best possible day out here. Farm Milta again is something that we are looking forward to. Now the teams that are out of the play zone needs to make a way out, and 8-bit, Mad, this position is just gonna be beautiful for them if they defend it in the most amazing way. On the other side, CHEMIN Esports will be taking one player down. Blind eventually has one of their players down, not out completely. That's gonna be Delta taking one from Blind out completely. Blind has lost one of their players completely. That's going to be Williams eventually down. CHEMIN Esports trying to capitalize and trying to deny everyone coming out on their way. That's 2 already for CHEMIN Esports. Right now, you need to give a full stop on CHEMIN, and that's where it does. Robin goes down. Now CHEMIN needs to decide on what can be done, because Robin is not just down to the ground, he's completely eliminated. And we know, right, CHEMIN Esports, as they lose one of their players, they start falling, and that's where the downfall already is, because Justin is down to the ground. Will Team CHEMIN be able to capitalize, or will it be the sides of Team Blind eliminating CHEMIN Esports completely is going to be the question. One player found completely eliminated. A 2v1. Delta gets punished. Destro, man, this mad man capitalizes over that fight, and a 1v3 single-handedly is what he gets, and that's going to be Blind official eliminated, and CHEMIN capitalizing over that fight, getting 3 finishes for themselves. A great start.
Oh boy, Blind getting eliminated. I mean, you're right. We didn't see a team elimination for a really long time, but now finally a couple squads getting eliminated, down to 42 players and 14 squads still alive. I mean, NIGMA, they're trying to stay alive for as long as they can, but it's going to be Global Esports trying to take down one of the players on the side of NIGMA. It's going to be one going down on play zone. No! Delta PG! He goes down to the play zone. That's unfortunate. I mean, I knew it was going to happen, but I never in a million years would have thought that would happen to the players on the side of CHEMIN Esports, just because, the way that they perform and the way that they move around the map was beautiful. But maybe I don't know what exactly happened. Maybe I think he was knocked out of the play zone. But if that's the case, then it's okay. But if not, then it's unacceptable. Right now, NIGMA Galaxy, they're in for a treat. They can actually take multiple fights here and get as many finishes as they please. Because look at that zone once again, Darsh. It's a lot of water in there as well, 70 to 30%. But that bridge under the control of 8-bit is looking good, while Entity, they're trying to take down one of the players inside of NIGMA. Dreams is on his knees.
True. Hey, this man is going away from the play zone. I mean, why? Why would you do that when you know that you are the last surviving player? On the other side, we have a lot of happening. Okay, Destro now, he just has 3 medkits to walk around with. He needs to find a way out of that position, or else he might get eliminated on the, you know, before top 10 comes even. And 8-bit, man, oh man, mad position this team got once again from the beginning itself. I said it right. 8-bit, the most beautiful position. It's all about them defending that position, and trust me, Edge, if they are able to do that, the very first chicken dinner will be in their hands. On the other side, we have Global Esports losing one of their players, but gaining 2 finishes. They are trying to go in for as much grenades as they can. 1 grenade from Entity will be taking Max out there. Aquanox will be going 1 on the sides of AJ with 1 more Molotovs on his way, but I doubt he's going to get any kind of connection. Aquanox, he goes in for a 1v1 with AJ itself right in the front. What is happening out there? Are we facing some... What? Aquanox, he took 1 player down with the Molotov itself, and he had the player right exactly in the front. Aladdin, no! Why Aladdin? He just eliminated his teammate itself, and that's where even he got eliminated. Team 7C getting eliminated, Team Kevin Esports getting eliminated. This is just turning out to be difficult for so many teams. Playzone will be taking Knuckle down there, Ninja Shot down there. Oh my god, Edge.
I think he was in the same vehicle, both players inside of 7C, but forget about that. We'll talk about that in a second. It's going to be NIGMA Galaxy taking a lot of damage coming in from Entity's Dark Lord. And, oh, there you go. That's 1 knock. I think another one's going to be coming into play, and with that, it's going to be ENIGMA Gaming. Down and out. 9 squads, 26 players right now. Players on taken away. Rixie as well. SKYLIGHTZ eliminated as well. Unfortunate for them, but it's going to be GODLIKE's S-Power still standing strong. Global's gone out of the server as well. GODLIKE, they're still looking really, really confident here with 6 finishes and 3 players still alive. 8-bit Madman's down on his knees, but guess what? They still have 4 players alive, but no finishes to their name whatsoever. So they got to work on that position, points, and also a couple more finishes to work with, because, you know, the top 9 is okay, but you got to make sure that you have some. And just as I speak, just as I say that, Tsunami gets 1. And now, finally, that's the first finish. While Entity, 3 players surviving, they have 3 finishes to their name, Darsh.
Is gonna be the case. MJ on the other side, he is down in the vehicle itself, is looking forward to come up, but will he be allowed to do that? Because so many opponents, so many enemies he already has in front of him. Solo Mega gets caught there. MJ trying to capitalize on the sides of Team Entity, but Entity noob this time. This man is better, and that's how MJ gets eliminated. The entire squad of NIGMA Galaxy gets eliminated, and Team Entity is still surviving. 8-bit, they got 1 for themselves, but Madman is down to the ground, and there's no hope of revival. Edge NIGMA Galaxy, we got a confirmation on that. OR, look position Aru is holding. He could be a big surprise for the sides of Juicy and Riot, but out of all that, why Aquanox is on the land itself, and his name itself says Aqua.
That water, let's see. I mean, I'm getting my wish fulfilled here. Entity Gaming gets eliminated. We're down to top 6, 17 players live right now. What is it? Who is it gonna be? And how are they going to be coming out on top is the question right now. It's going to be GODL taking a bit of damage. They're coming in from the players of Blind. A few, shots being... sorry, that's 8-bit. My bad. 8-bit dealing a bit of damage there. But GODL's Neo, he doesn't care. You could see it. He got himself multiple finishes just like that. 8-bit are down to 8 bits. Only have 1 more player surviving, and TSM are down and out. 6 position, down to 5 squads and 13 players, and GODLIKE, well, looking like the favorites right now, alongside with Marcos, who still have multiple players surviving. But ooh, while all this is happening, HYDRAS have 4 players surviving, but Neo is like, you know what, you have 4, 5, 6, doesn't really matter. All of you are gonna be in my finish counter, gets himself a second knock, but Neo finally pays price. Or Aru takes out Juicy with that 8 bits eliminated, but GODLZ got up for the cover. Right now, godlike. Oh my god. Only one player surviving right now on the side of HYDRAS, but 10
Ow.
finishes. And guess what, Darsh? I mean, they lost the first player. That was Clutch God. Went down quick, and now Marcos, with the third party, makes it to the top 3.
Neo right now has just turned his beast mode on. There's like this button Neo has, and when you turn it on, you know what results you showcase. Out of 10 finishes, Neo got 6 solo handedly. This man is turning out to be crazy. Marcos Gaming on the other side. We have 3 teams with 8 alive players. That's going to be Godlike, Marcos, and OR. 37% for Godlike. Marcos got 50 because they got all their players surviving, and OR got 12.5%. But out of all that, that's gonna be one winning team. Marcos Gaming, one player, he is a bit away from his teammate, and that's where the difficulties can begin for the entire squad, because you know, one player starts to falters down, that's where the entire squad falls down, and that's something you need to be really careful about. But ZGod, he has some different plans right now. He's looking forward to completely go on a different angle, and out of all that, Aru is being silent performer here. He's just not making any noise out here. He's waiting behind patiently. He's just waiting for the upcoming zone shrink. Now, I don't want to give it a second thought, but what if the zone goes away from Aru? Can't make. Oh, okay. Before I say something, zone will be going in the favor of Godlike. And right now, Marcos and somewhere down there, Aru, they need to make it inside the circle, which is going to
4
give them
meters.
difficulties.
Aru only needs to move 4 meters. So
That's
he's in a
difficult.
oh, it doesn't matter if it's 4 meters or 40 meters because he's out. Marcos Gaming, they found him. A 4 versus 3. Both of them on either side of the bridge. This is the brawl that I was waiting for. This is the way to start the grand final. Let's see who comes out on top. 3 players on the side of Godlike. Oh, it says in their name, they are Godlike. So let's see if they can pull off a Godlike performance here between, against the 4 players on the side of Marcos Gaming, who had a really good start as well. 6 finishes, Godlike with I think more than 10 at this point. A 3 versus 4, let the brawl begin. It's gonna be the smoke screens coming into play, the grenades are being cooked, the HE grenades being deployed, but look at Ghosty, you sneaky little snail, making his way to the other side of the bridge through the water. And if he makes it there, Godlike have no clue that that's happening, right? 11 finishes to their name, and it's gonna be mad insane. He peeks out, finally gets 1 onto S-Power. Now Godlike down to 2, but Neo, he smells him. He's going for the fight, and he will take down. Neo's not gonna be missing anything today. Nothing whatsoever. ZGod taking a bit of fire there. It's going to be Power taking a lot of damage, but he's going to be taking down Neo. It's all down to one player. That's ZGod. He takes down Power 1 versus 2 situation. He gets another one with the AKM. ZGod, he needs to patch himself up. A 1-1 situation right now, but he's getting as many finishes as he can before he might go down here. Don versus ZGod. It's going to be the Don versus God. Who's going to be coming out on top for Marcos? Or is it going to be Godlike? It's going to be Revive coming into play. But that's a bait Revive. He comes out. Don takes down S-Power. But Neo, he's down as well. And now he's still going in strong. ZGod finishes up Power Killer. Now in a 1 versus 1, still with 1 player on his knees on the side of Marcos Gaming. Godlike, they're looking strong. He guys to come out. But guess what? He takes him down. I think he went down. Marcos Gaming, after everything that they put through, after everything that they did, Godlike, if I'm not wrong, wait a second, what happened? I am a bit confused as well. I think it's Godlike that came. Oh, never mind, I think it's Marcos. Because at the end, that secondary weapon that came out, and I think that was good enough to take, ZGod down. But what an intense fight that was at the end there, Darsh.
Amazing start to the grand finals, Edge, Godlike and Marcos. Now, what happened there was Neo faltered. What happened there was ZGod was the last surviving player. Now, ZGod versus Dawn was a 1v1 situation happening out there where, ZGod, he went into a lot of pre-fires, and that's where it came to a point where he needed to reload his gun. While reloading, Dawn heard that sound right, and that's where he decided to go a bit more aggressive, but He got, right, this man, he is a madman itself. He had a secondary weapon. He tried to switch the weapon, go in with that. Again, some pre-fires and some fires that didn't get connected is where difficulties begin. And Marcos Gaming, they capitalized over that. What a beautiful match it was. Godlike versus Marcos, the last fight we witnessed. And out of all that, I would give a huge credit to Gasty, the one being the sneaky climber. He took S Power down there. Neo, yes, he eliminated Gasty out there completely. But again, that got an opportunity for Marcos, that opened the door for Marcos to push against the sides of Godlike. And that's where everything went against. But what a match it has been.
It
Specifically, if
was
I talk about one single player, that's going to be God like Neo. This man single-handedly has took more than 6 or 7 finishes for himself.
true. I mean, we saw him, right? We saw him the other day. He wasn't happy with position number 6. He wants to be on the top of the MVP. He wants to be one of the top, fraggers there on that leaderboard. So he's trying for that, but at the same time, you are right. He took down multiple squads. Forget about 5 to 6 minutes. He was the one that took down multiple squads for the side. And also, Clutch Squad was the first one to go down for the side of Godlike, and they still managed to survive till the end. Almost got that chicken dinner at the end as well. But you couldn't ask for a better game for both these teams, Marcos and Godlike. Marcos, I think they started off strong, taking down SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and after that, it was a bit, they were a bit quiet. They're trying to make their way into the zone and just playing it safe, getting all the loot that they could. But after that, in the end, once again, taking down Godlike's 3 players. I mean, as you said, Ghosty's movement there under the bridge with the water there as well was absolutely beautiful, starting things off. But then Neo, he instantly, stole the spotlight once again, getting that finish. No, actually, just a knock. It was S Power. I think Zygot getting that, finish there at the end. But you could see that at the end what it mattered, right? But also, got to give it to Aru. He tried to survive his best. But guess what? Marcos, they had spotted him, and it was an easy finish there because he was a sole survivor and he was in a really, really bad spot.
Now, there's this thing of having 3 points difference between the first and the second position. So I'm just interested to see the match standing. But before that, we know, right? Highlights is something that we are always waiting for. How it all started between SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and Marcos Gaming having a drop clash. At this point of time, I thought Godlike, after losing Clutch Card, could falter down, but it just popped off in the most beautiful way. Vixie took one. Godlike started their aggression. Neo started their aggression, I would say, at this point itself. When he took Savitar down, then he took Sarang down. And I guess there was a 1v3 or a 1v2 what, Neo did against the sides of Team 7C. Neo, it was just on that beast mode at the beginning itself. Esports versus Blind was the fight that we witnessed, where Esports, they were faltering down. Delta was the last surviving player, and he clutched it in the most beautiful way possible. Entity then came into play with 2 finishes that they already got. One beautiful grenade from Dark Lord took MJ out there. Vixie was doing a beautiful job. He was trying to go a bit more aggressive on the players out there, but eventually he got caught in a complete open area, and that's where he had to depart. But Godlike, they were looking strong from the start itself. His power, he hit back a lot of damage, but again, right, there's this spring I always talk about. The more you push it down, the jump which it takes, and that's what Godlike did the entire match. Hyderabad HYDRAS, there was Soul. There were multiple teams getting decimated from all the different angles. I mean, they had opponents on all the different angles. Now, MJ here could have pulled a 1v2 against Entity because Entity had no idea about it. But what did 8-bit do? They caught MJ, and that's where MJ got eliminated.
Yep, that was just mad insane at the end. But you can see, I mean, Godlike, they never stopped. Once they got those first few finishes after that, they were not gonna stop, and especially Neo. You can see here itself, he already had 5. So I'm guessing he has 6, maybe 7 finishes to his name by the end of the game. 6, okay, never mind. I think he had more than 8 now, because he did take down multiple players on the side of HYDRAS as well. But that fight between them and Godlike was absolutely beautiful to watch. Everyone stepped up on the side of Godlike when needed. But then also Marcos Gaming coming in and third partying the hell out of them, taking down HYDRAS. Then Godlike Neos once again taking down Ghosty. It did start off well, but it's all about the positioning, and Power Killer went down. DRS as well went down. Zygot, I think the only reason that he kind of fell off at the end was of the secondary weapon and also a beautiful headshot. Look at it. First shot was a beautiful head there. So after that, I mean, what can you do? What can you do when that happens? Absolutely nothing is the answer. And Godlike, I mean, you gotta feel happy, but at the same time, they gotta be disappointed that they were not able to get that chicken dinner. But they still will be getting a lot of points, right? I mean, I still think they might just top the table there. Not really sure, but if not, then I think it's gonna be a 1 point difference at max.
Something I was talking about a while ago, Edge. I mean, you know, right? There's a 3 points difference between 15 and 12 that you get on #1 and #2. But Godlike, they were looking good on finishes because there was like, how many finishes did Godlike get? More than 11, and that's a beautiful number to be on. So I'm just waiting for the match standing itself to get know more on what exactly happened in this entire map. But this map has turned out to be something really different at the beginning itself. It all started with the fly path from I guess hospital to Yasnaya. Rozok
Yep.
was in the center itself, and that's where we had a thought of military base getting a complete, military base was completely left at peace. We sometimes see CHEMIN Esports going to military base. I mean, I've seen them going to military base, but they chose not to go to military base, and I guess that's where difficulties got more for them because military
Yep.
base again, it was far away, right? You couldn't
Yeah,
just
really far.
get down, take a vehicle, and go out to military base. You could just have wasted a lot of your time, and that's where I guess everything turned around. But again, talking about the match more itself, let's just have a quick look on the statistic, and that's gonna be MVP Neo doing all that he can, more than 50% contribution, and a total of 7 finishes for his entire team. This man, as I said, has a button. You just need to turn on that button, and you get the results on your screen already.
I think he's tired of Jonathan, always getting those finishes. He's like, you know what, guys? It's not just him, it's me as well that can pull off insane number of finishes. And you could see it today, right? As I said, he's tired of being number 6. He was not even in top 5. He didn't want it. And now, well, 7 finishes. Impressive. Along with 53.85 finishing, contribution there. Absolutely insane. And guess what, Darsh? It's just the first match.
True.
I mean, he has more finishes than most of the teams.
That's
Most
true.
of the teams. He himself has. I think he has the more. He has more finishes than. I think the third finishing team as well. I think OR or any other team there. But let's see. There you go. I told you. Even though Marcos was the one getting that chicken dinner, it's still gonna be godlike esports. 13 finishes, 25 total points, and Marcos sitting in second position right now. Even though they did get that 15-point chicken dinner, 9 finishes and a total of 24.
Where we always say that you need finishes and placements both to equally manage your score. What did Godlike do? They got 13, they got 12, and that's where they got 25. Marcos got 9, got 12, got 15, and that's where they got 24. Hyderabad Hydras on the third got 13. Now, there's a huge difference. As you said, right, the entire squad on the third position itself has not more than 5 finishes. It's going to be Hyderabad Hydras. OR got 1 finish and 10 placement points. That's 11. TSM got 6. Team 8-Bit got 3 finishes. Entity Gaming 7 and Enigma Galaxy got 4.
Oh boy, NIGMA sitting in 8th position right now. But official did a really good play as well. 4 finishes, 4 total points. Unfortunately, no placement points for them. So 2 to 3 right now. Global Esports sitting on 3 as well. CHEMIN sitting on 3, not the kind of start that they wanted. They have no placement points. You usually don't see that coming in from CHEMIN. You might see no finishes, but you always have placement points on them. Unfortunately, not this time. SKYLIGHTZ had a terrible start, but they did manage to get 1 finish, a total up to 2. Enigma Gaming, no finishes, 1 total point. 7Sea, 1 finish, but no placement. But REVENANT, well, I thought 7C were gonna SKYLIGHTZ are gonna be the one with sitting on 0 points, but it's actually REVENANT. Unfortunate for them, they're sitting on 0, which means the second game they gotta work harder. They gotta make sure that they steal that, because already from the 16 to first position, 25-point difference. And trust me, every single match, every single point counts. We are done with 1. We are left with 29. We are left with 5 in the day right now. But let's
Oh my
take
god.
let's take a look at our beautiful faces once again to show the audience how excited we are for the second one. But also, we don't know what map it is gonna be. Again, is it? I mean, I think it's gonna be Miramar, right? It's gotta be Miramar now. So I'm hoping it's gonna be Miramar. So if it is Miramar, what are your expectations there, Darsh?
Again, I'll be doing something against all the expectations that people keep me with. I want Los Leones. I mean, I still remember the previous day when I said I want Los Leones. Sam just went like, "How the hell in this entire world do you want Los Leones?" And I really Los Leones to be the place right now because Los Leones, Puerto, and Impala, these three places, they just turn out to be the most amazing fight places that you can ever be on. I mean, I realized it late, but right? I realized it, and that's going to be the most amazing point out here. So if it's Miramar, yes, but guess what, Edge? First map is done. Second map is already something we are looking forward to, and this is how fast everything is going to go because it's already grand finals. We are completed with semifinals, and I won't be talking more about the semifinals itself, but it's just getting more amazing. It's just getting more interest with each and every passing map. Now, in the first map itself, we talk about the fights happening. We saw, I guess it was 7C
Uh-huh.
and like getting into a fight, right? We had 7C GODLIKE getting into a fight where Neo took one player down from grenade, the other one from the gun itself, that was Sarang. But what happened there was Nigma Galaxy did a third party. And that's where 7C started to falter down. They got their one player, two and three players down to the ground. Last surviving player was left out. I don't know what more could have done. And that's how Team 7C eventually got eliminated.
Yep, that was quite sad for them. But unfortunately, it happens sometimes. I'm not really able to put my finger on what just happened there. I think they were both in the same vehicle there, or something like that happened. But anyway, talking about Sam and interesting once again, I just got the information that Sanhok is gonna be played today as well.
Oh,
So it's gonna be Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, and then Sanhok, and then we're gonna be ending things off on Erangel once again. So thank you, Sam, for letting us know. But also, Sanhok. I mean, it's not up for a while now, but what do you think? What are you expecting? Because that's a map that we haven't seen in the semifinals as well. So how do you think these teams are going to be, approaching that particular map, and what are your expectations coming in from that? I mean, I know we're not going to be playing Sanhok right now, but I just want to know what you think of that particular map up.
now really high on expectations regarding Sanhok itself because right, the entire grand finals, Sanhok is just gonna get played for I guess 5 times. That's it. Every day,
Yep.
1 time Sanhok, 2 times Miramar, and 3 times Erangel. What a beautiful matchup we got to play. As you said, Erangel, Miramar. I mean, the biggest map you play in Miramar and the smallest map that's gonna be a vice versa completely go through, and then a classic experience you got again. So starting things off on the day, that's going to be Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. That's going to be very true. But the second half of the day is going to be the most crucial and the most important one.
Too. And I mean, also, after playing 3 matches, all the teams are going to be at least a little tired, right? I mean, if you unless you're bringing in substitutes, your player of 5, 6. If not, if you're going in with the same 4 players, they're going to be tired and exhausted. I mean, doesn't really matter who you are. You gotta be exhausted. They gotta keep themselves, energized to keep themselves hydrated as well, because it's hot outside. Once again, it's hot outside, and there is a lot of heat inside as well. So they gotta be on point. They gotta make sure that they bring out their best. It's not gonna be easy with teams with 4 players only. So uh talking about the map of Miramar once again, sniper action, a lot of open spaces, uneven bridges, not a lot of buildings, but once again, the play zone can come into play. Because this time we saw CHEMIN Esports on the map of Erangel actually, going down to the play zone. Not what I expect of them. Not really sure how that happened. Did you see what exactly happened? Because I think he was knocked or something outside by one of the
I,
teams.
I did see what happened there exactly. There was one player surviving after having a fight. There was one last player surviving, and that's where Kevin got eliminated. But right now, it's time for Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. And before that, we know our traditions right. We know that we are gonna see the beautiful game faces of these players out there. Marcos, the champions, the first ever team to get, I mean, the first ever team to get the first ever chicken dinner in the grand finals itself. All other teams, they are trying to figure out a way on how do they get one for themselves. Kevin Esports a bit, I don't say exactly tension is what they got right now, because that's just the first map, right? And so
Yep.
yes, they got a good one, but right now they need to focus. Oh my god, Edge, this is gonna be
Wow.
amazing.
That's nuts. That is just beautiful. You wanted Los Leones, but guess what? The flight's going right above the city. So you got your, you got your wish there. But is it gonna be the play zone now? Now I actually want the play zone to be completely off the, off the path. Maybe somewhere towards the northwest. I don't want it northeast as well. I want it towards the northwest. So it's gonna be really hard for the teams to rotate as well. But let's see what's gonna happen, because right now players, well, they can't go to areas like water treatment, ruins especially, or Campo Militar, right? So they gotta be careful and still waiting for the zone. But teams that are at the bottom, and I mean Revenant especially, they gotta make full use of this particular map. They gotta make sure that this match is where they get a few more finishes, few more placement points, and just to close up the distance between them and number one spot, which was 25 points. But that play zone somehow has a lot of water, 80 to 20.
Again and again. The previous map, you remember, Sam? You remember Edge, right? I mean, okay. Okay, you remember. I mean, I'm so excited right now having this beautiful play
Understandable.
zone in front of me. I just got confused with the names itself. But right now, the names that we have on our screen are not at all confused on taking a drop clash itself. And that's going to be Enigma Galaxy having a drop clash. But on the other side, if I talk about the beautiful play zone, that's going to be the most amazing one. Impala and Los Leones is something I talked about. And there you go. But initially, we have Enigma taking the players of Enigma Galaxy out and down. MJ gets eliminated too, is what Enigma got themselves. And more to is something that they are looking forward to. Rex getting the title of first pick.
Well, another good drop class. I mean, I thought, the first day, I think I thought there we would be, going in for those just some easy peasy, positions going in for displacement points. It looks like team they have something else in store for us. But Enigma Galaxy once again, ouch, losing two players already pretty early. First minute, first 30 seconds of the drop, not the kind of not the kind of start they wanted once again. Enigma, on the other hand, two finishes for their name, and they're looking to get everyone else on the side of Enigma as well. But this, oh no, Vicky's actually left alone. He's isolated, and there are three players on the side of Enigma. While all this is happening, SKYLIGHTZ yet again lose a player pretty early into the match.
Fortunate for SKYLIGHTZ, but right now I'm more interested to see what Wixie has planned. He hasn't moved a muscle recently. He takes down one, he takes down the second as well. Oh my god, he could have the chance to took third one. He could have taken the third one down. Oh my god, gets eliminated, and that's how Enigma Galaxy will be losing players back and forth. On the other side, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is losing player Wexy down and out completely. Revenant is the one having a fight with them, and Core out here trying to get his hand on everything that he needs. I mean, look at that. He got good ammo. He just doesn't have an helmet, and that is something he needs to look forward to. But blind right now, Williams get caught in a complete open area. Nearby, he has 8-bit Juicy. So I guess 8-bit, they punished Shadow in the beginning itself, but right now Shadow is being revived back, is being given a life. But I'm just having a second thought on what SKYLIGHTZ Gaming has planned. Do they get another life, or do they get eliminated early?
A lot of questions. A lot of questions. And Pokar goes down to top dog. Once again, SKYLIGHTZ. Well, they're trying to find their groove, but we still have 16 squads, 59 players. Williams, on the other hand, took a lot of damage, but dealt a few as well. Gotta be careful. Tsunami, I don't think that that scope is really beneficial at that range. I mean, even this one, to be honest, it's I don't know, man. That's just there's just no way that he should be able to land a couple of shots back to back, maybe one in every 10 shots, I guess. But if he's going for the one taps, then there's a really good chance. I want to see if he actually, if he's actually gonna be doing it, if he's gonna be able to land and get a knock at least. Forget about finishes, but I want to see if he's able to get any knocks. But War, on the other hand, last time they did survive till the top 3, but they only had one finish, which brought their total up to 11. They were not happy about it, so maybe this time they'll, do a better job. But already doing a better job are the side of Revenant. They have 2 for themselves, and they already have a better score than last time.
Definitely. Revenant got nothing in the previous match, so there's something that they are looking forward to. OR on the other side, look at the game phase this man got. Jelly, Aditya, Atanki, and Aru. 4 surviving players. Marcos Gaming, we have Don, Gasti, Paukilo, and Dino performing out here. They put up a beautiful match previously. Right now, I'm looking forward to what plans do they have for Miramar itself. Because again, if I come back to Godlike, we all know that Godlike is pretty strong when it comes to Miramar, and when they just got all the advantages that they are looking forward to. So, gonna be amazing to witness action, and maybe again, if we get to see a fight between Marcos and Godlike, that could be a revenge that Godlike could take, or once again Marcos could take down the sides of Godlike. Anything can happen because it's Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, and you know, right, Miramar, it turns around to be something that is just against all your expectations. But right now, I do not expect anything to happen for the 10-minute mark each and every time. I keep on saying this. I know, Edge, it's 15 for you, but let's just see what happens out there, because still not an entire squad got eliminated. We have 5 players who got eliminated, 3 from NIGMA Galaxy, if I'm not wrong, and 2 from 2 from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. I'm looking forward to which is the first squad that gets eliminated completely.
First squad. I hope it's not the same ones that were eliminated last time. I mean, even though Revenant have 2 finishes, I still don't want them to get eliminated. Maybe the one that were actually on top. What if the teams at the top last time, I forgot who they were. Oh my god, Marcos or Godlike. What if they're the one to get eliminated first? Because then we have a really good chance of having a comeback from those teams in the top bottom 8. Enigma, Blind Soul, Global, CHEMIN, SKYLIGHTZ, Revenant, and 7Sea. Maybe they can put up a better performance and make their way back into the, let's say, top 10 at least. So that's going to be a bit too much to ask for, I know, but there's always a chance, and when there's hope, there is a chance of making it happen. So let's see what happens right now. It's going to be Global once again, just scouting the area, getting the loot for themselves, making sure that they are stacked, and they're traveling in style right now. Mania wanted to be on top of the car there, but I think he's going to be shifting to another vehicle. So 2 vehicles now for the side of Global, and they got to be careful, because last time we did see what happened to 7Sea. They were in the same vehicle, and that one explosion took down both the players.
True that. On the other side, Edge, we got the ranks of the players. But before I talk about anything, Justin found 1 on Omega. And that's a big man down from the side of Team Soul. Omega gets eliminated completely. And again, Team CHEMIN Esports got themselves into a fight. Now, if I talk more about them, they are on the 13th position right now in the overall standings. Down there, you can see the overall rank, the number of finishes, and the total points that the team has gathered. On the other side, Soul is on hashtag 11 right now after out of all the 16 teams that we got. But right now, the upcoming zone shrink is something that matters the most. Impala, yes, 1 second prior, if I could have just said Impala, it could have been better. But again, Impala, a best compound, fight it out, then OR is looking good. I mean, if they could just wait up in that specific compound, it could be a beautiful match for them. Enigma Galaxy trying to enter, Revenant trying to enter, SKYLIGHTZ and 7Sea might meet each other before they get into the zone, or before any one of them could get into the zone, because if they have a rotational clash here, you know what is going to happen. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have all the players, and right besides we have 7Sea. Now it's upon the team to decide whether they want to get into this fight, Edge, or no, and I guess they won't be getting into this fight.
But there's no squad elimination just yet. We're about to hit that 10-minute mark, and 7Sea, well, they're traveling in style. They gotta be careful, and also, I mean, for a fact, right? Darsh, I mean, it is the biggest map here in the BGMI, so it's gonna take a bit longer than what Erangel took. So we might be, in some silent phases here, and we're currently in that phase. A bit of everyone trying to get their, positions right, trying to make sure that everything is with them, and also stashing up their inventory, util, and everything. SKYLIGHTZ now finally. I'm already 2-man down. I think that was a bad idea engaging 7C, but maybe 7C Aladdin I think he's split up from his teammates, so that's why he decides not to take that fight. But also, I think the fact that he's out in the open might be one of the reasons that he's like, let's just skip this fight. Maybe later on we'll find them, because SKYLIGHTZ, this should be an easy one for them, and they're really far away from the zone as well. 1,400 meters.
A long distance to migrate out and get yourself into the zone. But right now, we may see a proper 4v4 fight happening between TSM and CHEMIN Esports, because CHEMIN Esports, they got a sound queue of players being nearby. So right now, I'm looking forward to what this fight is going to be all about. But Revenant takes the players of ENIGMA. Top dog being at the top right now, takes down 1, takes down 2. Encore eliminates Viru out there, and I guess ENIGMA is on the urge of faltering down. Soul has lost Omega. As I said, CHEMIN Esports was the one to eliminate Omega, and after that, Team Soul decides not to get into that fight and just get held out of that position, find themselves a second position. But now that second position eventually is leading them to another fight. CHEMIN Esports and TSM, a fight that was I was about to talk, can get initiated any moment right now, because look at that. One player from CHEMIN Esports is really close to TSM, and he's just waiting for an opportunity. As soon as he gets that, there's no movement. I doubt CHEMIN Esports will be waiting to capitalize over TSM.
They're waiting, as you said, but GODLIKE, they're hungry. They are not happy with their performance last time, and you can see who they brought in. You can see Jonathan is back right now, and as I said, it's all about the resting and the rotations. While that's happening, Goblin takes down 1 player on the side of Blind, I believe, and now Soul, although a man down. They gotta be careful, and they're going in to get that finish. They want to get that confirmation, trying to take down the vehicle there to confirm that there's no one, trying to escape it. And no, Eggy goes down to Revenant. Oh my lord, the positioning that Enigma had was beautiful, but Revenant, just the way that they're moving with the movement, left, right, take them out. Enigma down and out. The first team to get eliminated right now are gonna be Enigma Gaming with 3 finishes, and 3 finishes only is not gonna help them. Soul Hector goes down to the explosion.
Difficult to welcome to Miramar, my friend. I've been waiting to say this since a long time. Akshat on the other side is looking forward to take some players down from Blind, but he's not getting that opportunity he is specifically waiting from. On the other side, we have Clutch God, Z-Guard, Neo, and Jonathan, the man itself. Just giving it a second thought, if 2 players from GODLIKE get eliminated, we just have Neo and Jonathan left. Just imagine what a deadly duo it will be, right? We saw Neo doing a... I wouldn't use a proper adjective on what Neo did, but it was amazing. But right now on the other side, we have Soul, Akshat, and Blind getting into a fight. Encore falls down to his own death. He has written his own death out there, and that's where I guess he'll be getting eliminated. Akshat, a beautiful grenade is what he chucks. Take 1 player down, and that's going to be Williams. The second one, he is into difficulties because his location is being compromised. Akshat going into a grenade parade right now, takes 1 down. But will he be able to take the second one is going to be the question. If he does that, that's going to be a huge one. Confirmation comes. Williams gets confirmed out there. Blind. Now, last surviving player is going to be Milzum. Not sure of what more he can do in a 1v3 situation where there's a lot of grenades. There's a lot of explosion happening nearby. I'm just waiting to see what more can be done. I guess the grenade parade is done itself, and right now a gun is something that they need to look forward to. But Soul versus Blind, this fight is going to get more interesting. If Blind takes a 1v3, the probability chances are really low because all the players, they are pushing together out here. Williams needs to be careful. He gets 1. No, he doesn't. Team Blind gets eliminated. Soul gets 3 for themselves.
Second squad out. So looking strong right now. Although they did, have an explosion knock there. Unfortunately, they're looking. I mean, for now they're looking really good. But you gotta keep an eye on other squads that are making their way into the zone right now, and but by that I mean Marcos coming off of a beautiful victory in the last one on the map of Erangel. Ooh, did he get that?
Yes. Yes, he did.
Wow! Top dog, but then Soul snatches it, but doesn't really matter. Aksha takes on Paradox now. They are looking confident, so Revenant, instant revival coming in. Oh, actually, never mind. Paradox is still down. That's actually Top Dog trying to heal himself up, but Playzone takes on one of the players now. Unfortunately, I mean, up until now, we had no trouble with the Playzone, but look at Kyoya's position. There's on the map. He's really far away. He's outside the zone and is really, really far away. And it's the third zone, so it's going to be dealing a lot of damage.
Dealing a damage, yes, but eventually, if he manages to survive it, how will this man enter the zone? He's gonna get gatekeeped, and that's where he needs to be careful of what can be done next. But on the other side, if you talk about Marcos Gaming, they have stopped the sides of Revenant. That's gonna be the entire squad getting gatekeep. Playzone will be taking carry down there. Marcos, they have lost one. Enigma Galaxy goes off. Revenant Paradox down to the ground. That's gonna be Power Kilo taking one. Top Dog, yes, there he is waiting to revive his teammate back out there. But again, yes, Marcos, they have already decided to go a bit more aggressive. One grenade goes from the sides of Gasti. I doubt that's going to get any kind of connection. Too short to get a connection, and that's where the grenade gets denied. Top Dog is a complete open area. Gasti, what are you waiting for? You got that opportunity, and he converts that right. Top Dog makes a mistake, gets punished. Paradox does the same, and now I doubt Paradox will be able to survive, but he's trying to figure out a way to get out of the situation, trying to go in for complete fires on the way. The angle that the players are peeking, find themselves a beat safe and secure position, but right now a 1v1 situation is what he needs to face out. Paradox versus Marcos. Will it work in his favor? No, I doubt, and Gasti will be eliminating a 1v3 against Revenant. That's gonna be Marcos Gaming. Gasti. 4 finishes for Marcos. Revenant gets eliminated completely.
They get eliminated once again. No position points, but 6 finishes. You gotta give it to Revenant. Beautiful performance, beautiful improvisation. I think I can call that an improvisation, but at the same time, that's not good enough because they have no position placement points. Yet again. So that is why I was kind of, waiting. I was kind of stuttering there for a second to see if I can actually call it an improvisation. But unfortunately, 6 points is still better than 0. So you got to give it to them. Soul with 4 finishes right now. 42 players with 12 teams alive. But here's the thing. Teams like Global, OR, and TSM, and even 7C, they have nothing. And even GODLIKE, the one with 13 finishes in the last match, especially Neo popping off with 7, they have nothing as of now. They gotta start getting those finishes because we're already we already crossed that 18-minute mark as well. The 4th zone is coming into play. Now it's gonna be chaotic for all the squads. Goblin taking a lot of damage, goes down to Somraj from SG with the Mini 14, and Blaze OP takes down Destro on the side of CHEMIN. CHEMIN, they were nowhere to be found, and Destro will be nowhere to be found because he's gonna be buried deep in the sands of Miramar. Going to be the first casualty for the side of CHEMIN Esports.
Look at the position now. I know this team haven't got anything on the basis of number, but okay. I mean, Team GODLIKE, they got a beautiful position right now to work around with. All they need to do is defend it. And if they are able to do that, they can make wonders happen. But on the other side, we have one fight going on. 7C Savitar going in for a grenade. Marcos done. Hit. And that's gonna be turned down to the ground. Savitar right now is looking good on what he is doing. It takes one, and at that moment, after taking one player down, he just gets back to his team because he knows waiting for a longer period of time on one same position is just gonna bite him back real bad. Now, Team 7C, they got an opening that they were waiting for. Marcos Gaming, the team who has dominated in the very first map, is just falling apart like dominoes. It's just falling down like dominoes, I would say. Cast will be going in for a Molotov connection. I doubt that gets a connection on Savitar or Sarang because both these players, they are already here. Sarang got an M249 worked around. Savitar gets caught there, Gasti. Magical HP surviving on gets third party from TSM. And that's how Team Marcos Gaming gets eliminated. Unfortunate. TSM Ninja Jord will be taking 7C Savitar out there. Aditya will be taking Juicy. And Ryan, no, Madman gets eliminated. OR eliminates 8, but the entire score with the vehicle explosion itself.
That's unfortunate and unacceptable once again. That's all I'm gonna be, saying, and it's gonna be 7C as well. Going to play HYDRAS getting eliminated as well. 8-bit, unfortunately, with the explosion going down, and now Sarang. Oh, he goes down pretty easy. Work for Ninja Jod, and see in deep trouble. Akshat, on the other hand, he goes down to Aru as well. While Clutchcard is still looking to find any finishes there. Hector's the sole survivor for the side of Seoul right now, Darsh.
True, that's gonna be really true. On the other side, you got a 1v4. There's a grenade that just came. There's a second grenade. Oh my god, a beautiful connection Aditya got. That's how Team Seoul gets eliminated. Aladdin got a 1. Beautiful on Joker as well. That's going to be one player down. This is turning out to be the most amazing match. Jonathan, right now, they need to find some finish for themselves because at the end of the day, you know, right, how important finishes are. Z-God will be taking Entity Shadow out there. These players were waiting for me to say that, and as soon as I say they need to do something, they did. They took one player down. Gamla Boy will be taking Aquanox out there. Jonathan trying his level best to take some players in his crosshair, but that ain't working in his favor. Team Seoul gets eliminated completely. Aquanox down to the ground. CHEMIN Esports Robin goes down. So Team CHEMIN Esports getting decimated once again. Robin gets eliminated completely. Jonathan looking really confident, but this confident needs to be put a full stop right here because once this beast gets up, there's no going back. Hence, back and forth all that Jonathan is looking forward to his grenade. But again, the team calls him back. They need to wait before doing anything because they got the zone itself. Team GODLIKE becomes the team to be inside the zone. Open. I mean, look at that. They got all the angles for themselves. There's no other one. Inside the play zone, they got an inner wall cover to work around with. All they need to do is defend it in the most beautiful way to get that victory for themselves.
But here's the thing. Doesn't really matter how confident you are. Doesn't really matter if the zone's coming in. GODLIKE, they have no finishes yet. That's gotta be at the back of their heads. And also they're losing out of, potential finishes there because we're down to 20, which means they only have 16 players to work with. So Justin is out. Entity Dark Lord, he goes down to Jonathan. Finally, the first one coming in. CHEMIN once again going out. Once again, only 3 finishes to themselves. And not a great day. Not a great start to the grand final for the side of CHEMIN. It's going to be Entity Nuke going down in the hands of Atang. It's going to be Ninja Dog taken down by Gamla Boy. And Jonathan finally gets himself another one. Troy is going to be finished off in Dark Lord as well. Entity Gaming, they're feeling the heat of GODLIKE Esports right now. And there's nothing they can do. We're down to 5 squads, 15 players. Entity, they are going to be eliminated. SKYLIGHTZ, they have 2 alive. TSM, only 1 player. It's going to be Erangel going down to in the hands of Globals. Joker there, but SKYLIGHTZ, they are sneaking their way to the play zone and they got to make it work or else they're going to be in a lot of trouble in terms of points.
That's gonna be true. Global Esports Mania on the other side. I mean, the entire squad of Global Esports got 3 for themselves edge, and right now they need more and more. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they're holding a compound out there. OR Aditya in a complete open area. OR got 8. Aditya has done all the heavy lifting. Clutch got a beautiful grenade. Goes boom on Joker, and that's going to be 1 from Global Esports out and down. Clutch got out of that compound with the hope of finding players, but they need to be careful. Manya will take Somraj up there. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is the one that Manya has his all focus on. He'll be trying to go in for a second. Makes a mistake. Vehicle explosion. That's how Manya gets punished. Blaze will be taking off Manya completely. That's going to be 1 finish. Stolen completely. Blaze takes down Atanki as well. TSM right now is looking good, but right now Blaze is the last surviving player. Gets caught. His location gets compromised. Knuckle ready to take a revenge. Takes it perfectly. That's going to be TSM getting eliminated, but Global Esports at the same time, they have just compromised their location, and GODLIKE, they are in center. So GODLIKE, they need to decide on what can be done, because if they get out of that damn compound, they get caught by 2 teams or maybe 3, because they got 3 enemies surrounding them completely, and if they don't, they got no finishes. So it's like you fall down no matter where you go. It's just you who decides on what options you want to choose.
That is true. They're at the center, but they're the only team in cover right now. They have those buildings to work with, those couple of compounds and a couple of walls there. But Global, ooh, feeling the heat. Look at OR. They have 4 players surviving, and they also have 9 finishes. Absolute dominant performance coming in from them as well. Comparatively, last time they did only 1 finish, but they did survive in the top 3. So this time they're like, you know what, we are going to be surviving with 4 players, along with finishes, a lot of them, right? And while this is happening, Knuckle goes down to Atanki. Now the sole survivor is going to be Joker on the side of Global, while Aditya takes down Clutch God. Now they have shifted their focus towards the players of Godlike. And Atanki confirms Knuckle and Joker, the sole survivor. I think the zone will be the reason that he goes down there. Jelly's on his knees, but Atanki takes down Joker. That's Global being eliminated. Now the last 3 teams are Godlike and SKYLIGHTZ.
3 teams and 10 alive players. Clutch God is still down. They are trying to get him back. Yes, a life has been given to Clutch God once again. Now, Godlike, they got an opportunity to capitalize over that only if they can. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Gamla Boy gets caught. Aditya, instant trade coming back and forth. Godlike out of all this caught Samraj, and that's going to be SKYLIGHTZ getting eliminated. 5 is what Godlike got themselves. Now it's going to be a 4v4 fight, 4v3 because Aditya, he's already down. OR Jelly, he got a beautiful position. Arrow is trying to provide in for a revival, and I guess that's going to be successful because okay, there you go. That's going to be a 4v4 once again. OR got 11. Godlike got 5. Now, again, if Godlike wins this, the probability chances of OR coming on the top is higher, but there are some different plans that Godlike already have. Takes Aditya down, takes Arrow down. He goes down. Jelly, he's going to be the last man surviving. Godlike trying to go in for a bigger and the better one. Jelly gets caught. Easy victory for the sides of Team Godlike, getting decent amount of finishes, 15 placement points, and a chicken dinner that they missed in the previous match.
That was pretty easy at the end for the side of Godlike, and
True.
you could see those those finishes coming in at the end onto everyone. Those grenades were beautiful. But OR, you gotta give it to them. That is absolutely beautiful performance coming in from them. Comparatively from the last time, better performance, better finishes, and better placement as well. Last time they were 3rd, and now this time they were 2nd. But it's gonna be Godlike once again putting up a decent performance and taking away the chicken dinner as well this time.
That's true. Decent amount of finishes, but again, 15 placement points. But I do feel like the history is going to repeat as we may see Godlike coming on top. I mean, OR coming on top and Godlike going on the 2nd position. Not sure if that is going to happen because Godlike, what happened in the previous match was Marcos won the chicken dinner, but Godlike were the one on #1. So, right? Anything can happen right now, and we'll be just waiting for highlights for the overall standings. I don't know if we are going to be seeing that so early or no, but yeah, I'm looking forward to what changes has happened. #1, #2, it's going to be Godlike and Marcos in the overall. Yes, for the match, it's going to be OR and Godlike once again. But it's beautiful what OR eventually did. What a beautiful way. 11 finishes is what they got. They could have, went in for a 30 bomber if they could get the chicken dinner on this match itself. But again, right, Godlike, they got the zone itself, and that's where everything just turned around. But right now, how the Miramar action started was between Enigma and Revenant getting into a fight, and I guess Enigma got eliminated early. Revenant, yes, they survived out of that fight, but I guess even they got eliminated in the mid fight itself, and that's where things did not work out in their favor.
True, but even in the overall, once again, just talking about the overall, I think Godlike and OR are going to be sharing that 1 and 2 spots. We'll talk about that in a minute, because right now, let's take a look at how things started with Enigma going down in the hands of Enigma Galaxy there at the start. But then, once again, Enigma with the man advantage, right? That man advantage was crucial and was the reason why Enigma Galaxy lost. I mean, a lot of players there at the beginning itself. Justin caught Omega off guard and instantly decided to finish him off, and that's how Soul were playing at a disadvantage.
True that, very true. On the other sides, we got to see a fight between Blind and Soul Goblin. That was a beautiful grenade. He took down Shadow completely. Akshat took Williams down, confirmed Williams with a grenade. It was a beautiful one for the sides of Team Soul. They were looking good on the way they were trying to figure out of all the fights they were taking in. Marcos Gaming Dino, look at Top Dog. What a precise and a beautiful spray it was. Moving vehicle, not just him, but the enemies as well, and he took players down. Top Dog, he looked beautiful until and unless Marcos Gaming caught them, and that was the entire squad of Revenant, I guess, getting eliminated. Now, this is the fight I was talking about. Revenant, they got eliminated here. OR looking good from the beginning itself. They got themselves into the fight with the sides of Team Soul, and that's where they started off with their domination. Dawn gets caught by Savitar, and that's where the grenade works beautifully for Savitar. I like the way Savitar performed out here. I mean, he took one player down, and at the same time, he just went back. But what went wrong there was a third party from the sides of Team TSM.
A lot of third-party fights this time. You could see that happening right from the start itself. But not a lot of damage being dealt there. I mean, OR did a really good job with the third party. GODLIKE got a couple of third party finishes there as well. At the end, because of the play zone that was in their favor. And Jonathan, well, told you this man. I mean, you give him space to work with, he will deliver no matter what. And you can see everyone in the buildings at the final zone, everyone that were in the buildings had the the advantage. Be it GODLIKE, be it OR. But Global, you gotta give it to Global as well. They tried their best, but unfortunately, the zone was not in their favor. Clutch got beautiful grenades, never stopped, right? Even in the semifinals, he was just going ham with those grenade finishes. And even now, those grenades are doing all the work for the side of GODLIKE, and not just GODLIKE, I mean Clutch God especially. Calling in the shots along with the grenades that are being thrown all over the map here. Joker did his best to take down Jelly before he went down, because he knows for a fact that he was going to go down. He did what he could, but then he was unfortunately taken out by the play zone.
GODLIKE, I mean, right? That's the moment where GODLIKE got their victory, and the MVP of the match is already here. We got OR Aditya, the second match MVP, and that's going to be 5 finishes for him. Total of contribution, if I talk, that's going to be 45.45%. Now, the number, they have been balanced, but again, OR, they did a beautiful job, I would say. Out of all the finishes that he got, it was a beautiful team performance that came through. The players weren't performing individually, right, Edge? We saw all the players surviving till the end itself. And this comes to a point which tells us that Team OR, they haven't just worked on single 2 or 3 players, but the entire squad has done a beautiful job. And out of all that, Aditya is being titled as the Gillette MVP of the match. But there you go, match standings. GODLIKE again, hashtag 1 for them, with a total of 24, and OR on the second with 23. A single point difference, but do I see a 50? No, not exactly 50. 25 plus 24, that's going to be 49 that GODLIKE got in 2 matches.
Now, that is a really good lead in terms of other teams at the bottom half. But where is Marcos? Let me just spot them out. Yeah, 5.
10.
So I think OR is going to be stealing their second spot in the overall standings after this. But GODLIKE, they're way ahead of everyone right now. They're already, I mean, told you, today is all about setting that benchmark. It's all about making a mark for yourself, and GODLIKE is doing that. 2 games, 1 chicken dinner, 1 second position. But both of them, really good. 9 finishes this time, 13 last time. Neil absolutely popped off last time, but this time it was more like a team effort. Everyone did their job. So, 24 and 25, absolutely insane. TSM, 7 finishes, 13 total points. Once again, look at the difference between second and third. 10 points. You might think it's not a lot, but trust me, 10 points, after it keeps adding up every single time, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, at the end of the day, 60-point difference. So that's not what they want. They got to close that distance up. Doesn't really matter if it's TSM, SKYLIGHTZ sitting on 12, Global sitting on 12. Everyone, they need to close things off. REVENANT, better performance, much better performance. No finishing points. Sorry, no position placement points, but 6 finishing points, 6 total points. NTD sitting on 5 points. CHEMIN, once again, 5 points only. Team Soul 5, Marcos 5, 7C 3, ENIGMA 3, Team 8-bit 2. HYDRAS this time only gets 1. But NIGMA, Galaxy, and Blind, they are sitting at the bottom with no points at all. And with that, look at that overall standings there, Darsh. GODLIKE sitting on top with 49 OR Esports, 2 matches, 22 placement points, 12 finishes. I mean, Godlike already dominating with the placement points along with those finishes as well.
Okay, right now, just one single point, and that could have been 50 in 2 matches. Just giving it a second thought on how dominant it could have been if Godlike could have got one extra finish in the previous match. But nevertheless, 49 is a huge number that they got. OR got on the second position with 34. Marcos got 29. TSM got 23. A 20-point difference itself, starting from the first and the third position. Look at how far Godlike already is. And if the entire day goes in their favor, man, oh man, we can see 100 coming any moment. And I am really high on expectations right now regarding the same. Global got 15, SKYLIGHTZ got 14, Hyderabad HYDRAS tying up with SKYLIGHTZ for 14. Entity got 12. And that was a beautiful one that all these teams are, having for themselves. But okay, we need to wait. We need to have patience to see the second sides of the overall standing, not more, because we have 8-bit on the 9th having a downfall of 3 positions.
I mean, first things first, look at the difference between 9th and first position right now. 9 points here and 49. Like 49. Where's 49? Where's 11 points? There's a lot of difference. 38 to be exact. And it's just 2 games, Darsh. It's been 2 games. I mean, if that's gonna be the case, Godlike's gonna cruise towards victory. I mean, after 2 days, no one's gonna be able to catch them if that happens. If this dominance keeps happening. But CHEMIN, they're sitting on 8. Soul sitting on 8 as well. REVENANT sitting on 6. 7Sea NIGMA and NIGMA and Blind. All of them are sitting on 4. They gotta start building up. Look at the difference between Blind and NIGMA, 7Sea and Godlike. I mean, I'm comparing them with Godlike every single time because they're the ones sitting on hashtag number 1 right at this point, right? They're sitting on the number 1 spot. Only thing that matters is who's gonna come out on top. And right now, Godlike are sitting on 49. So that's 45-point difference.
Huge
7Sea
one.
NIGMA and NIGMA Blind. A lot of work to do. A lot.
Agreed. Completely agreed. I mean, how much destruction just 2 matches have caused already. And you know that, right? Now, after each and every map comes here, we are gonna see maybe like changing positions every time, and the change won't be in terms of one or two positions, but trust me, Edge, this time it's gonna be multiple position getting up, down, back, forth with each and every passing match. It's all about grand finals. It's just the start itself, day 1, and the teams are looking strong. Some specific teams, they are looking too strong, and some
Yeah.
teams, they are faltering down. Now, I'm not going to name any team because, right, everything has a pros and a cons. Now, if for example, just giving it a second thought, now we saw teams holding the center. They had the advantage that they didn't have to move even a single muscle out of that position. But what was the disadvantage? There were n number of enemies all around, and they were getting
Exactly.
mated from each and every angle. So everything has a pro and a con. It's just up to the teams how they decide to work on it, and how the hell do they get out of that single position. But Miramar, it has just turned around to be one of the most amazing match. Now I remember one more thing that happened in Miramar with 8-bit. The entire squad got eliminated because
Explosion.
of the vehicle explosion. That was unfortunate, that hurted, but Team OR, that was the team to eliminate the entire squad. Now, that's where you need to be careful in Miramar itself, because the stability of vehicle is something that you do not trust no matter what.
I mean, they'll take it. All right. I mean, if they're getting points, they'll take it. Doesn't really matter how you get them, as long as you get them. Because once again, cannot emphasize on this enough. The only thing that matters at this point is you can as soon as you can, and getting, just establishing a lead right off the bat, like Godlike are doing right now. Right? Even between them and OR, there's a huge gap. Right? It's not really intense, like 30 to 40 point, but still a 10 to 15, a really good lead in terms of points. And Godlike, well, I mean, you said you're not going to be naming them, but I'm going to just go ahead and name them. I mean, it's Godlike, OR and Marcos just absolutely dominating the server right now, as of now, at least the first two. But if they do it again, then I think it's safe to say that they're going to keep doing it for the entire day. Because maybe it's just a day. Sometimes you never know. Sometimes it's just, a day that the team is feeling themselves, right? And right now, it feels like Godlike, OR, and Marcos, all these three teams are absolutely popping off. And I say Marcos because they started off really well. Even the second one, they did okay. They didn't do great, but they did get those beautiful, early 4 finishes. So that was beautiful to watch. But unfortunately, they were eliminated pretty quickly. So let's see what happens. We are going to be heading on to Erangel once again with the player cams already in front of us. It's going to be beautiful to watch, but it's going to be another beautiful caster joining you guys right now. It's going to be Sam, the last hope for mankind.
Okay. I did not expect to be the last hope for mankind, especially after watching matches like this. I mean, I wouldn't want to be the last hope for mankind, especially when Godlike is playing like that back-to-back 2 matches, and I'm pretty sure if they had a chance and if Zigod got that first victory for his team, we would have seen 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. And Edge, you were talking about new winners as of today, and I mean both of you were talking about it, that we might end up seeing new winners in the 6 matches that we are going to be witnessing. But it looks like teams are already looking forward to their repetitive chicken dinners. But now, with the Erangel flight path right in front of our screens, we're going to be seeing how teams manage to make this work. And I'm looking forward to how it is going to be working out in terms, because the flight path, you can see it is going to be from the western ends to the eastern edges, kind of trying to divide the flight path, I would say the map, in half.
Going to be true. The map is getting divided into half, but again, Sam, it depends on the play zone, and somewhere nearby I feel like military base is something that we may expect. Now, not sure if that's going to happen or no, but expectations at the end of the day is something that I do have. We saw a drop clash again. We have a drop clash in Pochinki, Sam. That's going to be Marcos and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. The previous time, Marcos was better. This time, just waiting to see who is going to be better. And I guess that's going to be the play zone itself, because it's completely an eastern shift towards Yasnaya, Kameshki, Lipoka. And out of all that, let me tell you something, Sam. Yasnaya, Godlike, again at the center of the zone.
I mean, they're going to be loving it, Darshita. If they get a center hold and if the circle eventually even in the last zones favor them, Godlike might be looking forward to their second chicken dinner. And I'm looking forward to it if we see that second chicken dinner happening. I know it's not going to be easy to get back-to-back victories, but if it's a team that you want to talk about a back-to-back victory, I would say Godlike are going to be one of those teams where you can safely place your bets, and I'm pretty sure they'll be looking forward to it. But it looks like Hyderabad HYDRAS, they are also right now looking forward to their loot and their first chicken dinner. They are also a team who performed really well, not on day 1 completely, I would say, but when we saw their performance, when we came to the 4th and the 5th match in the semi-final, it was exceptional. But right now, the team that got the first chicken dinner, that's going to be Marcos, facing, I would say, a brute force attack coming in from SKYLIGHTZ.
Is not happy right now. You remember, right? SKYLIGHTZ got eliminated in the first match. So right now, they're looking forward to a revenge. Now, it depends on will they be able to capitalize or no. They are all ready. They are all set here to take that revenge. And look at all the players surviving. Vexy, yes, he's a bit low, but again, he can patch himself up. Pukar needs to patch himself up. Don, his location gets compromised out there. The flank that he was trying to go, his location gets compromised. He gets caught. He gets punished. No. Not yet down and out, but a lot of damage is something that he has dealt with. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they need to be careful again, because this time, if this team goes down, it can be really difficult for them to face this downfall, as this is the 3rd map already. Right now, the game faces, they are looking really, really good.
I agree with you. I mean, right now the game faces might be great. They might be looking forward to fights and finishes. But as you said, SKYLIGHTZ, they need to be a little bit cautious. They need to take a strategic move. They cannot brute force their way in to get that finishes. If they try and do that, maybe Marcos holding the angles, which you're seeing right as now, rooftop and the different buildings, they can have an easy, I would say, fight and get those finishes for themselves. But right now, are we pushing Nigma Galaxy? He spotted out Dreams, but Dreams was quicker. pressing his trigger, and that's Dream taking one player down. Now immediately Rex looking forward to capitalizing, and yes, finally exchanges the blow, and Dreams, he's going to be out. I'm not too sure if there are other players to support inside that bunker, but right now he's done. Dreams has been lost. He's going to be the first pick of Erangel. That's going to be match 3 of the grand finals, and Marcos and SKYLIGHTZ still waiting it out. Dion, he might be the first casualty for Marcos, so Marcos need to make sure they're able to provide cover fire. But SKYLIGHTZ, they're also making a strategic move. They're surrounding and checking each and every building and corner to make sure they have information. But a grenade comes. I think it did do chip damage on Ghosty, and Ghosty is right as of now still not looking forward to give away his complete position. He does not want to go in for a peek.
Be true. On the other side, we have Somraj, we have Tino Front, Vexi Pokar holding the same angle. But right now, you know what, Sam? It's the second time that Marcos and SKYLIGHTZ are going in for that drop clash. So Marcos Gaming versus SKYLIGHTZ Gaming in Erangel is a love story that we are going to witness for the next 4 days completely. There's
agree
no
with you.
going back to this. Every time we jump to Erangel, we know that this love story is something that we always have here to start our day. We always say, like, we do not have anything for the start 10 minutes, nothing happening. Marcos Gaming and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have decided to deny us on that, especially in Erangel itself, because that's how it is. Right now, there's no movement made. Yes, the damages, they are being exchanged, blows are being exchanged, but that's not helping. Not just to one team, but to the other as well, because all the 4 players, they are standing strong. I'm just giving it a second thought on what the last player of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is doing. Right now, look at that sweet little spot out there. That's Gamla Boy, and he's so far away.
I mean, right now, I don't know, as you said, what SKYLIGHTZ and Marcos are planning to do. You did mention about the love story and the fight that these teams are going to be showing us, the drop clash, but this time, none of them are going in for, I would say, even a proactive or a reactive approach. Both of them are holding their horses. I'm pretty sure their strategy here is either SKYLIGHTZ, Marcos is thinking either SKYLIGHTZ will make the mistake, whereas SKYLIGHTZ thinking that Marcos will make a mistake. I think that is going to be stalling for some time now, but we did talk about Hyderabad Hydras where we saw them initially, and now they are, I guess, in, I'm not sure, I'm completely sure they're in Georgiapool, but north or south, I think they should be in the North Georgiapool apartments, and they're looking forward to the loot. 7C, I would say, if you want to talk about this team, we did see them how they entered their way into the grand finals. The first few days, Darshita, we all saw that it did not look like 7C had an, I would say, chance to even get into the second page. But after that, they understood the stakes of the tournament, started performing, and there was nobody there to deny them the spot to qualify into the grand final. SKYLIGHTZ, as you guys already said, they are an exceptional team. We know them for their aggression, and they were one of the teams which ended on the semifinals, and especially they are the teams on the last matchup where they got the chicken dinner for themselves, and it was a brilliant way and a fashion to end semifinals and qualify into the grand finals. They're looking forward to converting that aggression and taking it ahead here on Erangel, but still it's taking time. And Marcos and SKYLIGHTZ, right now I'm done, guys. Either you guys fight or we are going to be moving right now.
True that, Sam. Because already we are on the mark of 8 minutes.
And
They
they're
would have
just
decided
standing.
to wait.
Exactly.
Why? Do something. We are waiting for you. I mean, I'm waiting here excitedly to see who is gonna be the one capitalizing. Is there gonna be a revenge that gets taken, or is that gonna be the same team repeating again? And I guess we need to wait more. Why the hell in this world do you guys want to take us to the 10 minutes mark each and every time? Look at that, 8 minutes. More 2 minutes, Sam, and we are going to hit that 10 minutes mark. Williams, I mean, that's going to be the sides of Team Blind right now. Looking not so good, I would say. I mean, okay, you got your vehicle stuck, my friend, but Spy said, don't worry, I got your back, and that's how he'll be saving his teammate out there. They are trying to rotate. They are on the blues already, and they're going to utilize a lot of their utilities.
Look at this. I mean, they right now kind of making a pressurized move. They understand the zone is doing damage. They have to use the utilities, as you said, and that's the reason they want to first make their way out, and they're making themselves hit boulders, haystacks, and getting stalled in their rotation. Enigma Galaxy, if you want to talk about it, their lost Dreams, unfortunate, he was stuck in a bunker. Enigma spotted it, but if Dreams could have pulled off a 1v2, Enigma would have been the ones who would have lost 2 players back to back just because of one small wrong move. But this is Erangel, right, Darshita? We keep talking about it. 10-minute mark is where everything starts. I think that's what both Skylights as well as Marcos are waiting. But now they have to fight it out, or somebody has to completely back off because the circle it's moved to the northeastern edges. It's going to be making life difficult. And look at this, OR are entering towards downwards from the south ends of school. Even 8-bit are at the south ends of school. And finally, we are seeing the fight kick off. Pukar will be starting off on Marcos. Marcos will right now have to give away and now try to make a run from here. Whereas Skylines they did not want to, but look at this. Immediately trying to climb first floor, and immediately Dion tries to answer back, but Dion gets traded off, and that's going to be Gamla Boy. And Ghosty right now trying to find something brilliant, but Ghosty also goes down to Vexy. And one after one, players are falling, but Skylights they have one last player surviving. Same goes for Marcos, but where is that last player surviving from both these teams? Don is outside. He's propping up a grenade. He's looking for to throw that grenade, but TSM are also having a fight with Soul, and Ninja Jod was ready with his rifle, but he changed. He wanted to pick up his grenade and wanted to throw it, but in the meantime, the push comes, the white swing comes through the door, and it knocks Ninja Jod. But look at this, OR also Atanki with a grenade on 8-bit Tsunami. So the 10-minute mark got hit, and players everywhere around the map, Darshita, are just popping off and eliminating each other.
My eyes were waiting to see this, Sam. My eyes were tired of waiting to see all this happening in Erangel itself. Now we have SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Vexy is the last surviving player. Pukar, he got the opening that everyone needed. But again, I doubt SKYLIGHTZ Gaming will be able to survive out of the situation. Don going in for a revival must need it because zone is already here, and if right now the revival is not provided, players may falter down. Looking forward to what Vexy has planned. He's going into a 1v1 with Gasty, but he needs to make sure that the gun he is using will help him a lot because Gasty already has a Uzi to walk around with, and the close range beast is what Uzi is called. So you need to be a bit more safe and secure. Revival are not getting provided out there. Gamla Boy is just bleeding out. Gasty, we're looking forward to completely eliminate. Playzone takes one more out. Vexy is the last surviving player. Not sure of what more he can do. Gets caught, takes one, punishes one player down, punishes the second as well. God, 1v3 Vexy. This man is going bonkers. Man going crazy. Oh my god.
Unbelievable what just happened. I mean, Marcos, you did do the damage. Get out of there. You had 3 players surviving. You got one finish. That's okay. And especially the blue zone hitting you should have moved out. But right now, making the mistakes. And same goes for Soul. I think they wanted to pick up a fight with TSM. They did pick it up. Got one finish with themselves. But after that, they wanted to rotate. They did not calculate it. And right now, Godlike are holding them strong. They want to eliminate them. And look at Godlike. They're not even letting them come near. And there was a slam-in coming in from Omega and Jonathan. He's going to be going in for a drive-by and confirming the player Omega, and that's one casualty on Soul's end. They do have 2 finishes. They know where TSM is as well, and now Soul don't know what to do. They're a little bit confused. Yes, they will be thinking regrouping and then moving on to the next fight. But talking about the next fight, Nigma Galaxy, they've started it on blind.
Vexy, oh my god, this man, he got me crazy right now. 1v3, it's something that I'm not able to forget, but we'll talk about that later on because right now we have blind already here. Now, you talked about Godlike a while ago. Yes, Jonathan, he took one player off completely, but they already have a casualty, and that's a huge casualty that they have, Sam. That's Neo, the man, the monster himself. And you know, right, having a huge casualty, it can cause you a problem. But again, coming back to blind, they got Shadow off already. From TSM, we got Ninja Jod already saying a goodbye. So these teams, they have lost single of their players. The entire squad elimination, if I talk about, that's going to be only Marcos getting eliminated. But when I talk about single players getting eliminated, right from Soul, Godlike, TSM, Enigma Galaxy, Revenant, and Blind got their 1 players eliminated. SKYLIGHTZ got 2, 8-bit got 3. So much has happened. You know, in these 10 to 13 minutes point spot, like just in 3 minutes, so much has already happened. But the zone has decided to go off from Yasnaya even, and that's going to be a hard shift from Yasnaya to directly Stalber up there.
7 teams have lost at least 1 player. 2 more teams, one has lost 2 players, another has lost mostly everybody. So you can understand, out of the lobby of 16 teams, yes, 1 team has been eliminated. That's going to be Marcos. So right now it's going to be just, you know what, Okay, well, I'll talk about it later, but right now look at this rotation. You need to be smart about it. Blind, they're just trying to get out of a fight and they're moving into another one. They're not checking angles. They're thinking blindly they can get in a position where they can be happy about. Enigma having the higher ridge control, punishing them. They got a knock on a player from blind. The confirmation is still yet to be found, and I think Avi is going in for the confirmation. He's taken a buggy, but if he takes this buggy and goes and heads upward, it looks like there's players from NTT as well, so he needs to be very cautious. Avi, if he makes the mistake, he might be eliminated. But look at this, CHEMIN also finding a player. That's going to be Robin finding a player from blind. Avi confirming on Spy OP. Blind right now being found from various different teams. Unfortunate for them, and you can see blind in terms of the overall rank, they're still at the 16th position, Enigma at the 15th. Number of finishes is going to be 4 for both, but the total points is 5 for Enigma and blind is sitting at 4. So this is going to be something that blind want to kind of try and make their way out of. But Emil Sam, he's going to be the last surviving player. What is he right now going through? What is his thoughts? He has a vehicle right next to him, but that's still disastrous. If somebody spots that vehicle, especially in such an open area, they'll understand that there should be a player close by and maybe spam that vehicle, and blind might lose their last surviving player, and that could be the end for Team Blind as well.
Surviving is everything that is looking forward to, Sam. I mean, that's all that he can do, right? So is with the 8-bit out there. MJ gets caught by Emilsum now. Okay, he doesn't want to survive. He wants to take players. He wants to take finishes, and that's where he gets one for himself. That's going to be one player done and out completely. He needs to make sure that the area, the compound is a bit safe and secure, because as you said, Sam, the area is completely an open area and there are 4 players right in front of him from CHEMIN Esports. In the back lines even, he has some players to work around with, but on the other side, the zone is taking a complete different shift. That's going to be the complete upper edges of the zone, and that's going to be Stalber itself. The players, they need to make a way out of all the position that they have and make it inside the center itself, because right now the center is completely empty. You see no one in the center, and if any team capitalizes on that right now, they can make it work in their favor. And I guess I see a lot of marathon happening. Juicy goes down because of play zone. Marathon all around. The first one wins it beautifully.
Let's see who it is going to be. TSM already lost Ninja Jordan. Right now, they're losing a lot more. Players are spamming them. Same goes for Revenant. They're getting spammed from Enigma. And Viru is the one who's trying to hold them off. Let's see if Viru will be able to finish off a lot more, because he's the only player who's trying to push back the force coming in from Revenant. Encore, he is up front. He does the damage on Viru. And right now, Viru, he's not at a good spot to be. And Rex, he's come in to help Viru out there. The positions have been changed, but the damage coming in from Revenant, it is not stopping. Encore did it first with his rifle, now coming up with grenades. It's going to be difficult, but Entity finds Clutch God. That's going to be huge. That's going to be the IGL out. Now it's all up to Jonathan. This is a beast, but he's heading over to numerous players and teams, and I mean, we know if Jonathan has the information, he can fight out with various different players, but not various different teams at the same time, because they will have various different angles, as I said. And now Jonathan did not have the information. He was not looking forward to this slam. He was not looking forward to this mess up. He was just trying to cruise around to a safe spot and get spotted out from Soul. And now Soul want to eliminate him, and that's going to be the end, as Goblin will be finding him, and that's going to be end for GODLIKE. Not a brilliant conversion after getting a chicken dinner from Miramar to Erangel, Darshita.
True, completely agreed. +1 on that. On the other side, we have Blaze. This man was already down, was waiting for a confirmation, and he gets confirmed there and there. Encore gets caught from Aquanox. This man is trying to confirm him, completely eliminate him. Top Dog goes down to the ground. That's going to be Enigma. Avi taking a big man itself, where Atanki will be taking one from CHEMIN Esports. That's going to be one player down and out. Aquanox will be confirming one more. 1v3 single-handedly. TSM Aquanox. Oh my god, Sam, we witnessed a 1v3 in the beginning. We are witnessing it in the mid as well. What are your expectations? Can we see that happening again in the end even?
This is the grand finals. Get ready for a lot more happening. It did happen in the semifinals. Dion managed to clutch for his teammate on a 1v3. So I'm pretty sure the grand finals, even though there's a high pressure situation, players, I would say, kind of flourish and they completely show their best performance during these grand final tough times. But right now, Aquanox, he was trying to make a run, but gets spotted out from the players of Enigma. They've already bursted his tire, and that's the reason he spun out over there, and he could not control his vehicle. And now the only hope for him is going to be a tree. Let's see how long he can survive, and especially being outside the circle, it's going to be even more disastrous. But unfortunate for CHEMIN, if you watched the feed, you would have seen that OR converted brilliantly on CHEMIN, and now it's all up to Justin. I mean, we know how deadly Justin as even a solo player is, but again, compared to the other teams in terms of the numbers, it is always difficult to be representing and solely fighting for your team. And we will be seeing how far these teams will be able to push up. But Justin, there comes a ray of hope and sunshine towards him. Even though being the last surviving player, the circle says, we're here for you. It pushes up to him. Aquanox can also make it work only and only if he can pick Viru as well as Rex. In the meantime, 7C right now, you can see already on the map, it's 7C versus Soul. The screens are also on top of them. Both those views we are getting right as now, but they're just stalling it. There's an airdrop that's helping a player from 7C, but for how long? Soul, they do have the lower ground, but 7C, it was just stalling in terms of the fight. They wanted to call in for reinforcement, but there's a player right behind them. I'm not too sure which that is going to be. It's going to be Vexy, the last surviving player, but Global Esports, they're also going in for a drive-by. They've started entering, and now it's going to be very difficult. There's so many teams and players running across each other, and they're getting spotted one after another. Now Nakul, he's very low. He was one of the top fraggers from their team, and if he goes down right now, it's going to be difficult. But look at Vexy. He does not care whether it's a blue zone, whether it's an entire squad. He's looking forward to doing the damage. He was about to take down Sarang, but just because of the play zone, it does the damage. And I would say his opponent from 7C, Sarang, he capitalizes along with that advantage, and that's going to be the end for SKYLIGHTZ. A brilliant try coming in from Vexy, especially that he also got one placement point for his team along with 4 finishes.
Gonna be the vehicle tumbling out there. You need to be careful, my friend. Vehicles are something that can be dangerous, but right now danger was for Global Esports as they get eliminated from the sides of Team Entity out there. Hyderabad HYDRAS even giving some of their contribution in the entire fight. Justin, the last surviving player, the ray of hope gets denied as Justin gets eliminated, and that's going to be CHEMIN Esports getting eliminated once again. So the players are falling. Global Esports, we got a confirmation on that. NIGMA Galaxy get caught by 7C. Hyderabad HYDRAS, Ace Black takes Goblin, not just down, but out completely. Enigma Viru gets caught there, and that's going to be Atanki confirming him there. And their team Soul gets eliminated with 3 finishes, 5 team, 15 alive players. And 20 minutes done and dusted now. Atanki is going in for a grenade. It can get a beautiful connection. Goes boom. No, that bounce was something that saved Rex for a few moments. But again, Atanki will be going in for a second grenade. But before anything could happen, Aru went on and no, they couldn't get a connection out there, and Troy will be confirming one on Aladdin, and that's going to be Aladdin completely out and eliminated. 5 teams still alive with 14 alive players. Sarang gets down to the ground as Striker W finds some of his pixels lying out in the open. Prince is just down to his belly, down to his ground completely, and again, Sam, for the third map, we are high on hopes regarding the third new winner.
I mean, I was speculating that we might end up seeing repetitive winners, but as we start off kind of the different phase of a tournament, right? Teams understand that, okay, this is kind of a new page itself, so they kind of slow down their fight. But right now, it is not in terms of the actions and the intensity of the match. That never slows down. The grenades still making damage, and you saw Troy unfortunately being bursted. Now Dark Lord also falls, and Hyderabad HYDRAS looking forward to capitalize. Last surviving player is going to be NTT Nu, but OR, they start pushing up and they find a player from Hyderabad HYDRAS. So that player is down, but Rex, he's still surviving along with Avi, but I think I spoke a little bit too soon as Rex goes down. Now the only hope for Enigma is Avi. Let's see if Avi can do a lot. OR immediately going in prone. They understand they've utilized a lot in terms of resources and their health, committing to various different fights. First, they have to patch up, be ready, make sure they find a little bit at least better in terms of their equipment, because you can see Jelly, Aru, all the players, Atanki as well, their helmet and vest have taken a lot of damage. Now they either have to find a way to replace it, or either have to go jump in aggressive on the fights. Let's hope it works out. But 7C Prince being the last surviving player with, I understand, one finish. I'm not too sure how much he can do. I think there should be Sarang, but I did not get to see him on the screen. But Hyderabad Hydras have all their 4 players surviving, but the heavy lifting, it's being done from Ace Black. Now Ace Black, he's looking really good. Let's see if he can do a lot. Another player, Dark Lord, who's already knocked very early on. Right now there are more grenades. I'm not too sure how he was revived, but these grenades are only doing chip damage. But I think this last grenade coming in from Striker, it should confirm that knock on Dark Lord. But immediately Dark Lord, he does get the damage, but it's just going to be chip because he immediately patched himself up. But another grenade coming in, it knocks Troy back. There are players getting up from NGT, but Hyderabad Hydras denying them one after another,
making them fall really bad, and they have decided to completely eliminate them. 7 Seed Prince, as you said, the last surviving player, not sure of how much more. Okay, I think I was speaking too soon again, as you were doing, Sam, and that's how Prince gets eliminated completely. Atanki, no, Avi was surviving. They get caught. They catches Avi on the complete different angle, and that's how Avi gets eliminated completely. Now, 7 alive players with 2 teams. That's going to be a 3 versus 4. Hyderabad Hydras, the amazing chances of them winning this is really high, and more now after taking 1 player out and down. That's gonna be a 4 versus 3. OR took 1 from Hyderabad Hydras. They're trying to equalize the number. Both of them are inside the play zone, but the dip is something Hyderabad Hydras is working with now. Carry takes 1 on Jelly out there. Atanki now, Atanki and Aru, they gotta divide 50-50% responsibilities out there on their shoulders, because one player doing a heavy lifting is not gonna be the case. Jelly needs to be revived by Carry. Looking forward to completely eliminate the hell out of Jelly, but Carry, what is he gonna do next? Because already the revival has been initiated back there. Striker going in for a revive. Atanki going in for a revive. A 3v4 is what we are gonna see back again one more time.
It was very crucial to get that revive. That's the reason Atanki committed, made sure Jelly is ready for a fight. Because as you said, it is a 4v3 situation, and if you keep losing numbers, especially with already having a disadvantage of a player less, it makes life even more difficult. Especially because players can attack from all directions together, and you might not be ready. It cannot be that 2 players pull up 50-50 in terms of the responsibility. It's not going to be that easy. Jelly right is now back. He is looking forward and he's ready. He's pushing up. He sees the grenade coming in from Carry and immediately reaches very close to the boulder that he's hiding, and immediately Carry knocks him down. But look at Aru and Atanki. They time it perfectly, move with the vehicle, but Striker did do the damage. Carry still holding it off. Jelly right now coming up close to give more information. I think the grenades are getting cooked. It should be propped and thrown towards Carry. Carry is trying to smoke himself up and trying to make a run, but the grenade does do the damage. Carry needs to patch himself up, but OR is pushing. It's going to be Aru. He's trying to do the damage, and now Carry is down. Striker was already down. The revive is being kicked, and now Striker back into the game. Ace Black is there. Maxi OP is there. Still the numbers going in for Hyderabad Hydras. Yes, they lose 1 right as of now, but Atanki, he finds another one. Aru, the grenade connects on him. He loses a lot in terms of health, but Striker, he again falls. The knock is there, so they're trying to hold it as long as possible to a 2v2 situation. Ace Black and Maxi OP, they should just end it right as of now. They're giving movement, they're giving space for OR to gain. They're letting OR to patch themselves up, get better utilities and resources, and OR are trying to pull it off. But the circle, it's also pushing from their end. Hyderabad Hydras need to make sure while the circle is pushing, they have to find players, but Striker will be confirmed. From a 4v3 situation, we are here at a 2v2, Darshita.
2 versus 2. Ace Black, Maxi OP versus Atanki and Aru is what we got. UMP versus UMP is something that we may see happening right now, because Atanki and Ace Black are right exactly in the front. Ace Black, 2 damage, but is the better one this time. Turns out to be a beast, takes Atanki out and down. Now Aru, you got a huge responsibility confirmed. So Ace Black is running low, gets punished, and that's gonna be a 1v1 Maxi versus Aru. Not sure of what is gonna happen. Aru is really low. Maxi got the call that player is really low. You can make that happen, and that's gonna be a 1v1 Maxi really low. Jump shot connected. No, he is really on his back. Skyesports connects that. Hyderabad Hydras, look at the relief these players got on their face. Look at the happiness. Look at the discussions going on out there.
I cannot believe what just happened over there. Aru, big brain play, 100 IQ. I mean, as you said, yes, Hyderabad Hydras, they got the chicken dinner, but here's what happened. Aru could have done it. Aru could have gotten the chicken dinner and stole the game away from Hyderabad Hydras, but it was just that his weapon went to 0 bullets. I'm not too sure if
Ouch.
he had no ammo or if he went in for a reload. Whatever happened over there is the reason that we saw OR unable to get themselves the chicken dinner, whereas Hyderabad Hydras pulled it off.
Beautiful
Oh,
way they pulled it off.
unbelievable. I mean, I, okay, Aru, commends to you, man. Bow down to you. The way he was fighting through the smoke and how he was hiding, he was jumping everywhere in those grasses, in those bushes, trying to hide. I mean, you saw the other player, I think Atanki, yes, he is going to be already knocked. He was just relaying information that Aru, the player, is pushing up to you. Try and jump and try to move out. He was doing that. He dodged so many bullets. Aru was already close to 20 or 30% of his health. There was nothing that he did in terms of, I would say, connecting the shots. Aru was just on point. The way he jumped with just 20-30%, he did everything that he had in his cards, in his ammo, in his, I don't know what to call it, in his skill. He was trying to do the damage, went in for a drop shot, and I'm pretty sure Maxi OP over there, he got bamboozled. He thought, I don't know what I can do, and he dropped Maxi OP's health also close to 20-30%, Darshita. That's how close the game came.
Amazing, right?
Yes.
This game was a
Spectacular.
mad one. Spectacular, mad one, amazing. We are falling out of objective, Sam. The way this one has, turned around to be. It all started with a love story that we keep on saying. It's gonna be
Skylights.
Skylights and Marcos Gaming out there. I mean, every time you take me to Erangel now, Sam, Skylights Gaming and Marcos Gaming are the two teams I'm gonna have my eye on. But not more than 3 minutes because my eyes get tired on waiting for what is gonna happen next. Because both of these teams, they intend to wait too long. Now,
Yes.
waiting too long took them into a bad spot right now, because what happened there was these two teams, they were waiting for opportunity. They got that opportunity when Pukar took one player down from the sides of Marcos Gaming. But eventually, after Pukar took players down, they started faltering and they started falling down. Now, talking is not enough. Let's just have a quick look on highlights and see it. Not just hear it, but see it on what exactly happened. Now, this is the situation I was talking about.
Mhm.
Pukar took Paukilo down right. After that, they decided to push, and that's where the entire squad faltered. But Vexy, this man turned out to be beast. I mean, look at what happened here. Gamla boy, he was caught by Ghosty. Then again, I guess Vexy here is where he just turned into a beast mode. Now look at Vexy. He has 0 finishes, caught one player, caught the second one as well, caught the third one, and he converted a 1v3 against Marcos, where Marcos, they made minute mistakes.
Marcos, they capitalized, Darshita. They'd gotten the finishes that they needed. They just had to move out. Rather, they said,
True.
let's just finish Skylight Vexy. I mean, in the play zone, it happens that players act kind of haphazard, and that's what happened. Same goes for Blind. They did not go in for a, I would say, if you want to call it a teamed rotation. They were not playing together. You saw everybody was separated, and because of which players started falling one apart from one after another. You did see Emilsam try to do something, but eventually he was also eliminated. It was not enough. But TSM, this was really, really brilliant. The fight that we saw, Enigma with Revenant, TSM with Revenant. Revenant survived, I would say, very well and tried to fight it out as much as possible. Aquanox, you cannot fight him out. We know how, I would say, I don't know, just using the word good is enough for Aquanox. He's already an IGL, and whenever his main assaulter Ninja Jod falls, Aquanox gets activated. He's like, he pulls up a chip from Ninja Jod, sticks it to his brain, and then he's going all ham on the opponent. But look at this. OR, they found their opportunities and capitalized really, really well. But Entity, I think the only wrong moves that they did was after picking up this fight and got a couple of finishes, not moving strategically. You saw out in the open, right where the blue zone was crumbling, the play zone was crumbling, is where Entity got caught.
Completely agreed. 7C and Hyderabad Hydras got themselves into a fight where Prince, I mean, he got caught. Hyderabad Hydras carry. He was. Look at this man's HP. He is just surviving on a magical HP, and that's where he tend to completely survive. That's where we got 5 teams and 10 alive players. 7C Prince, he took Entity Troy down. Hyderabad Hydras converted Prince immediately as soon as one player was down to the ground, or as soon as they heard some noises around Enigma. They were confirmed by OR, and that's where we got 2 teams, OR versus Hyderabad Hydras. Now here, Ace Black, he was down to the ground. Atanki was looking to capitalize over all the situation. Jelly was caught. There was an instant trade. You know, happening. We started off with a 4v3, we went down to a 2v2 situation. Jelly was down to the ground. Aru just took the sides of Striker FTW down. Atanki was lying down. Aru was right exactly in his front. He gave a beautiful cover fire, I would say. Carry was punished out there. Again, this fight started out from a 4v3, got converted into a 2v2, again again a 3v4 or something, and again a 2v2. Ace Black was down to the ground. Aru, he did a beautiful job. He took one player down. He was dancing all around, trying to capitalize over that, but Maxi OP intended to be better this time, and that's how Hyderabad Hydras got their chicken dinner. But MVP, that's going to be Gillette MVP of the match, no other than Atanki.
I mean, you guys were talking on the desk when we started it off that there are so many MVP players from various different teams. So it can happen that we might end up seeing MVP from also certain times. I'm saying majority of the times, whichever team wins the tournament becomes the champions, get their MVP position also for one of the players in the team itself. But there are situations when players like Atanki and others as well who completely perform out of their mind, and even if they miss the chance of getting the champions title, I hope they do not. They will be looking forward to the eye on the MVP because it has $1,000 for that one specific title. But look at this telling you that 50% of the contribution coming in from Atanki out of the three other players that were in his team. Atanki said, I'm going to be trying my best. But it is also, again, if Atanki is able to take those finishes, it's the calls coming through. It's the cover fire that Atanki is getting from his teammates, and that's the reason he was able to go up front and close to his teammates, opponents, and try to eliminate them. But here's where I would say Hyderabad Hydras was also playing really well. Atanki was surviving along with his teammate Aru. The push, if it was timed perfectly with Atanki and Aru, I think that 2v2 situation at the end could have worked for OR. But again, this is our speculation here, Darshita. We here sitting in the backlines, we can talk about it because we can give you multiple instances of various different things happening. But at that point, it's about them having their comms being relayed, their mind being very clear about what they want to do, and that's how they move. So it's not that this is a mistake that they did, it's just Hyderabad Hydras, they were better waiting it out. And also the circle you saw, so the circle made OR do a couple of small minute mistakes, and Hyderabad Hydras took advantage of it. So you cannot put a blame game to any of these teams. That's the reason we keep telling you, support every team. They're giving their best. It's always the circle, it is always the flight path that makes these small mistakes happen. It puts them in a situation where they have to make a mistake to try and make their way in and try to get a chicken dinner, whereas Aru tried for OR. So right now being an MVP, I think is still a good thing, Darshita, here for team OR, even though the chicken dinner was taken away as Hyderabad Hydras took it. But I think this will be the starters, right, where I'm pretty sure OR will be looking forward to their position and also chicken dinner very, very soon.
Everyone is looking forward to a chicken dinner right now, but the matches are getting intense. We are already done
Yes.
with the half of day one. That's going to be 3 matches done and dusted, and the upcoming one is going to be Miramar once again. Now, if you ask me, Sam, I've loved the way the previous Miramar turned around to be the play zone. It was completely favoring one direction, and there was no way out that you could go to the opposite direction itself. And that's what I'm expecting from the upcoming map itself. Either divide it into a complete 50-50 or don't divide it at all. I mean, oh,
Okay.
okay, I'm being a too harsh this time, but that's fine, right? Either
Yes.
divide it or either don't divide it at all is my speculation for the upcoming, Miramar match. But Erangel was amazing, right? I just don't find any right words to describe what has happened overall. But yes, we'll be getting to know very soon about the changes in the overall standings, about the match standings and everything. But I would again say and give it to Vexi, because the
Oh
1v3 that he
yes.
pulled out was amazing, amazing, amazingly done. Marcos Gaming, they had a chance of capitalizing over that situation. I still remember one more fight that happened in Erangel. There was Soul and TSM. I mean, we had these two fights going hand in hand, I guess.
Yes.
One side we had Soul TSM, other side we had Marcos and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming fighting it out. Soul TSM, even there, I guess both of the team have faltered down, I would say, because at the end, I guess Equinox was the last surviving player. Not sure on how long he
Yes.
has survived, but Seoul eventually had lost more of their players.
I mean, the both fights that we are seeing simultaneously, SKYLIGHTZ, we thought Vexy is done for. There was no chance that he could have actually got back into the fight, maybe taken those finishes on Marcos. It never looked like that, but it did pull it off. That does tell us that you should never lose hope. You should try your best, and SKYLIGHTZ proving us why you should not immediately give up on any of the fights. On the other end, where you said about TSM as well as Seoul, it was kind of a broken fight, I would want to call it. Ninja George spotted the players from Seoul. I would say, relayed the information for the other players from TSM. But as they were trying to make their move, Ninja George got immediately knocked and finished. So there was no point in trying to get back in the fight against Seoul. And TSM said, let's leave it, let's move into a different direction. But right now, let's leave this discussion here, as it's time for the points table. It's time for the overall standings. Not yet, but before that, the match standings. It's going to be Hyderabad HYDRAS with their chicken dinner. 11 finishes for them, 26 total points. But here's where I wanted to talk about this in terms of the number of finishes that OR had during the match that we were seeing. But the match was just too intense that I could not put down these points at that time. They were already at 9 finishes, and from 9 finishes they've reached up to 12, where they were fighting out with Hyderabad HYDRAS. A great try coming in from them, but nonetheless 24, it's not far away from 26, Darshita.
24 not away from 26. That's going to be true. We have Entity on the third with 16. Entity, 6 finishes, they got 10 placement points that they accumulated. Enigma on the next spot. But I guess overall standings is something that we are. Okay. I didn't see that coming, Sam. I mean, really didn't expect it to turn tables this way around. Godlike, they have
That's how
been
it
pushed
is.
down. That's the reason we keep on saying that right now in grand finals, you face one bad map, you fall down, and that's what Godlike did. Eventually, they got eliminated early. That's why they have been pushed down to the second position, where we have OR standing really strong, 34 placements, 24 total finishes, that's 58. Godlike got 50, Hyderabad HYDRAS got 40, and 8 and 10 points difference in the first and the second position, respectively.
This is why we say, right, it's not only always about getting chicken dinners. Or you never saw them in terms of getting chicken dinners, but what did they do? Just kept pulling points in terms of both placement as well as finishes in their hand, and that's the reason we see them on the top. We will be immediately heading over to the next page as well very soon. I think a little bit of a technical glitch over there, but nonetheless, whenever that happens, we are going to be back into it very soon. But as we were talking about the maps and the matches for the grand finals, the one and much awaited map which completely changes everything in the BGMI action is going to be Sanhok. That's going to be the 5th match being played today, just before the last matchup on Erangel. I'm looking forward to what happens on Sanhok. Till now, in the Gillette 7Sea Invitational semifinals, we have not seen it. Grand finals, it's starting today, and we are waiting for when Sanhok loads in and what players have got to show us. But now Miramar, as you already said, Darshita, and after seeing that a team without chicken dinner is already tabletop with 8 points in terms of difference from Godlike, it tells us we are going to be seeing a lot more. But right now, I think teams are, when this happens, right, Darshita, when teams get really aggressive and they're just very into the game, they just say, let's just keep starting the games, let's just keep starting the matches. There should be no gaps at all, and I think that's what is happening. They're so happy, they're so energized, they're so, I would say, ready for the fights. They're completely pushing down each and every team. They're looking so concentrated as well. So I think we are going to immediately jumping into the game itself. But for you viewers, to get your hashtag game face on, all you have to do is get the limited edition merchandise that is going to be the Gillette Mark III Razor along with a goodie of BGMI. To purchase that, it's right in the description, so go check it out. But right now, it's time for Miramar. It's going to be the second time that we are going to be seeing Miramar. Just before we start up, I want to know your speculation in the chat. Who do you think is going to be coming out stronger and getting their chicken dinner? And if you've just joined us, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe and the notification, because this is just the first day. Still, there are many days in terms of the grand finals and the actions to witness. And it looks like here in Miramar, it's going to be starting at Trailer Park from the western edges to Impala, close to southern eastern edge. And we will be seeing kind of a diagonal flight path where the majority of the southern regions are a little bit left out. But looking at this flight path, Darshita, I feel like somewhere the circle can actually include the southern regions.
Clearness? Mm, I'll make you go a bit in shock by saying that I want Los Leones this time, Sam,
Second time.
because yeah, probably second time, but first time in grand finals,
Mm-hmm.
because that's something I'm looking forward to, and with the fly path that may happen, not sure. Okay, Los Eagles, Del Sur, Del Mar, Del Valle, Chumashaya, and Los Leones with Picardo. That's gonna be a good zone for us, for audience, but not for the
Mm-hmm.
players, because there's a lot happening. And when I say a lot, there's a drop clash in La Cabrera up there, and that's something that I'm waiting for. The fights have already been initiated. That's going to be Global Esports getting into a fight. One player, it's already down to the ground. They need to provide a cover fire, and they need to make sure that he is safe and secure, but gets confirmed. Trade comes in, yes, it does, but they both have lost one single player
Oh no!
single-handedly. No, why were you waiting out there inside the door? You could have been safe and secure. Knuckle turning out to be a beast. Takes one, takes two players out. Joker already down to the ground.
It's going to be very difficult to fight with Knuckle. Previous time it happened, he was not happy, and that's the reason he's looking forward to doing the damage. Striker, he is doing the damage, but it was not enough. Knuckle comes in clutch, helps Global Esports survive. Hyderabad HYDRAS, one small mistake coming in from Carry. What happened over there, I'm pretty sure, is that Carry, I think, I'm not too sure, that he wanted to open the door, and the door, I think, got opened from a different player, and he got out and he was not ready for it, and he immediately wanted to come back in. The door immediately got closed. So I think that button being pressed from both the players simultaneously kind of caused it to open and close back to back, because of which Carry kind of got flustered. Hyderabad HYDRAS, first team to be eliminated under 3 minutes.
Fortunate for them. It's difficult, right? It's difficult. That's
After getting a
how
chicken dinner.
exactly. That's what I was about to say. That history is repeating, because the team getting a chicken dinner falters down in the second. That's like hashtag 1 you get in the first, hashtag 16 you get in the next, and that's not really looking good. On the other side, we have the overall ranks that we were waiting for. Okay, we have Soul on the hashtag 10th position out of 16. We got OR on the first, Godlike on the second, Hyderabad HYDRAS, then Marcos, Entity, TSM, SG, and Global Esports on the 8th position. On the other side, we have Enigma, Soul, 7C, and why so early? You take me away from the overall standings like that, because I couldn't read the next upcoming ones. But nevertheless, we'll be having a look on them back and forth again and again.
Mhm.
7C on the other side, we have all the four players surviving. Right now, Sam, after we had our eyes on a beautiful fight, I mean, the first time my eyes didn't get tired for waiting for fights. I guess there's gonna be nothing more happening. Everyone will be looking forward to have their hands on everything that they need, vehicles to rotate, and find themselves a safe and secure position to work around with.
Everybody wants. I mean, they already started seeing the finish feed going a little bit haywire and crazy, and they do not want them to be the next targets and them having those kind of casualties very early on, and especially on Miramar, meaning that this is such a big map, and still if you kind of eventually have those fights and finishes and unfortunate situations where you lose players, it's kind of tough. And that's the reason players, as you said, they'll be looking forward to the loot, playing slow, playing a little bit easy. But look at this OR, the first team that we are speculating that is going to be on the overall standing, 24 finishes for them, and the total points is going to be 58. The next best team is going to be Godlike with 50 points, half century. But TSM, they're not looking that brilliant or great. They're having kind of a little bit of a disastrous performance, but I think that's how TSM are known for, right? They start off kind of weird and bad, but then they show us something that we are like kind of unable to believe at all. That's how TSM plays, and that's how TSM are known for, and that's how TSM will be showing us in their grand final performance. Right now you can see them, they are a little bit split apart, but it's just TSM. They will eventually regroup, and they're going to be deadly as ever.
True, that's very true. Blind on the other side, we have all their players surviving. Now again, we need to wait, Sam, till more action pops off in Miramar itself. But right now, there's one thing I do not expect to happen is again with one entire squad getting eliminated because of vehicle explosion. Because look at Blind, they have all their players in one single vehicle now. uh, I don't want that to happen, but if they get caught by any team out here, team starts to fire on vehicle, the entire squad gets eliminated there and there. And this happened previously in Miramar, and that was with the sides of Team 8 bit. The entire squad got eliminated with one single blow, and that's done. That's 8-bit getting eliminated in Miramar. So there are these instances you need to be a bit safe and secure about when you come to Miramar, because trusting the stability of vehicle here is something the worst that you can do. On the other side, we have Nigma, Galaxy, Dreams, MJ, Vixie, and Max, the 4-on-4 surviving players. They got everything that they need. Level 2 helmet, level 3 backpack is something that is still missing on Max, I guess. Okay, Vixie got 1. Max is still waiting to get his level 3, back to fill up everything that he needs to fight it out.
Everybody is looking forward to getting what they want, but this is Miramar. You will not get what you want, whether it is in terms of utilities or is it going to be weapons. It's going to be a little bit difficult, and you would have to run around all around the map to just get one thing that you want. You'll be seeing how and when that happens, but right as of now, SKYLIGHTZ, Vexy, we know what you can do, but I hope your entire team survives in Miramar right now, because that is very crucial. This is a team game at the end of the day. If you don't have your team surviving, you will be able to get finishes. He got 4 in the previous time, but it's just not going to be enough. It is not going to be letting you get that chicken dinner. It happens. I mean, the possibility is there, but is the possibility of 80% getting a chicken dinner just because all your team's surviving, or mere 1% of the probability getting chicken dinner better? You make the odds work in your favor. Let's see which you will be, I would say, happy about. I'm pretty sure you're going to be picking the 80% thing. Now Soul, they are holding a spot at Chumasira, a little bit out in the open. It's kind of like a abandoned place, but there is Nigma Galaxy who are also entering, and along with that making a lot of noise, Darshita. And Soul, they're just waiting for one wrong move, one wrong extension, and Soul will look forward to start punishing Nigma Galaxy.
Opportunities is everything that these players are looking forward to, Sam. You know, right? You just make one mistake, you give opportunity to the opponent team. That's where you falter down the line completely, and that's something they need to be a bit careful about. Now, as you said about Team Soul, yes, they are waiting to capitalize on the mistakes the enemies are making. But again, it comes to a point where the sides of Team Soul, eventually if 1 or 2 players fall down, it's Team Soul themselves falling down, and that is something they need to be a bit more careful about. But this time Omega comes out to be the stronger one, takes down Dreams. MJ is down to the ground. That's going to be Goblin taking 1 on MJ. Enigma Galaxy faltering down, making mistakes. Soul capitalizing it on it beautifully, and that's going to be 2 players done out. Already said a goodbye, and right now Team Soul is looking to capitalize more on the remaining 2 players.
They really like it, and they'll be looking forward to doing a lot more as they get the opportunity. Let's hope they are able to do it, but right now I think the other teams are also going to be having a little bit of a disaster, because the circle, it's not kind of switched in terms of huge shifts, but yes, it's become smaller, because of which teams have to come closer to each other, and that's going to be a little bit difficult in terms of managing the entire situation and problem that these teams might face off. But this is how it is going to be working. But Enigma, Viru, hey, what just happened? How did he enter a building where Enigma Galaxy Max was there, and he thought it was his teammate? And I think that was the reason. But look at this. Wait, did that grenade fall? I'm so confused right now. Enigma making so many mistakes, one after another, and they were looking so unprepared, because of which 2 players fall, and that's when they're able to kind of get their holding. And now Enigma, they'll not be happy because of losing 2 players. They just got 1 finish, Darshita. That's not kind of an even trade at all. Whereas Nigma Galaxy, I'm pretty sure Max is going to be super happy. He got like 2 finishes for free without doing a lot in terms of efforts. All he did was stay in a compound, I would say in the first floor inside a room, and players just started entering, and he had an easy chance of spraying them down.
I'm just waiting for highlights to see what happened again there, because even I am confused, as confused you are right now, Sam. On the other side, we have 8-bit and Blind. They may get into a fight with each other because they are really nearby, and I guess Madman, he has compromised himself, and that's where Blind Williams is trying to capitalize. But Godlike, they got caught by the sides of Team TSM right now. TSM looking good, trying to take them off and down completely, but the decision remains on what Godlike has planned to do. Will they be going in for retaliation? Will they be fighting it out against the sides of TSM, or will they force TSM to get out of this fight? I guess TSM, they are going a bit back ends. They are trying to wait it out for a few seconds, trying to, you know, figure out for a new angle, and if TSM gets that, it can get really difficult for the sides of Team Godlike, because you know, right, TSM, they get one player down to the ground, the entire squad decides to go ham, and that's where the opponents are in a lot of difficulties.
Opponents will be under a lot of difficulties as we go and change in terms of the circles. Entity Noobriders now is going to be having a very tough time because his buggy's vehicle tire was bursted, and now Aru making sure he does not have a chance to push ahead and progress. He does the damage. Noob is already knocked. Dark Cloud looking forward to provide the cover. I don't think it's going to be happening. Aru, he is going to be playing very smart. Dark Cloud is also trying to do that. He's just looking forward to the headshot angle advantage that he can take. But Aru, he is not easily giving that up. But I'm pretty sure it's done for Noob. There's no chance of retrieving him. He's already bleeding out. Aru will be going in for a couple of sprays and get that finish. But in the meantime, look at OR. Entity, I'm pretty sure they don't have idea about this, as OR players are surrounding one after another. Now Troy gets caught off guarded, but his spray is better. Atanki's spray does not connect, but immediately Aditya comes and saves Atanki over there and does the damage. Yes, Atanki might be down, but it does not matter, as Troy is going to be confirmed and the finish is there. Jelly is in, and Jelly will be wiping players one after another, takes a player down, and immediately the revive which was done, it goes out in nothing in terms of useful. And now Shadow, being the last surviving player to the team, he does do the damage in Jelly, but immediately understand he's the last survivor for his entire team, tucks the tail and just runs away with his buggy.
He need to run away because standing here will cause him a lot of problems. OR on the other side got 3 for themselves. That's a beautiful start, I would say, for the sides of Team OR. The team that is already on the top is trying to run away with points, and they are looking really good. The zone shift, okay, we are lucky. We are not so lucky, but again lucky. Los Leones and Chumashera, between both of these places is where we have the play zone, and these players, they need to figure a way out to get inside that play zone. Now CHEMIN Esports, they are way too away, and not exact. The reason I say way too away is because we haven't seen CHEMIN Esports popping off in the entire day today itself. We have seen them dominating on the first day with 17 and 15 finishes, but grand finals, it's all about them trying to survive. They are faltering, they are stumbling down the line somewhere, and that's where difficulties are for them. Right, exactly behind is the sides of Team OR, so Kevin needs to be careful. They're gonna have a fight with the table toppers itself, the team that is trying to go up and not down at any moment. TSM on the other side, they caught the sides of Marcos, so that's going to be TSM versus Marcos happening any moment now. And the only disadvantage in the fight, or the advantage in the fight, anything you call, is going to be the dunes in between.
Let's see whose favor the Dunes go to. But right now, Marcos, they are looking forward to their, I would say, momentum back into the game. Because after the first victory, yes, Marcos have been playing decent, but it is not enough. You should play completely out of your mind after starting off on such a great note. And right now, Enigma Galaxy, they're kind of getting their groove into the game. Previous matchup, yes, unfortunately, they got found very early on. Players started isolating them and started eliminating. And as you did speak about CHEMIN are also looking forward to getting their way into the game. But as you did also mention about CHEMIN, we are all remember not only the first day about CHEMIN, but also the last few performances that they showed. They created a close to 40-point difference on the last day of the semifinal, proving why they did not show all their, I would say, strategies and playbooks out in the next days of the semifinals. Came in the last day and made sure that CHEMIN have their performance completely crystal clear and show the capability to all the other teams. Yes, we are going to be waiting for it again. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure very soon CHEMIN is going to be completely destroying. Maybe today as well. But it's all depending on what they're thinking, but also how other teams have re-strategized. Justin, he has a mini 14 to play with. He's looking forward to those tap shots with his 8x, but he's not finding any players. He has the clue. He saw players from 8-bit previously. They did already get a knock. I think they've gotten the finish as well, but the circle right is now, it's going to be not letting that finish be confirmed. And as I said, yes, it was only a knock, not a finish, but the circle again moving away from CHEMIN, making life a little bit difficult. Godlike, now they have all their players surviving. Previously when we saw in Erangel, they did lose out Neo and they did try to make it work, but this time they have all the 4 players surviving. And for all the viewers, in case you just joined us, Godlike got their first chicken dinner of the grand finals on Miramar itself. So right as now, I think it should be something that they should look forward to again, and especially having close to the center of the circle where they have a compound to play with, Darshita. I'm pretty sure they'll be feeling really good. And there are 2 players from Seoul right next to them, and if Seoul give away their position, I think it could be their end as well.
True that, completely agreeing on that. No TSM on the other side. We got 4 players surviving, yet 14 teams and 49 alive players is what we got. Sam Robin gets caught in the open area. That's going to be Paradox trying to take him down. The vehicle is already on the edge, getting exploded any moment. Robin is trying his level best to dodge those bullets, but no. Not for a longer period of time will he be able to do that, and that's how Robin goes down. Now Paradox is trying his level best to get more for himself, but I doubt that's gonna work in his favor because Shadow, yes, he is nearby, but look at the obstacles in between. That is something they need to be careful about. Marcos Gaming jumping and jumping and jumping high and higher this time. Top Dog gets one. That's going to be Entity Shadow right exactly out of that house. He needs to capitalize, but Shadow goes down. That's going to be Power Kilo down. Even Shadow gets confirmed. Entity Shadow, TSM Shadow, both gets confirmed out there. CHEMIN Esports justing down to the ground. TSM Shadow confirming Entity gets eliminated completely, becomes the 3rd team to get eliminated. TSM, they have lost one of their players' soul. They have been caught here, and that's going to be an aggressive rush towards them. Oh my god, Goblin will be going in for a Molotov connection, but that's where he gets punished, and that's going to be Goblin down to the ground. Juicy will be the one to finish him out of all that. Godlike Neo took 1 player out. CHEMIN Esports, they are falling down. As I keep on saying, 1 player falters, the entire squad falters. So is with Marcos Game, Ghosty down to the ground and eliminated.
I mean, it's kind of the block, right? It's very crucial that there is an cement block or the cement or the something like that to be there in your entire team's foundation, which helps it flourish, which helps it grow, which helps it completely be really, really strong and aggressive. And when that, I would say, pillar falls, you start losing a lot more in terms of your confidence, in terms of the fights that you can pick up. And I think that's what kind of happens a lot more. But I did miss this. Global Esports, after their initial rush, dash and elimination game on Hyderabad HYDRAS, we've been missing them on the finish feed. Right now I did get to see a knock coming in from Global Esports, but still the follow-ups are still what I'm waiting for. Ninja Jot from TSM looking forward to making things work in his favor compared to the previous map where he kind of faltered very early on. But Clutch God's grenade, it connects on over Aru, and Aru are going to be a really good team that you want to take down. But CHEMIN right now, we were just talking about them, they're looking forward to start popping off here. Yes, they're doing the damage. Players from Revenant, Helter Skelter is what they're running in, but look at the damage being done from Encore, and finally they put an end to him. If they did not, CHEMIN could have lost everybody, but it looks like CHEMIN will be losing everybody. Justin is patching himself up. Delta PG is right in front of him. Delta PG needs to be revived, but the zone damage is just too much at this point because it's the 5th circle. Clutch God will be confirming Aru, and I think OR, they're going to be even having a lot more in terms of tough time because Atanki was already bleeding, and Global Esports Knuckle will be confirming that finish for himself.
Player down, out, and dusted completely. Blind and Godlike. Trust me, Sam, these 2 teams are something that I have my eyes on right now because they are looking good with the position that they have. TSM on the other side, out of the play zone, we have 8-bit, we have CHEMIN, we have SKYLIGHTZ, 7C, Global, all out of the play zone. Yes, we have SKYLIGHTZ somewhere trying to, just go inside the play zone, but it's still the edge game being played. I'm looking forward to what Blind and Godlike has planned after being in the center itself. Justin, he needs to patch himself up because 8-bit, they are just waiting for an opportunity to convert this player completely. Now, CHEMIN Esports, they got this last surviving player, Justin, and just looking forward to what Justin has planned. The vehicle tumbles a bit for a few seconds, but Justin will be finding himself out of those blues, and right now, I guess a shack is something that he has. Not for a longer period of time will he be able to, stay alive in that shack. About staying alive, that's going to be done. Beautiful head connection from Knuckle get connected, and that's going to be down. Dino even down. Global Esports, Sam, you were waiting for them to see on the finish feed. Right there you go. Global Esports, they're trying and taking players down and out.
I mean, this is looking amazing. TSM still looking and fighting for it. They do have to start moving up because the circle is away from. And Aquinox has a vehicle ready to immediately jump in and try to make their way into the circle. Unfortunate for Marcos, they are eliminated. They cannot make a situation work in their favor. But Ninja Jod making even more difficult in terms of the life. I think yes, it is Global Esports as they were trying to make their way in. Ninja Jod from a hut, from a shack, from that wooden, I don't even want to call it in house. He does the damage, but right now OR get the information of where these players from TSM are. But unfortunate for Global Esports, the way they played, they were popping on the finish rate. 8 finishes is all they got, and because of rotation, they get eliminated. And you never want to go down to two things. One is going to be rotation, and another one is play zone. One of those two things were bound to happen for Global Esports because they were coming in late into the circle.
True, that's gonna be really true. Soul on the other side got two of their players surviving right now, 8-bit Madman and one move from the sides of 8-bit. They are looking strong in the front itself, but Soul, they need to get out of that position because already they are on the edge of blue and out of the white. So that is something they need to concentrate on more. And I guess Jelly gets caught there. CHEMIN, we gave a confirmation that CHEMIN eventually gets eliminated. Or Aditya with a grenade will be taking Blaze down. Playzone will be taking Aditya down. Ninja Jord falls and writes his own death. Oh no, Ninja Jord, you did not do that, and that's going to be Ninja Jord down again. There are a lot of things happening out there. GODLIKE inside the zone. Z-God, he's already down to the ground. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and GODLIKE are the two teams that are inside the zone right now, but Blind, they have tried to enter the zone. GODLIKE versus Blind is the fight happening. Jonathan will be taking one out there. Blind Spy with that grenade trying to dish a lot of damage, but Jonathan and Neo, they are turning out to be a beast this time. Blind will be taking one out there, but instant retaliation comes, and that's going to be a trade. Front and back. That's Team Blind eliminated. Team GODLIKE surviving. Z-God getting eliminated completely.
What a play coming in from GODLIKE. They wanted to make sure that they do not let anybody else inside the compound. Yes, they do lose a player, but nonetheless, they did hold the compound still strong. Now, it's going to be a fight which is going to be very difficult to come out of because SKYLIGHTZ have all the 4 players surviving, whereas GODLIKE as well as 8-bit, even though we saw their aggression and we know their capability, they do both have just one player in terms of casualty, and they're just a 3-man squad. Let's hope they're able to find and do a lot. But SKYLIGHTZ, look at them, they do not have a lot in terms of finishes, just 5, meaning that they've eliminated a squad and additional 1 player as well. But right now, looking at the probability, they do have 36% going on for them. 8-bit, it does say 36, but I think it's just that it has not updated, and that's the reason we are seeing it at 36. But right now, very soon the update will be coming in, especially with another player getting knocked. It's going to be getting difficult, but Neo, he's making in the move. He's understanding that right now he needs to be the one who gains space for his team, but Neo has heard the vehicles coming in from the side of 8-bit, but unfortunate, Neo gets spotted out in the open, and this is why we say you need to have information. Vexy, he spotted as easy as daylight on Neo and immediately knocked him. Unfortunate, GODLIKE might lose actually a player, but Neo, they want to save him. The smokes are coming in. Clutch God might just be able to barely make sure that Neo survives, and yes, he goes in for the revive, and I'm pretty sure GODLIKE will be breathing a sigh of relief that they're able to get that player back, and it will still be a 3-player squad, but they need to re-strategize right as now. Once they've known Vexy's position, now they know what to do. But look at Vexy, the position he's playing apart from his other 3 teammates, that is telling you the confidence that he has, the confidence that is carrying over from Erangel, Darshita.
A 1v3 again is something that
Exactly.
he's looking forward to, Sam, because he did that previously. Right now he has 3 enemies in front of him, so he just wants to repeat the history itself by taking more 3, but you don't know, right, if that is gonna be the case or no, because GODLIKE right now, they have lost the previous match on a bad note, I would say, because they weren't able to survive for so long, and that's why GODLIKE, they're looking forward to capitalize on that map. 4-4-3-3-2-2, the win prediction that we have on SKYLIGHTZ, GODLIKE, and 8-bit respectively. Jonathan is holding an upper angle out here. Neo trying to go and side a bit covered, but I guess SKYLIGHTZ Gaming got an upper hand in this entire fight because they got the hold of play. So Neo gets caught, punished, and that's gonna be 1 player out from GODLIKE again and again. Neo faltering down, getting Team GODLIKE into difficulties. Team GODLIKE pushed down to 2 players again. Not sure if Neo will be revived, but before anything, Jonathan gets caught.
no.
Wexy will be the one taking him down. Team GODLIKE on the urge of faltering down and falling off completely.
unfortunate of what is happening, of what we are seeing. Godlike, we know they have a compound, but the compound is not inside the circle. If and only if the compound was inside the circle, I'm pretty sure Godlike could have taken the advantage. And it always happens on Miramar that they do not kind of are able to re-strategize as soon as a compound shift is there, that the circle moves away. And Godlike, they do come in a tough situation, but thankfully they're still playing close to that compound. They're able to recall their players back in, and they've gone in for the revive. So all the three players, they're still surviving. Darshita, they've not lost Neo, they did not lose Jonathan. Clutchgod making sure these players survive, but they're also trying to push back the teams coming in. But 8-bit as well as SKYLIGHTZ, they're pushing up together, so they're unable to push back the team. Now Jonathan, he's taking up a vehicle and he's making a very aggressive move. There's a lot of smokes which can prevent vision, but look at this, 8-bit are also about to lose players, and it's going to be immediate knock and finish coming in. Gamla Boy and Pukar working simultaneously and doing the damage. In the meantime, Gamla Boy is also hearing the sounds being made from Godlike. Pukar's position is spotted. The spray is coming in. It's going to be laser precise, and he does the damage, and Pukar immediately makes use of the ridge and the dip and immediately goes back. He understands that's Jonathan he is facing as soon as his bullets connect. But Neo, he was a little bit too up front. There was no smokes to cover him, and right now he immediately gets knocked and finished off, and that's Neo out of the game. This is a fight between these two teams. That's going to be SKYLIGHTZ as well as Godlike, but the advantage in terms of the number of players, that is going to be on SKYLIGHTZ. And 2v4 situation, Jonathan and Clutchgod, IGL and Monster. Who comes on top is going to be their question. Grenades being exchanged. Clutchgod gets a knock, but immediately gets knocked due to a grenade coming in from Soundraj. Soundraj and Clutchgod, both of these are IGLs. IGLs are down. Jonathan and Pukar in the forefront. Let's see what Gamla Boy is doing. Gamla Boy is also throwing down his grenades, and that's going to be the end. A great try coming in from Godlike, but the numbers worked for SKYLIGHTZ, and they are going to be your Miramar victors of the fourth match of Grand Finals. They won. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming.
Beautiful performance, beautifully executed the entire thing, and that's where it got them to the victory directly. That's Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming forming beautifully. But I need to talk about Godlike right now, because since the start itself, now we talk about the very first map, Team Godlike got the second position. The next map, Miramar, Team Godlike was on #1. The next upcoming map, that was the third map, Team Godlike, yes, they had a bad map. But again, when you come back to Miramar, you see Team Godlike on #2.
Yes.
That's okay. I mean, I understand that's no chicken dinner, but position points is something that they are getting now. I guess OR, they faltered a bit early from Godlike is what I mean to say. So the chances of Team Godlike again getting their #1 back and OR falling down to #2 is really, really up. So we got one more new love story, Sam, to talk about. The entire thing is that it's between OR and Godlike with the #1 and #2. But let's just talk about what has happened in Miramar itself with the highlights already on our screen. That's going to be global, and Hyderabad HYDRAS getting into a fight where Knuckle was down already. Now this is where we all got confused on what happened here. AJ was not sure what was going all around, and that's where he faltered down the line. The door was something that got teams into more confusion. Striker confirmed one, but at the same time, Knuckle was the one to take a 1v3 against Hyderabad HYDRAS, and that's where they got confirmed. Solo Mega confirmed now. Enigma Galaxy's dream, but after this fight, I doubt I had seen Soul enough of time. I mean, after taking that specific fight, I really didn't see the sides of Team Soul.
The thing that happened over there was Soul just stalled. They immediately backed off. Whereas Soul should have done is gone in the forefront and fought out with the players on Enigma Galaxy. Should have finished them off. They could have gained space in terms of the buildings, but they did not do that. And after that, there were just too many players and teams entering into compounds, and Soul could not do a lot. But a brilliant play coming in from CHEMIN. You can see this. We thought CHEMIN, they're unable to show us a lot today on day one, but as soon as we start talking about them, they completely eliminate an entire team. That's going to be REVENANT. But TSM, what a play coming in from both Aquanox, Ninja Jod, as well as this is why I said a brilliant play coming in from TSM. Global Esports, they just thought they were going to be easily making their way in, and with just one spray, he entirely eliminates Global Esports, and that's Ninja Jod for you. I'm pretty sure he'll be meeting us very soon in the MVP position, but look at this. Neo and Jonathan played really, really well. Especially Jonathan stood up when it was much needed, as Blind wanted to go in for a slam in, and the way he held it. Even though Neo went down, it did not matter. Players were just rushing in. Jonathan and Clutch got holding various different angles, and Blind couldn't do anything because it came to the last surviving player. But then SKYLIGHTZ, slowly moving their way in, got 8-bit out of the board, and then they had only GODLIKE to fight with. But Neo, this is what I said, he pushed a little bit further ahead in front of his own smokes, and because of which his position was easily compromised. Otherwise, we could have seen that this 3v4 could have turned to a 2v2 or a 2v1, Darshita. Jonathan and Clutch got played really well, but because of the numbers and the resources, and also that SKYLIGHTZ did not pick a lot in terms of the fights, we see them standing, we see that they got the chicken dinner. But the man we have to talk about, the player who actually clutched and made sure his team survives and get in terms of total finishes, 60% of that finishes and the contribution that he has done, you can see here, 5 in the first half itself. Not even first half, it was under 3 minutes that we saw that Knuckle pulled off the unbelievable. Players who are just falling one after another, and what a play coming in from Knuckle. Unbelievable, but he made it happen and made sure Global Esports survives.
They did until and unless they made their way in front of TSM, and that's where
Ouch.
I mean, I remember Knuckle, he took a 1v3 against Hyderabad HYDRAS, and then TSM, they took a 1v3 against Global Esports. This is how it entirely went, but that's where we got us match standing as well. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming got 26 for themselves, 4 maps done and dusted, no one getting 30 till time. That's going to be only 25s and 28s that players are in and around. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming getting 26, GODLIKE again on #2 with 17. Blind got 13, and Team 8-bit and Team TSM. Okay, Team 8-bit and Team TSM again, they are tying up in the total number of points that they have accumulated in this single map, and that's going to be 12 for both of them. Global got 9, 7C and Seoul. Okay, not just 7C, Seoul. Look at OR and CHEMIN as well. All these teams got 5 for themselves.
Points is something that everybody is getting, Darshita. And that's what I really like. But again, it does get difficult that you're unable to get points after every map. Hyderabad HYDRAS, they were the victors. They were the team who got a delicious chicken dinner. I think Hyderabad HYDRAS, somewhere while they were enjoying their meals, the chicken dinner that they just had, kind of did not pay attention to Miramar, thought that they could replicate the same thing easily, and they were just eliminated, and that too the first team to be eliminated. And yes, that one finish that you're seeing is when they fought out with Global Esports. But unfortunate for Entity, Darshita. I mean, they were not even looking forward to fight. All they were looking forward to, I guess, is taking vehicles and go in for rotation. And what did OR do? They just jumped right in front of their faces, started taking players one after another, and Aru was the main distraction over there. He kind of invited Entity, he kind of gave away his position, and everybody from Entity were just looking at Aru, whereas the other players easily surrounded the other players from Entity, and OR got, I would say, a very easy conversion. They did not lose anybody. Yes, they lost their ammo because they used it to eliminate their players, but that's all. But yes, after that, OR could not capitalize. You can see they just got eliminated after those 4 finishes, and that's the reason they just have 1 placement point. But now, overall standings, as you said, yes, GODLIKE have taken up a spot, but the difference is not going to be huge. There was 8 points in terms of difference when OR were tabletopping in the first position, but GODLIKE, they are there, but with half of the difference, just 4 points, leading right now at the first position. But if this is the momentum that GODLIKE keep carrying, Darshita, we generally see GODLIKE as a team who completely surprise and outperform on the last days. But right now, GODLIKE have understood that they need to perform from day one, and they're doing it. Second place for OR with 63 points. Third for SKYLIGHTZ with 46 points. There is already a difference being created, close to 20 here. Fourth position, Hyderabad HYDRAS with 41 points. Fifth for TSM with 39. Marcos with 39 points. Entity right now with the 28. Marcos with 34. My bad. TSM with 39. And Entity 28. Global Esports have 25. But look at this. The first page itself, Darshita, has a point difference close to 42. The first page. Whereas in semifinals, the point difference was from 8 to 20. But right now, 42. First page.
Now, here's the point, right, Sam? It's the difference between the groups and the 16 teams. We had groups
Exactly.
back there, so it was like each and every one group got a break from one single map. But there's no break these teams got. They have to perform 6 maps back to back, no matter what. Be it be Erangel, be it be Miramar, be it be, Sanhok, they have to perform back to back. And that's where the difference is getting created. Now, Godlike, when I talk specifically about them, what was happening in semifinals was this team, yes, they were playing, but they were having a break. And that break was just changing the momentum. Now
Mm-hmm.
you look at Godlike, they got no break, right? And that's where
Yes.
they are in the first day itself. Now, it's all about maintaining the consistency in all days and not just being the table toppers in the day one itself. On the second side, if I talk about 8-bit, they got 23, Enigma got 20, same for Team Soul. 19 is what 7C got, Blind got 16, Kevin got 16. Blind got 18, my bad, Kevin got 16. Enigma, Galaxy, and Revenant got 12. 68 and 12. Look at the difference. It's so huge, more than 50 points, more than half century in just the second side itself. So right now, these teams, they need to realize that though they got 30 maps to be played, it is difficult because already 4 of them are done and they are remaining with 26. This is how the number is going to get decreased as soon as one map goes. So they need to be careful that each and every map they play, they put up something, at least a decent performance, because you're not getting rewarded for being in the top 3, but you are getting rewarded for being in top 13 itself.
Exactly. I agree with you. You get something in terms of the spoils if you're in the top 13. But again, I would say I will not even be looking at the top 13. You should just keep eyeing yourself in the
True,
top 3.
true, very
That's
true.
where the major chunk of the prizes are going to be. The team in the first spot, out of the $20,000, will be getting themselves $8,000. The team in the second position will be getting $4,000. And here is where the third position will be getting $1,500. And then I would say the next best and the big prize is going to be the MVP, where the MVP will be getting $1,000 for himself, for a sole player, for a single player. I'm not talking about that he's doing an YOLO solo play, but he will be getting a chance to get that in his name. But now it's time, Darshita. The match that we have been waiting for, the map that we have all been waiting for, it's been taking so much time. We did not get to see that in the overall semi-finals, not even once, not even a glimpse. We did talk about it, but Sanhok is going to be making its way. This is where a lot in terms of changes is going to be happening. Especially, we might end up seeing the Doctor card being played. But I'm pretty sure, just like we talk about the 10-minute mark, right, in the other maps, that's not going to be here on Sanhok.
That's completely true because again, whenever you take me to whenever we go back to Senok, the only thing that I realize, I mean, that the only thought that I have in my mind is the map. It's already a 4x4 map, right? The
Hmm.
Erangel Miramar, it's 8x8. Senok is a map that's already 4x4. 50% cut already done. Now imagine you get into the map itself and the zone cuts more of 50% or more than
Hmm.
50% itself. What are you left with? 1.5% into 1.5. I mean, 16 teams with so
Okay.
much, so less breathing space is
Yes.
what we have in Senok, and if that's the way the calculation is, heal battle, it's for sure that is gonna happen only and only if the zone gets a cut of more than 50% in the first, play itself. But if it doesn't, then we may see n number of fights happening because there are these specific drop locations that the players have in Senok itself. They are the phrase we say far away, so close yet so far. That's very true in Senok because
Hmm.
you are so close that you hear everything happening. You do not intend to get into a fight because you are far away, and that's how Senok works. You need to be really careful with everything. I mean, can you imagine a vehicle for rotation in Senok? I can't.
I'm not going to say
Okay.
anything. I'm just going to
Your
put my head
face
down.
Your face gave me the answer I was waiting for, Sam. Thank you so much for that. But I mean, there's no second thought to that, right? You make
Yeah,
so much noise, that's done.
vehicle. I mean, it shouldn't even come to your mind to get a
True,
vehicle on
true.
Sanhok, even if it's right in front of your, I would say, drop. Do
Do
not.
not.
I mean, even though the feeling comes like, okay, let's take the vehicle, we are going to be easily making a run for it. But even, I mean, just like if you talk about in terms of the area, right? You just talked about in specific the whole area, you gave those perfect numbers. But I'm talking about in game itself. Now you see Erangel, Miramar. There are vehicles lying right next to the road. If you get inside the vehicle, there is still a little bit space that players and compounds are a little bit further away from, so you can easily get into the vehicle and move to a different ridge, because of which you can get hidden. But whereas on Sanhok, you think that you have a ridge, but that ridge again, maybe you are getting out. So let's say XYZ team is right now looking at you, and you thought that getting in the vehicle is a good call because you have a ridge right in front of you, and as soon as you get on top of the ridge, voila, there's a team ABC. So there's of no use that you're trying to make a run. Either pick the fight right there, eliminate the opponent right in front of your screens, or try to disappear from there. Sanhok is going to be one map where even though you do not want to fight, you have to fight out. Teams are going to be not forcefully coming towards your end, but as Darshita mentioned, we generally, whenever we see the flight path and the circle forming, out of the 100% of the map, around 40 to 50% gets left out in the first circle itself. Now, this map already being kind of like a 50% cut over there, already done in terms of the map size, and when the circle comes, you're only left with around 20% of the map to play around with. Yes, in terms of if you talk specifically about Sanhok, from 100 to 50 to 40% you see, but comparing it with the other maps, 20% is nothing. You don't even kind of have space to put your foot down, and I do not want to even get down to Sanhok. But I'm pretty sure a couple of the players and teams do love Sanhok, because as we see, right, certain of the teams do like their playstyle, which kind of inculcates and synchronizes on Sanhok, and they come out completely like the cocoon, like the caterpillar comes out of the cocoon as a butterfly, right? So teams do come out in such a manner, and I'm looking forward to which that team is going to be. But Darshita, I want to ask you, you will not be here witnessing Sanhok. You will be taking, I would say, a flight path of your own after this. But where do you think right now the flight path is going to be? There are going to be 4 different points and islands here that are split. Do you think it's going to be heavily favoring one edge of the match, or is it going to be giving equal opportunity to all the teams?
Areas. What I just said bootcamp, and I had a quick look on your face on what your reaction was. But what I mean to say right now is I'm expecting a fly path not to be so harsh on the players right now, because Senok, they are playing it for the first time now. Erangel,
Yes,
Miramar, they have
exactly.
repeated it twice. So Senok, they have been playing it for the first time. Entire journey of semifinals, we didn't see Senok happening. Now,
Mhm.
on whatever Senok I have seen, there's this specific team. Once the team finds its momentum, that's the only team that dominates over all the maps. Now, this is the reason why I love Senok more than any other map. But again, it comes to a disadvantage where you get caught early and you need to get into early skirmishes. That's where
Mhm.
all the difficulties begin. But if one specific teams dominate here, it can be really devastating for the others, because
Oh,
Senok,
yes.
no matter how much we talk about the green bushes, it has a normal smooth flow that this map takes. There's always a certain hidden places in each and every map that gives you the height advantage. Beautiful scenarios you gotta see, beautiful heads that you gotta see, and you try and intend to pop it off, right? So maybe Senok, that is something I'm looking forward to. There are a number of beautiful scenarios and beautiful places in the Senok itself. But talking more about beautiful things and amazing things, let's just quickly have a look on the player cams, because they got their game face on. Not just the players, but as you said, I'm taking my own fly path for now. That's gonna be Edge joining you here. Over to you, Edge. What are your expectations, and what do you think this map is all about?
Oh, I mean, I had to jump back on. It's gotta be. It's Sanhok, the new one. I had to jump back on the flight here, and I want to see how these teams, bring on their best here, because we haven't seen them play on Sanhok. I mean, for ever in this particular tournament at least. So really interested to see what kind of strats they're going to be pulling up. Really interested to see what their drop locations are going to be. The default locations. But Sam, what
Mhm.
are you expecting from this particular map? Because once again, the smallest one, among the three.
I mean, as I was thinking, I did even ask the question to Darshita. I felt like even though this map is, I'm kind of cutting this into four different islands. I mean, there's a big island right side on the right side where you see Camp Bravo, Paradise Resort, docks and everything. But still, I feel like it's kind of somewhere cutting halfway at boot camp. But right now, the circle, I'm happy about it because even though this is such a small map, it's giving all the teams the space it needs and the entire map is there. But Global Esports are having already a drop clash towards Camp Charlie. I think it's with 8-bit, and unfortunate for 8-bit. I'm not too sure if it's Global Esports who lost the player or 8-bit, but Godlike, they're also about to meet up with a team. But it is SKYLIGHTZ who are not actually an entire team, but if you look at the southern eastern edges, they're completely split up. Pukar is in dogs, Vexy is at complete edge of the dogs, Gamla Boy is playing at Kampong, and right now Somraj playing close to Godlike towards Painan. But right now, as we said, Godlike, I'm sorry, 8-bit as well as Global Esports were having a fight. Not too sure who actually lost the players. It was 8-bit losing players one after another. There is a molly to prevent it from further happening, but Hyderabad HYDRAS, they're also having a fight. I think Hyderabad HYDRAS, they're close to eliminate an entire team, but 8-bit Secret, he drops two players from Global Esports, and Manya, he was the last surviving player, and what a play coming in from Secret. He eliminates the entire team. He pulls off a 1v3, and that is Global Esports out. Previously, this was Global Esports who did it on Hyderabad HYDRAS, and we thought Global Esports would carry that momentum, but immediately, as the map has switched, everything has gone away in thought that we thought teams could have come together and pulled off something brilliant. It's not working out, but Shadow, his position is completely compromised, not only by one team, but two different teams. One end, it's going to be Hyderabad HYDRAS, on the other end, it's going to be Enigma Galaxy. What will Shadow do? But in the meantime, TSM from Shadow OG from TSM, he finds a player from Marcos, and now Shadow from Blind, he's also knocked from MJ from Enigma Galaxy.
Oh boy, quick fights.
Oh,
A
yes.
lot of quick combats happening. And it's all about the map, coming into play there. And right now it's going to be Max confirming that finish onto Shadow. Here's the thing, Sanhok, it brings in uniqueness from all these players. Just like the unique vehicles that we have. We have Tuksha, the 3-seaters. We have Scooter that comes in only on this map up. We have Ronnie, the 4-seater as well. But not what I'm interested in. I'm interested about the QBU and the QBZ95, the DMR and the assault rifle, replacing Mini 14 and Scarrel. The QBZ, I mean, when compared to Scarrel, I feel like has a bit less recoil. I think it's easier to control the recoil. I mean, I've used it. That's why I'm just saying. I don't know if that's the case, but it just feels like, it's easier to control it. And you can see that's going to be their first choice. Usually you see people picking up that M4, but I think QBZ is the go-to weapon here. And also, best start locations. It's got to be Camp Alpha, right? Ruins is another one that people like, but there are 3 mini military bases. So Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. I think that, if you can get yourself the entire military base there, a lot of loot for your entire squad, but also you have a lot of cover places. And while this is happening, Marcos, they have decided to take down TSM, another player down, and Marcos, well, although a man down, they get their revenge.
It's going to be very crucial that you exchange blows here on Sanhok. If you're not doing that, then you're bound to kind of being eliminated very early on edge, and that's the reason they're trying their best. But Hyderabad HYDRAS, Blind, as well as Enigma Galaxy, who are in close quarters, it looks like Hyderabad HYDRAS have complete control. They do not want anybody to kind of eliminate them. What happened on the previous matchup, they do not want it to be replicating here. There's a grenade ready from Ace Black, but it was cooked too much, because of which it did not connect. At halfway through, it just blasted, but Max's position compromised as Carry had surrounded him. Now it's the last surviving player. It is going to be Vixie who was pushing up. Ace Black has called his position, but look at that. Ace Black is just looking forward to those finishes, not even worrying about the last player, Vixie. He'll be looking forward to him later down the line, because he knows Hyderabad HYDRAS are completely covering him. There are his teammates that he can rely on, and Vixie being the last surviving player, I don't think he'll be able to do a lot, but MJ is trying to kind of survive as much as he can. But in the meantime, Ace Black taking all the advantage. That is going to be the crates that have fallen, the loot getting it better.
It gets better with time, Sam. And as you said, exchanging blows in Sanhok is kind of different, difficult and different when compared to other maps as well. Here's the thing. You got to have that man advantage at all times. And also, I mean, contradictory to Miramar, this map has a lot of places for you to hide. Let it be the buildings, the bushes or the just the open grass fields. I mean, there are just a lot more spaces for you to work with. Use them to your use it to your advantage. Use it to your beneficiary. Whatever you want to do. But one thing's for sure, this won't take as long as Miramar.
I'll take your word for it. Let's hope it does not take that much time. But now look at this. It's kind of taking its own time. Even though we talk about it that this is a small map, look at teams. They're not taking this like a small map at all. They're taking their own time. There are three teams outside in the play zone. They're getting that damage being dished on them, but still they don't care. Hyderabad Hydras, they were holding every player and they are easily making their way into the circle. 7C right now in a sandwich situation between CHEMIN as well as Revenant. Now if CHEMIN make the noise, easily it is going to be heard from GODLIKE, and GODLIKE can immediately start popping off. Blind, they're also team who are right now getting hit by the play zone. Wait, I should correct myself. It is 4 different teams. Entity also at Camp Alpha getting hit by the play zone, and they're kind of okay with it. They're not even giving that much importance right as now. I understand it's the first and the second circle, but still, later down in terms of the rotation, you might be caught out in the open, you might be gate kept, and that is not the scenario that you want. But I think, as we know, Sanhok is a map that players and teams like to go in for a lot of first aid kits. I think that's what a lot of them are trying to do. Grab as many as first aid kits as possible, and if there is a scenario where they lose a lot of players, they're just going to be going in for heal battle. 7C have all their 4 players surviving, so I don't think that the heal battle is going to be coming up anytime soon from their end.
Gotta save up. I mean, you gotta use it to perfection, the utility. As I said, once again, I haven't seen a lot of teams. You have a lot of util by the end of the 6th or 7th zone. So they gotta make sure that they use it to perfection. Only use it when necessary. You gotta calculate how much HP you need, the exact health. Right? Looks like SKYLIGHTZ coming off fresh off a victory. They are looking confident, but they're taking a lot of damage here. Still the first zone, but they got to make their way back into the second one. So let's see if they are going to be making it safe. But I think they might be, facing off against a couple of teams here. But GODLIKE, on the other hand, where is the domination now? First two, they were completely dominant. But after that, they kind of fell off there, Sam. But what do you think? Maybe they're going to end off the day on a good note again?
I think so, because as you said, the first two was completely dominant for them. The third one, they kind of fell off, but the fourth one, just the match Miramar that we witnessed, they were close. Just because of the numbers is the reason that SKYLIGHTZ got their chicken dinner, and I'm pretty sure GODLIKE will not be happy with that. They'll be looking forward to their second one, but as you guys were saying, right, are there going to be any repetitive winners today? Is it only going to be new teams? That's what I'm looking forward to. CHEMIN as well. We did just take their name that we have not seen anything from their end, and immediately on Miramar they eliminate an entire squad as soon as we were kind of talking about them. So I don't know what CHEMIN are going to do, but Soul, they have found, can have a clue about them, and Robin is looking forward to that information. The spray has not come out through, but Omega, he also has the clue. But Robin, the slight pixel that he got, immediately went for the precise spray and immediately gets a knock on Omega, and Omega is so further up that it's going to be difficult to revive him. Akshat, he's dropping down some smokes to make sure that as he crosses, he does not come out in the open and he does not get revealed. But it looks like Akshat wants to, is he looking forward to going down? Oh no, he's backing up. Omega is slowly backing up, making use of the smoke. Akshat is not the one who's going up, but look at the hole coming in from Robin, Destro. Nobody wants either Omega to cross over or Akshat to make his way there. They want to make sure they punish, but look at Omega, the way he's creeping, the making use of the edges. Oh no, right now he's fallen down, and Akshat, he needs to jump as well. But I think it's going to be difficult for them to jump back up right now. Let's hope it is not. But right now, what do you think is going to be happening, Edge? Because we saw TSM also on the other edges of those river shows.
I mean, that was a bit of luck coming into play, I guess. I don't know. Maybe he saw the ridge. But imagine if there was no ledge there. He would have gone down in the water, and it would have been 10 times harder for him to be, back on his feet, because he was already bleeding. And they would have been in the water, which makes things harder. And now, I mean, as you said, TSM on the other side of the river, they have a good, position. But here's the thing. Look at Seoul right now. Look at them. They're avoiding CHEMIN Esports, but they're in the water. That's Akshat and Omega. And if they are spotted, and I mean, if CHEMIN gets a glimpse of them, they are done. There's no way they can, avoid it or evade it, as a matter of fact. But this is my favorite part of the map, the Paradise Resort. There's a lot of loot, a lot of possibilities for fights to happen,
And great
and a
views
lot
and
of ways.
rooms.
Exactly, beautiful rooms. I mean, just a beautiful. This is the beautiful, best part of all the maps, if you ask me. I mean, in my opinion. And here's the thing: there's a lot of possibilities for you to make a play in that particular area, right? You can use those walls into your advantage. There's a garden there. There's so many rooms, so anything can happen. But it all depends on how the teams play. And wait a second, TSM, they're going into the jaws of 7C. They got to be careful because they're making their way one by one, which, if you ask me, is not a great idea.
I don't know. Let's see what the plan is right as of now. After one team being eliminated edge here, we can see that still the fights are getting stalled. I mean, we were just talking even with Darshita who was here. Like, generally Sanhok does not wait till the 10-minute mark, but right now 12 minutes down after one team being eliminated, we're not seeing any more action coming through. OR, why is Aditya so further away from his team? Okay, wait, they're playing in a 2-2 split. That's something I'm okay with, but right now this is Sanhok. 2-2 split when the other two players are not providing you cover, and finally, as I'm talking about them, they push up close, but at the reception, Clutchgod is waiting to welcome them. But look at those cans over there. Is he going to be jumping up and shooting the petrol rank when the jump comes in? And they were not ready, but immediately he was better in terms of the spray. Clutchgod was not ready to spray up. He was just pressing the button to come, I would say stand up, and I think he missed his trigger, because of which he could not do the damage, and that's going to be an immediate knock and finish, and that's going to be GODLIKE losing a player. Or, I mean, if you would have shot those petrol cans, things would have been complete destructive. But right now, OR holding that reception as their base. Jonathan Hill is looking forward to jump, but the grenade, it connects. And look at the amount of damage it does. It was GODLIKE as well as OR's grenade both coming together. And the petrol cans, I'm pretty sure it was also bursted, because of which the blows got exchanged. And unfortunate, GODLIKE, as soon as Jonathan went, OR completely started pushing up from various different directions. And GODLIKE will be the second team to be eliminated on Sanhok.
And the third party coming in, Revenant actually, top dog takes down a Z-God there. I mean, GODLIKE, they were completely caught off guard, not only by OR, but also third partied by Revenant. And Robin finishes things off there. Beautiful positioning coming in, but Jelly now, the IGL himself, throwing some grenades and also giving the call to all his players. That there are multiple players coming in. Not really sure which squad, but they know that they gotta make their way back to safety. It's at the center of the play zone Paradise Resort right now. So, I mean, by the name itself, it's got to be, a center of attraction, Paradise Resort. But along with the zone now, it's at the center. So everyone's going to be making their way to the center. And guess what? They are at the center, OR and Revenant. Let's take a look at where the zone is. And it still has most of the Paradise Resort inside of it. But here's the thing. NTT and CHEMIN, they're having a brawl, and I'm pretty sure only one of them are going to be making their way back in. And I think CHEMIN Esports right now are looking like the favorites.
Okay, I'm not going to be saying the same thing. I'm not too sure, because CHEMIN is out, and look at them. They are playing over there, making sure that they do not let any other team, and they're going in for the very slow rotation. NTT reading this right, but the zone damage is just too much right as now. It's the fourth one. But TSM taking a vehicle. We did talk about it with Darshita that taking a vehicle is too dangerous here, and that's what happens. Player was trying to run away with that vehicle, and Ninja Jod immediately gets knocked from the vehicle. Fortunately, the vehicle did not burst, just the player went down. But look at this, CHEMIN is holding NTT strong to their ground, strong to their opening, strong to the mesh compound that they were trying to push up, and now they have no other chances. It looks like one player inside the compound, that's going to be Dark Lord, who's going in for a heal battle. Not too sure how many medkits he has, or maybe first aid kits he has, but Shadow, He's out of everything. All he has is bandages and a couple of energy drinks, which will all be going in vain because of this
Oh,
Molly coming through. He is burning up. The zone is doing the damage, and Delta PG gets the knock. And now they're going in for the finish, but oh my god! 34 first aid kits, 37 bandages, and Dark Lord right now completely making sure he's the doctor to patch everybody. But Kevin, they do not want to let that happen. They're pushing up to Dark Lord. Unfortunate, but Dark Lord, is he making a run for it or is he stuck? His position is known. He's making a run for it. He has so many. He has 41 right now. He had 34, and within the blink of an eye, he grabbed 41. And right now, Kevin, they do not want to let him survive. He's just patching himself up. I'm pretty sure he does not have the clue that Justin is here. But in the meantime, players from Kemin, they surround him. And that's going to be the end of 41 first aid kits as entity Dark Lord falls. But now look at that. The 41 first aid kits will come handy for Kemin.
What was... I mean, actually low-key wanted to see that happen. I just wanted to see how long Dark Lord would have, made it work. But Kemin, I told you, they will never let any chance slip by. While 8-bit Secret takes down one of the players inside of Marcos, and Gamla Boy now taking down Dawn, and Nigma trying to take down the players inside of TSM. Aquanox goes down, and Marcos, they're just getting third party. While Shadow, he goes out of the server as well. Akshat, he's still passing himself. Hector is on his knees. They gotta be careful. We're down to 11 squads, 35 teams, and Sam, I think this is it. The next zone is gonna be the final one, because look at the circle right now. It's gonna move, and I'm pretty sure if it doesn't have it's out in the open. There you go. It's out in the open. There's only one building there, and it's in the control of SKYLIGHTZ Somraj. Well, this is happening. Oh, Gillette takes on Carry and Marcos. They're eliminated in position number 11.
But I mean, all the chaos happening, the circle switching up. What is Kemin still doing? I understand they got the first aid kits from Dark Lord, but they're still waiting it out. And finally, Delta PG goes down. I hope he's not the one who got all those first aid kits for himself. Well, let's wait it out and see what Kemin has in plan. But right now, Soul, they have lost 2 players. They're still looking forward to fighting it out with Revenant. They've done the damage. Look at Omega right now, completely going haywire with his spray. But I'm not too sure if he's going to be doing a lot. But Kemin's Robin also falls. And I think this is a strategy coming in from Kemin. Or I'm not too sure whether this was a casualty that they did not predict. But Hyderabad HYDRAS, they're looking good. They find blind. They do the damage immediately. One single spray connects on 2 players, and 2 players are knocked. Where are the other players from blind? Williams gets spotted. He spots Maxi OP. He does the damage on Ace Black. He gets the same 2 knocks that Hyderabad HYDRAS did in that tower, and Carry being the last surviving player. And same goes for Williams. He makes sure blind survives and eliminates Hyderabad HYDRAS, but Williams is the last surviving player. He needs to start pushing up. Kemin's Robin gets confirmed. Revenant will be blowing up Soul Akshat over there with a knock. But right now, SKYLIGHTZ, they're also losing players. It's because of 8-bit. Pukar also falls down to the play zone. Akshat will be confirmed from Kiowa, and Spy OP will be going down to the zone along with ML Sam. I want to look at what Williams did. He survive or not? Omega, however, he's surviving, being the last surviving player for the team. But Samraj, I have a question for him. How did he predict the circle edge? But now Omega, he goes down, and that's going to be the end for Soul.
Oh, Soul going down. Omega, he tried to survive as long as he could, but Enigma, they had other plans for them. Revenant still having 4 players. OR, they have 3, and Kemin, they're losing players outside of the play zone. Justin goes down as well. Delta PG fell, and now it's Justin. Team Soul eliminated as well. 7 squads, 17 players, and Team 8-bit. They gotta be careful because Tsunami's kind of like low on HP. He's trying to heal himself back up, but the zone is against him.
What?
So a lot of
secret? Edge 7 finishes on this mad guy.
Exactly. That is exactly where I was going to. I was like 7, and the entire squad has 8.
8.
Imagine. I just want to take a look at the contribution later on. 90, almost 90, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Look at the zone. Whoever has the grenades are going to be the one winning. But what is happening from Destro?
Doctor. Somebody needs to ring a bell.
Dark Lord wanted to do it, but it looks like Destro wanted to do it.
I mean, I don't know what kind of a strategy this is. You saw everybody from Kemin falling down to the play zone. Destro is the last surviving player. OR are also having a player who has close to 30 first aid kits. I'm not too sure. I think it was on Aru or Atanki. We will see that very soon. It is not Aro, so I think it should be Atanki, or maybe the numbers just glitched when we switched from Kemen's Destro to here. And no, I was right. I saw this 34 for Atanki. If anything goes wrong, or already have a strategy, a backup, a plan Z. I'm not even going to
But
be calling it a plan B. It's a plan Z. It's the last strategy that they'll be having in their stat book.
I mean, if Kemin somehow pull it off, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm actually gonna lose my mind. But here's the thing. I mean, for that to happen, Destro needs to survive the next 2 zones. And right now, I don't know how well, that's going to work in their favor. But let's see. Aru taking a lot of damage. And look at that. That's just a 6 zone dealing 1 hell of damage to everyone that's outside. So I don't know what Destro is doing, but Paradox goes down. 14 surviving players, 7 surviving teams. And Nigma are the favorites right now because they are the only ones with 4 surviving players.
8-bit do have 3, and we did talk about it that Secret has 7 finishes. He's looking really confident, Edge. Let's see what he can do. But right now, are we also going in for a heal battle already? I mean, okay, a strategy that they think that in case Enigma, as they're moving up ahead, maybe they lose the players, so are we already going in for a heal battle? But he's reading it right, Edge. He understands that the other players from the other teams are also looking forward to the heal battle, and that's why we are not seeing a lot in terms of the finish feed popping up. Here and there the finish feeds are coming through, but the majority we are seeing is going to be plays on damage. But right now OR are going to be losing players, but unfortunate, Atanki had 34 first aid kits with him, but he's going to be the first player to be knocked. And now Aru somehow needs to find a way to get those medkits on from Atanki's back. But look at Secret, he's creeping up, he wants to make sure he has a lot more finishes, but a grenade, unfortunate, that does the damage, because of which Secret falls. But before he falls, he gets one more finish and totals it up to 8 finishes of his own, and the play zone immediately eliminates him. Somlaj being the last surviving player for SKYLIGHTZ, but as you said, it looks like Enigma having all their 4 players surviving is working out for them. They have the stronghold here on Sanhok. They have every position under lockdown. Tsunami, he's propping up smokes, but he does not have any medkits, as you saw on his screen. Somraj, he's up close, he also does not have any first aid kits. He has a medkit to play with, but no bandages. He has 1 pill and an adrenaline shot, but no energy drinks to play with. Tsunami falls to Evo, and right now Enigma looking really, really strong. Tsunami will also be confirmed immediately. Juicy, heal battle. Talking about Kemin, heal battle. Blind, heal battle. Somraj is not doing heal battle, he's just trying to survive. Revenant, heal battle. 8-bit, I think it's a heal battle. Yep. And so right now the teams that you're seeing, out of one team that is Enigma who are inside the circle, the rest 3 teams are on heal battle. I'm not too sure who's going to be winning this heal battle, whether it's 8-bit, Kemin, or Blind. Blind, okay, done. That's the last one.
I mean, Enigma, what are they gonna do? They're gonna keep searching, but there's no one inside. Destro still has 22. I think Destro might actually go down there if he doesn't time it perfectly, but Blind goes down. Now, there is no more zone. The zone is gone. Enigma, Avi is trying to look out for players. Enigma's Evo, and is a Viru there? Yeah, he's trying to look out for players, but Juicy is outside. It's all about the heals. It's all about the heal battles and the timing coming in, and then Enigma, they have no clue. They're in the open. Now they realize it. They finally realize it. They're just having fun. You can see it's just a taunting and emotes coming out, but Destro and Juicy, how long can they survive? How long can they stay alive for is the question. It all depends on the timing. And Enigma, they're already celebrating, but is it too early is the question I have in my mind. And I don't know, because Abi just went down, and with that, everyone else went down because that zone was too goddamn powerful. And Enigma pull it off. I mean, Destro, he did his best. It bit Juicy, did his best, but Enigma with the man advantage is just too good.
I mean, Edge, I can't stop laughing over here. I mean, even though I understand this is like a matchup where Enigma got the chicken dinner, but I'm talking about the other teams who are going in for the heal battle. I mean, one thing that I do want to, I would say, is point out here, it is going to be that Avi, you saw, he took up that move because he thought there might be a risky situation that can happen where maybe his teammates can go around when they pick up a fight. But what happened over there was Avi was kind of stuck. Even though his teammates got their way inside the circle, Avi could not stop because he was getting the zone damage. If he stopped before he could have entered, he could have been eliminated. So he had to keep using his bandages, medkits. I was like, it's like he wants to celebrate with his teammates, but he's unable to do it because he took up the decision of going in for that heal battle. But okay, comments to CHEMIN over there. The way they were like chasing Dark Lord, I'm pretty sure they got an idea that Dark Lord, wait, that man should have those first aid kits. That's the reason he's not peeking. That's the reason he's running away from us. They ran, and I'm pretty sure once they completely I opened up his crate, they're like, we opened a treasure chest, it's gold out here. Get all
Wow.
of it. And other players from CHEMIN are like, it's okay. Destro, you play your game. We are done.
I mean, I don't know how wise of a decision that was because, at the end, it didn't pay off
Exactly.
how they wanted it to. Yes, but they did get, multiple
Finishes.
multiple points and yeah, a couple of finishes as well at the end. But that I think they did manage to get themselves, I think, 4 to 6 extra points because of Destro just staying alive. But let's take a look at how things went down. It all started pretty early, to be honest. But then there was, it was quite a while where, it was quiet for a while. And after that, Paradise Resort, everything went haywire here.
I don't know what to say about Paradise Resort. I mean, we thought GODLIKE could have pulled a brilliant play over there, the way they were holding it out. But Clutch God, that timing was a little bit off, even though he had the TPP angle, could not make it work. But a brilliant play, I would say. 100% effort and work coming in from Enigma. That's the reason they got the chicken dinner. They had all the strategies over there. From plan A to plan Z, they had it. But Hyderabad HYDRAS, I thought this is going to be a team. The way they got eliminated on Miramar, they were not happy about it. And this time they were looking super aggressive. But what happened was the play zone. That's the reason we talk about it, that you have to pay attention to the play zone and make sure you move a little bit ahead of the play zone, and that's how you'll be able to make it work. But nonetheless, Revenant got an advantage on Soul, and they started picking the players off, and Soul were just kind of getting off guarded from various different directions. They could not do a lot. But look at this man, 8-bit secret. If and only if the grenade did not connect on him, I think he could have done a lot more in terms of damage, or maybe even eliminate the entire squad of OR. 8 finishes is not an easy job for a single player, Edge. One single player having 8 finishes? That is...
That's insane.
Yeah, I think that's the only word that we have to use.
That is insane. But I mean, he did try his best. Maybe a bit more coordination coming in from his team, maybe a bit more cooperation coming in from his team, a bit more support. They would have ended up on top as well. But unfortunate as it may, but Enigma, they survived till the end. 4 players. I mean, yeah, in the last battle, they did lose multiple, 2 players to be exact, but they did survive. And you can see they were in the final zone. They were jumping and celebrating. They knew what they were like. Yes, people. I mean, there are 3 teams surviving. Pretty sure all of them are going in for the heal battle. Abhi was like, I'll go with the, I'll go and try to search and find them. Other 2 players are like, you know what? We'll just dance. We'll just blow it off. It's been a close day. It's been a hard and pressurized, first day here in the grand finals. But that was good to watch. And now we are only left with one final match. I mean, it's been tiring for everyone. But here's the thing, Sam. After watching all these matches, I'm not really sure what to expect from the final Erangel.
That's the best part. I mean, when we started seeing the first 2 matches, Edge, I'm pretty sure you also thought in your mind, it looks like only a couple of teams will dominate and will have a stronghold. But it was not the scenario. We will discuss more about it and give you specific scenarios while we talk about the match standings that we saw and in terms of what happened on Sanhok. You can see, just because they were on the top inside the circle, Enigma will be getting 22 in terms of total points. But just imagine if 8-bit Juicy could have actually pulled it off, along with if Secret survived, I think we would have seen 8-bit also having their chicken dinner. But again, out of this 10 finishes, credit goes to 8-bit Secret. He got 8 finishes. Kevin on the other end, Destro, I mean, I think they took this as an easy map, just went in for that heal battle, total 15 points. Blind coming in at the 4th position with 11 points. Revenant, with 11 points of their own with 5 finishes. OR with 6 finishes and 8 points in total. Hyderabad Hydras were looking really damn good. You can see they had 6 finishes. Unfortunately, as they were entering and pushing themselves into the circle, they were found by blind and got eliminated and just got 1 placement point. SKYLIGHTZ in the 8th position with total 6 points. 7C with 3 points. Soul with just 2. Marcos with 2. TSM as well as NIGMA Galaxy all with just 2 points. Entity and Global Esports, unfortunate for both these teams, they kind of got caught very early and they just get 1 for their early finishes that they took. GODLIKE, nothing. The position was good at Resort, but it did not work in their favor. But immediately capitalizing is going to be OR. GODLIKE took the spot. OR telling that we're not going to be letting you just take that first spot so easily. Immediately jumping back up. And the difference, right, is now again, it is not going to be huge. It's still 4 points which GODLIKE had previously before Sanhok. It's going to be same right now between OR and GODLIKE.
But look at the difference between them and Marcos. 35. Now that's huge. Considering they all played same number of matches, that's huge. They gotta be careful with it. Keep that in the back of their head. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is 52. Now that difference is also building up. 19 points between them and OR. I mean, that number 1 spot is, I mean, yes, if you will get a piece of the prize pool when you're in top 13, but the number 1 is what you need. I mean, even if not number 1, the number 2 at least.
Yes.
Right? That is what they're aiming for, top 3 finish. 8, Hyderabad Hydra sitting on 48. They did have a chicken dinner, beautiful one as well. 8-bit sitting on 43, and Enigma Gaming sitting on 42. TSM sitting on 41, while Marcos Gaming sitting on 36 with 1 chicken dinner. But here's the thing. The one at the top, OR, have no chicken dinners. I mean, up until now, maybe in the final match of the day, maybe they might get themselves the final, first one.
Let's see if they will be able to get it. I mean, the possibility is there, as you said, Edge. It's the last matchup, and also it being the classic one that is going to be Erangel. We'll be waiting for it. But as you said, the point difference that is there right now, it is going to be 35. But here's what has changed. It was 42, or I guess 44 in the previous matchup when we concluded Miramar. So this is at least a little bit better, telling us that teams are able to get points, are able to gain traction to the teams on the top. But here's where we have to look at the last page of the overall standings, the other set of 8 teams. CHEMIN, I think it's kind of not, I would say, complete, how would you put it, dominating day, or it's not kind of that they want to completely go aggressive and look forward to the points. They're playing their decent game. It's not completely, I would say, mind-blowing, but they're playing it in a good manner, just going, I would say, smooth and trying to make sure that they just get points every matchup, and that's the reason their total is at 31. 10th position for Blind with 29 points, matching up with Entity as well, and 29 for them. Global Esports with 26, Revenant with 23 at the 13th position. And the other 3 teams, they're going to be having a tough time. That's going to be something that we'll be looking forward to, that they change up their spots, Edge, in the last match for at least day 1 of the grand finals. That's going to be an angle. But talking about it, what is going through your mind? The entire day we have seen 5 different teams getting chicken dinners, and very early on you did say that we are going to be seeing different winners, but I also thought about that teams might have had a situation that we might see a repetitive winner as well.
I mean, one more match, and if we get a different winner, my prediction is going to be, kind of on point, because I did kind of say that we might be going in for 6 different winners once again, right? I mean, Marcos, GODLIKE, SKYLIGHTZ, HYDRAS, and then ENIGMA. But what if, I mean, we've seen this multiple times. At the final match, you never really know what's going to happen. And someone from the earlier matches might just pop off, and it can be GODLIKE once again. It can be OR as well. I mean, they're sitting on the top, but no chicken dinners. It can be CHEMIN as well, because we know they take their sweet time, but they come out strong. But the one that's going to be favorites right now are going to be ENIGMA, because they just came off of a victory. So they're going to have that momentum. But if they are the ones that are the ones going down in the first position, and I mean 16th position, to be honest, if they go down first, every other team that's in the maybe like 5 to 6, my 5 to 8th position, have a good chance of making their way to the top 3 of the table. But I don't think they're gonna let that happen. But everyone else sitting at the bottom, I'm actually happy for the side of Revenant, because they started off the day with 0 points. Now they're up to 23. So they're doing decent. It's not great, but they're doing okay. It's still the first day. We're done with 5 maps. We still have, if my math is right, we still have 25 maps left. I mean, I'm talking about the entire
Entire.
grand finals step. That one map left for today. Don't worry, you guys. We're not gonna make you play 30 matches back to back. It's just gonna be one more for the day. Erangel, once again, classic map. We started off with Erangel. It's only fitting that we end on Erangel.
It's going to be one hell of a show that we're going to be seeing. I mean, I'm unable to bear the intensity right as now, Edge. How these matches are turning out to be. But I'm pretty sure, kind of right now, as you were talking about it, right? How Godlike have looking forward to their chicken dinner, especially that it was stolen. I'm not going to be saying that they kind of made a mistake or something. It was kind of stolen in the first map of Erangel where they were looking good. It was just
Yep.
those ridges that was kind of not working out. Z got every time he wanted to spray, Marcos was trying to hide, and it was just a race over there between those ridges. And fortunately, Marcos were better composed themselves, got that chicken dinner. So,
And also man advantage.
I mean, yes, man advantage was there, but at the end, it was a 1v1 situation.
It
So,
was, yep.
it does not even matter over there. But yes, that it is always that teams, when it comes to the end game, and especially a situation where it's either a 2v4, 5, I would say 3v4 situation, 1v3 situation, we have seen it happening. SKYLIGHTZ,
Mhm.
Vexy, he made a 1v3 on Marcos, on Erangel,
Yes.
in the early drop clash, where we thought Vexy is done along with SKYLIGHTZ. This should not be done. And these are the scenarios that has been coming up. So I think we might end up seeing Godlike wanting that chicken dinner on Erangel. We know how good they are on Miramar, but if they're able to get it on Erangel, and especially to end the day, tomorrow is going to be a great start for them. But as you said, OR will not be letting go of that first spot easily, especially that the first spot will give you access to $8,000 when you become the champions.
So you're telling me that you're rooting for Godlike to get the second chicken dinner today? So I mean,
I'm
I
telling
still
there's a
want
possibility.
I still want 6 different winners, to be honest.
I
That is
second you on that because we saw close to 20 different winners. We were stuck at 18, unfortunately, in the semifinals.
still a huge number.
Exactly, 18 is out of, we saw 24 teams
24.
and 18 winners, out of which 8 teams got eliminated. So at least we saw that every team completely performed. Unfortunate for those 8 teams, but still, they showed us one hell of a game throughout the matches that we witnessed. There were teams with the chicken dinners also being eliminated, Edge.
There were multiple chicken dinners as well. I'm talking about walkouts once again.
Surprising.
Unfortunate for them, but that was actually a surprise. Exactly. Even I was not ready for that. But yeah, I mean, what's done, it's done.
Mm.
What's left to be done is the map of Erangel. One last time for the day. For the day, can any of the teams that actually got themselves the chicken dinner, can they get themselves the second one of the day? I mean, if they get the second one of the day, it's pretty evident that they are the dominant ones.
Mhm.
On day number 1. But if not, if there's another team that's getting it, I mean, I think it's safe to say that the teams sitting on the top 2, top 3 are the ones that are having a good time. So,
Yes.
I mean, I want to see a different winner, but at the same time, if someone can get that second chicken dinner, it's going to be absolutely fantastic.
I'm looking forward to it. As you said, it's going to be completely fantastic, and the team which gets it will be looking forward to being the dominant teams on day 1. But I'm pretty sure none of the other teams want to give up that kind of a
True.
confidence booster, morale booster of that team getting 2 chicken dinners on day 1 itself. If it happens on the 3rd or the 4th day, teams kind of can be okay with it because they're carrying forward the aggression. But right now, as we said, what are the teams going to be unlocking in terms of staying on top is that confidence that they will have a chance to get $8,000 for themselves. Who that team is going to be, still under speculation, still under question, still under, I would say, rigorous efforts that these teams will be putting up to just get to that first spot. And you can see how close the point difference is coming out to be. There was a point difference which was kind of about to jump to 15 to 20, but right now it's come down to just 4 points, and that's even more how close we might end up seeing the champions being crowned. Maybe 1 or 2 points is just enough to push down a team which is in the first spot to them for the second, and the first spot being stolen as champions for somebody else.
That is true. I mean, it all depends on how consistent they are, right? Once again, Sam, it's not about just in the top 16. It's not about qualifying. It's about staying at the top. It's not about getting at the top because you can be number 1, but can you stay number 1 is the question that you have. I mean, and you got to beat the heat as well, right? There's a lot of heat outside
Oh yes.
and a lot of beat inside as well. And, as I said, reaching number 1 relatively is easy. I mean,
Mhm.
you can see at least, I mean, you can see at least 5 different teams staying, taking that number 1 spot. But there's only going to be one team retaining and holding on to that crown for as long as they can. I mean, probably till the end. That's going to be the team that's going to be walking away with 8,000 USD. That
Mhm.
consistency is what I'm looking for. And right now, looks like Godlike and OR, both these teams. I mean, I think every single matchup up until now, I'm not really sure how precise this is. I think Godlike and OR, they've been taking those clashes every single time. I think it was Godlike versus OR, at least one, like at least one player or at least one
Yes.
bullet from both of these teams being shot at each other. So I'm not really sure, but I think that happened, Sam, for the for the 5 past matches. So can it happen
Yes.
once again? Can
It
can
can.
can we see OR versus Godlike the first drop clash? Because then one of these teams will be eliminated, which is going to leave the other teams at the bottom of the scorecard having a good chance. But with that, we have their player cams once again for the one final time of the day. Erangel is going to be the map, and all the players, they are ready. And especially CHEMIN, they got to do it. I'm still waiting for Delta PG to pop off. We haven't seen him, uh, you know, completely dominate the server. And as soon as I said pop off, he just stood off and he, I don't know, maybe getting some water. Because as I said, Sam, it's quite hot outside.
Actually, he went to talk to the pilot edge. He wanted to make sure, as you said, right? He should start popping off. He wants his team to
He
get to a
wants his
good
location.
spot.
Yep.
So that's the reason. He's like, you take us, or I'm going to put you down in BGMI. I'm going to go in for a 1v1 fight with you and take you down every time until you give me the flight path that I want. But joking done, right now it's going to be a flight path that is going to be favoring entity, because look at that immediate drop at Severny for them, nothing to be worried about. So starting close to shooting range in Severny and ending at close to Novo, not close very, but close to Milta if you want to talk about it. But teams which want to go to Primorsk and Ferry, they'll be taking some time, but I'm looking forward to the drop clash. Hyderabad HYDRAS are looking forward to heading to Georgipol North Apartments, and it is going to be TSM who are going to be, I guess, going close to Hospital. Seoul will be getting close to Gatka and Ruins. Global Esports, on the other hand, will be getting down at Rozhok. And as I was talking about the western edges of the circle, flight path and the map, that's where we see the circle also forming. So I think we are going to be seeing a very interesting and also an open end fight coming through here on Erangel Edge.
That is a really good flight path, along with the play zone, if you ask me. Having a lot of having no part of military base whatsoever is gonna be a little bit of a beneficiary, because there's no one there except CHEMIN and Revenant right now. Actually, Revenant making their way as well. Unfortunate, but still a first zone, and we did see what can be done to counter those zones. 35. Oh wait, not 35. Sorry, 34 and then 41. 41 medkits. They did it once, so yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're not gonna go for that strat again.
Not here.
Not on Erangel, definitely not, because this is their hometown, and looks like it's gonna be a fight between SKYLIGHTZ and Marcos. I wanted OR and Godlike, but I'll take this.
I mean, we were seeing blind here at Pochinki as we talked about it. They switched up their position and it is kind of working for them. But this Pochinki fight has been happening from the start itself. Marcos as well as SKYLIGHTZ, and Darshita calls this the love story. But I think this is going to be a hate story here happening in between these two, because none of them want to give up Pochinki, and both these teams want to push off the other team out of Pochinki. The first time it was Marcos capitalizing, the second time it was SKYLIGHTZ barely capitalizing, and right now it is still SKYLIGHTZ capitalizing. One after another, players from Marcos are falling apart, and I think it should be 2 more players surviving from Marcos, and that should be the end. Pavkilo as well as Dawn. Pavkilo has seen the position where SKYLIGHTZ are, and look at SKYLIGHTZ, like they're entering like a military force. They're brute forcing their way in every building and checking it together. They're not making even the slight mistake, but Pavkilo, look at his position. I think finally they found him. The TPP will be giving away your position very easily. He goes in for a drop, but there was Samraj from the building. He spots him, and now Dawn, trying to cover fire over there, immediately gets his position known. He has to start running, and Dawn is tucking his tail. He's making a run, but look at the trail coming in from SKYLIGHTZ. They're not going to be letting him go away. Iron sight is what right now Dawn is using, but how far are you going to be making it work when there's a complete guerrilla warfare coming right in front of you. And SKYLIGHTZ this time do not have any casualties edge. They completely cleanly eliminate Marcos.
Confidence. Well, Marcos is down and out. So the team that got the first chicken dinner, once again, are going to be the first one getting eliminated. Well, and guess what? The team that just eliminated them are the ones that got the chicken dinner in the fourth matchup. So now SKYLIGHTZ, they're looking strong and confident. They are looking like they are on their way. They got to take down 14 more teams. I mean, they don't have to take them down. They can just wait it out. But 40 more teams are standing in their way to get themselves the second chicken dinner of the day. And they're the only team. I think they got 3 chicken dinners, right? In semifinals, if I'm not wrong. They're the only team to do so.
SKYLIGHTZ, they showed us, and especially on the last days where they completely popped off, just like CHEMIN did. But right now, it's not about semis what you did. If you're not able to do what you showed us in semis in grand finals, it's better to say goodbye to the grand finals and the title that you would have a chance to win. TSM, I mean, I'm not going to be kind of putting a lot in terms of the expectation and giving TSM a hard time, because this is a team that do not perform on the first few days, but then when we see TSM on the next days, maybe the second day, midway, or the third day, they completely start wrecking and destroying teams. So we'll be waiting till then. But the other teams, if you want to talk about it, Blind, they're looking good. GODLIKE, looking good. But they can look better if they get another chicken dinner. Same goes for Blind. I'm looking forward to them getting a chicken dinner, especially because their aggression is working out. But how much is Neo doing? It tells you 39% is going to be the contribution. But look at this finish, and finished FND ratio is going to be 2.2. That is huge.
That's insane. I mean, forget about huge. I mean, 39.29, but that finished to that ratio. Basically, he's getting 2 finishes every single match. I mean, there's some big names. There's Jonathan as well. There's Z-God. There's Clutch God, the IGL himself. This is their match. They gotta pop off, or else, you know, they're not gonna. They started off strong with the first 2 matches, but after that, everything's going downhill for them. It's gonna be Soul to take down one of the players inside of Global Esports, and I think Manya is down to what, 10%. Joker goes down to Omega. Knuckle is now on his way to cover for his teammates, but Akshat, that's a bait. That's some beautiful movement, bait movement coming in from Manya. But here's the thing, Manya is out in the open, and Akshat, he goes down to AJ. It's all Goblin right now. How much can he do? What can he do? And can he even... I mean, I don't think there's any way that Akshat can be revived, but look at Omega. He doesn't care. What? He brought in the vehicle. He's like, I want to take this fight with the UMP, but there's a grenade being cooked and a Molotov being thrown as well, but that grenade effect, but no connection. And look at this, both the players there are standing side by side, and Manya, well, he had to give up his hopes, and it's going to be Hector getting that first finish on one of the players inside of Global. Actually, 2.
The cover fire was just brilliant coming in from Soul. Manya, he thought that knock that he had dealt, let's go in for the finish, but he did not understand, he did not look for information that Soul would have had placed cover fires. But right now TSM, they read that Hyderabad HYDRAS are going in for a rotation. A brilliant spray control coming through, and the immediate knock in finish. Make sure that the player carry who was in the vehicle had to jump out. I mean, it was also a knock, but right now look at this ace black. We know he's the ace up Hyderabad HYDRAS sleeve. Let's see if he's going to be doing a lot in terms of damage and finishes right as now. It's going to be difficult, but Striker, he said there's another team who has no idea that we are here. Let's try to pick a fight with them and convert that, and then we will think about what to do with TSM. The initial bullets do connect with Striker, but after that immediately Soul understand that they are kind of getting exposed to a different direction, and they try to go and make use of a ridge to cover themselves up.
Cover themselves and also get themselves into a better position, because one player already went down on the side of Hyderabad HYDRAS. They gotta be careful. No finishes with them, and there's already one squad eliminated, which was Marcos, pretty early into the game. But everyone else, they are looking confident. They're looking strong. Entity. Let's see what they are, they are going to do with this particular map, because once again, last match, They gotta end the day strong. Whoever that's sitting at the bottom. And I'm talking about Revenant. I'm talking about Blind. I'm talking about Nigma especially because they're at the bottom of the scoreboard. And Striker spots out Hector. But I don't see the scope. I think that's a glitch, but I just didn't see the red dot there. But a bit of damage being dealt there onto one of the players on the side of 8-bet. But no real connections, no knocks, no finishes. It's going to be silent for a while here, Sam.
It is going to be silent edge. That's how Erangel plays out in the initial half. The teams will be looking forward to doing the damage, but right now the damage is being done. Entity, they're finding TSM as they're rotating. The initial bullets do connect, but the knock is not yet there. Ace Black, he's heard the noise that Entity made. He's looking forward to connecting his own bullets. But Hyderabad Hydras, they need to think that they also have to be worried that they also already have a disadvantage that they've lost the player. There's another team right next to them that's going to be Soul. So if they give away their position so easily, they might fall and crumble very early on, and especially because this is just the second and the third circle, it's not going to be enough. But look at Revenant playing very smart, and especially where Revenant even think about or maybe even not enter, there's no team to contest. And especially I understand why there's no team to contest. It's because the, I would say, southern areas of the circle is completely out in the open, and who wants to be out in the open when you have a couple of compounds in the north? And that's what every team is looking forward to. Try and get a better compound where they can hold it off as long as possible until the circle switches up. But 6 seconds is all the teams have got until the play zone starts crumbling and the next circle shifts.
Next circle. Second one that is just coming in now. 10-minute mark, and 15 minutes is where I think, where the actual fights begin. But it is a fight actually beginning to take place, and it's going to be HYDRAS taking out one of the players inside of Soul. Can he get it? The finish. Goblin is low. Hector is bleeding, but Ace Black takes a lot of damage. Omega is the one that's, on his knees. He's out in the open. Smoke's being deployed. HYDRAS have actually completely sandwiched the players on the side of Soul. Look at that Striker's position. It's absolutely beautiful. Even though there's going to be a smoke screen, I don't think that it's going to be of any use because Striker, he's behind them. No one knows it. And I think maybe Akshat can be the one, to spot him out because he has a good position. But on the other hand, Striker, he peaks finally and takes down Omega. Confirms that finish. And Akshat, he now realizes that there's someone else coming in from Hyderabad Hydras from a different angle and trying to deal a lot more damage.
Edge, Hyderabad Hydras, can they do this? They do have a player disadvantage. Carry's already fallen apart. It's going to be difficult for them, but it's all about timing. It's all about the moment that they start popping off. But right now, for our viewers, in case you're looking forward to get your game face on, do check out the limited edition Gillette Mark III racers, and as you can see on the right side bottom of your screen, you're going to be getting a BGMI goodie for yourself, so do check it out as soon as possible. But right as of now, it's about the action that Entity wants to start. They already had spotted the players from TSM, did do the damage on them, but right now they are still looking forward to those finishes because nothing in terms of the finish count has risen up for them. Hyderabad Hydras have just one finish and kind of can be okay with that because they also had a casualty, so kind of an evening situation. But right now, GODLIKE, it's going to be Z-God who spotted the team 8, but previously it was a situation where GODLIKE kind of a surprise and brute force from OR and they could not make it work. But this time GODLIKE, they're inside the circle, they do have a compound to play with, and now they can go in for a gatekeep. Jonathan, he's on the roof, he's on the terrace, he's looking for info. Soul is making their way in. Jonathan does the initial connection, but Soul is just a little bit too fast this time. They're looking forward to slamming in, but there is Neo in the building. Neo will be looking forward to doing the damage. Jonathan is throwing down the grenade. Let's see who comes out on top. This fight between GODLIKE and Soul is going to be brilliant right as of now. Soul, they're looking up to push upstairs. Jonathan is ready with the grenade. I hope this grenade does not bounce. This is cooking for a little bit longer, and I think Jonathan immediately retracts it. Soul, they're not looking forward to push up. They're just waiting for GODLIKE to make a mistake, but now Hector, he's pushing up. Jonathan immediately drops down. He understands that he cannot go in for a fight alone because there's just too many players of Soul who are in the compound for the grenade. Does it find the connection? No, it does not. Goblin will be able to dodge himself from that grenade. But look at that. On the other end, it's going to be Destro. But finally, Neo, as I was talking about it, he finds Hector, knocks the player. Neo from a different rooftop is providing the cover. Z-God is coming right now. And now it's going to be difficult for Soul because already one player down, meaning that they have a casualty and they will start pushing in. Z-God, does he connect? Yes, he does. He knocks a player. That's going to be Akshat down. And one after another, players can fall up. But Goblin making sure nobody else pushes into the house. He drops down a molly. That will prevent. But for how long?
Godlike. I mean, they're trying their best. They were having control of the house, but now it's the vice versa. It's actually Soul inside the building where everyone else is outside on the side of Godlike. But guess what? Godlike, that was... Ooh, Jonathan just punched the hell out of Hector. And now Goblin's the only one surviving against 4 players. But that beautiful grenade knock gets one. Can he get another one in a 1 versus 3 right now? Or 1 versus 2, actually, because 2 players are on their knees. Neo and Kurt Scott. Can he do it? That missed grenade, misplacement. Oh no, misjudgment as well. But let's see what he can do. But look at Godlike. They're playing it smart. They're not taking any fights whatsoever unless they have all their players back on their feet. And with that elimination, Soul are going to be down and out. And well, Sam, all of this was happening. I mean, I was expecting Godlike versus OR. But guess what? Godlike took down Soul. On the other part of the map, OR, they took down NIGMA with like beautiful grenade frags there.
We're going to be seeing them also fighting it out. Godlike versus OR, very soon it's bound to happen because Edge, as you said, right, these are the top teams. So top teams eventually, when the circle starts shifting and it becomes smaller and smaller, they have to eventually face off. Only if there's an early elimination of one of those 2 teams, we kind of don't see those last few fights. But I think it's kind of going to happen. There is going to be Enigma, there's going to be SKYLIGHTZ, there's going to be TSM, there's going to be 7C who are going to be blocking the paths to the fight for Godlike as well as OR. But right now, Godlike will be really happy because the circle did shift, but still in their favor. They're still at the edges, but 8-bit, they're going to be the team which is going to be even more happy because they're at the center of the circle. Jelly from OR, who was trying to make his way inside the circle, does get spotted out. I guess it was from 7C, but now Jelly, he's the only player. He's moving in. Both his vehicle tires is bursted right now, and Jelly makes a move right up in faces of Global Esports player. Nakul, he's in a compound and in a shack, but there are other teams who are on the ridge, and that's the reason that was an easy picking coming in, and that's going to be Jelly immediately out and done. But wait, it was not actually Global Esports, it was 8-bit Secret. Again, this man has started popping off. He's found the player and immediately eliminates, and that's Jelly out for OR. Unfortunate, but still OR are surviving. They should be having 3 more players, and yes, they will be, but in terms of finishes, nothing. Edge, we're still waiting for OR's count start popping off. Enigma on the other end, they're popping off on SKYLIGHTZ, and I think that should be the end for SKYLIGHTZ.
And no way, SKYLIGHTZ, after a beautiful start there, taking down players on the side of Marcos, they go down. Godlike, on the other hand, well, 3 finishes, and they are looking confident, taking away the victory this time once again. But as I said, I want some different, a different winner. Looks like Godlike, they're going to be taking this fight against TSM. There's only 2 surviving players right now for the side of TSM, along with, 2 finishes for themselves. 1 finish, I'm sorry. So they got to be careful. That they really don't want to engage Godlike Esports right now because they're absolutely popping up. But Blaze, that's a bait. The vehicle positioning coming in. Blaze is outside now. But no, if he goes down there, that's going to be unfortunate. But it's the 3rd zone. It's a 4th zone, I'm sorry. It's going to be dealing a lot more damage. But he's trying his way, to take a detour and make his way back into the zone. I don't know how well that's going to work in this favor. NTD and Revenant, they're going at each other, but it's Godlike with the 3rd party. Takes down one of the players inside Revenant. That's Squire going down. And I think they will confirm it with the explosion as well. That UMP from Neo. Man, it's just beautiful to watch.
It's brilliant. I mean, right now, Godlike, they have all their 4 players surviving. 2 finishes for Neo. He provided the cover fire when it was needed. And now look at him. He's got his aggression going ahead. He has the information and they're letting him play. And this is the best part of the entire squad of Godlike. Everybody has the capability of coming and becoming an assaulter. That's the same case in every team. But this is, I would say, the one thing that Godlike does, that they let go of a player who's already feeling himself, right? There's like, you do your own thing, we are there for you, and they just completely pop off. You were talking about it, right, Jonathan? I mean, it looks like Neo is completely right now becoming a star over there, but it's just that he's feeling himself, and when Jonathan starts feeling himself, he's going to be completely wrecking havoc. That weight will be there, but right now Hyderabad Hydras, they're facing a difficulty. We thought that they could have, I would say, held their ground, but after carry falling apart, it looks that they're unable to find their footing. They're getting eliminated one after another. Ace Black, he's going to be very crucial, but in the meantime, the grenades have done the damage, because of which both Striker as well as Ace Black are down. But the revive is done and immediately running. Striker needs to save himself. He needs to get in, but it looks like, unfortunately, there's some kind of an issue. And finally, Striker, he will be going back down to the play zone, and right now, I'm pretty sure Ace Black and Maxi OP, they just need to move up. They should not go in for the revive. If they go in for it again, it's going to be very difficult. But in the meantime, GODLIKE, they're not giving up. Z-God spots Avi, immediately knocks him, but I'm unable to see the other players from Enigma. I'm not too sure if it's like kind of aligning the other player cards with Avi's itself, but eventually we'll be seeing, because he's still not, meaning that there are other players who are surviving from Enigma, maybe a little bit further away. Maxi as well as Ace Black, okay, the slightest edge in that trench that they have is where they are surviving. And what is their game plan to get out of the trench? I'm not sure. I don't even have a slightest idea, Edge.
That's a bit of luck coming into play there.
Yes.
But now that zone is moving again. 20-minute mark about to hit. Fifth zone coming into play, and Pochinki still has a bit of it in the play zone. GODLIKE, let's see what they're gonna do. They're making their way back into the play zone while Neo is scouting at the edges of the blue circle that's been closing in, and they find NTD, which means it's gonna be a fight here right now. A 4 versus 4 classic battle between GODLIKE and NTD. Let's see who comes out on top. They're all in vehicles right now, but NTD, they gotta make their, they gotta make their move first, because GODLIKE, you cannot let them have any space to work with. Clutch God, he's holding on to this position. I think they want to play it safe. They want to let, NTD make that first move and then actually cast them off guard.
Oh my god, the grenade. It should have found the connection. It does not. Clutch God is still surviving. Dark Lord has no clue, but Dark Lord's health is not that great. And that's the reason he's looking to patch himself up. But Z-God finds from a different angle. He does the damage, but Jonathan, he gets knocked. Unfortunate, but Clutch God immediately trying to, I would say, cover up for that initial knock that has happened on Jonathan, but does not matter. Look at Clutch God, the way he's pushed up, but the smoke is there, because of which he does not have any vision, but through the smoke, he punishes the player. He gets another knock, and right now, NTT, it's going to be one last player surviving, because Clutch God is making sure nobody else survives. Jonathan, the revive is being kicked in, and NTT, last surviving player, I'm looking forward to him. But in the meantime, CHEMIN have come in for a third party, so GODLIKE, they need to finish off NTT as soon as possible, and I think they did. Clutch God was the one who's done it, and now NTT is out of the board. Now Justin along with Delta PG are the only last two players, but the vehicle burst, and that's going to be the end for Justin. Delta PG, last surviving player. The smokes will be providing him the cover, but for how long is the question. GODLIKE seeming so strong right as now. Nobody able to push them back, but look at this vehicle push coming through. Clutch God should go out. The amount of health that he has, the vehicle is almost about to explode, but Clutch God, he goes back. He survives.
That's some need for speed action right there.
Exactly.
He was just running in. He wanted to run him over, but even if he doesn't, Viru from Enigma steals that finish from the hands of a GODLIKE, but GODLIKE will take it because they were actually feeling the heat. And now, GODLIKE 10 finishes. Favorites with 4 players surviving still. We're down to 8 squads, 21 players. CHEMIN Esports eliminated its 4. Not a great day for them whatsoever. But Global, Knuckle is the only one surviving right now with one, with a shack, inside a shack. That's all he has as his cover. Not really sure how many medkits he has. I couldn't keep my eye on that. But TSM once again taking this fight against HH. I'm not really sure that's a good idea because they're outside of the zone as well, and that grenade is absolutely beautiful on point. Maxi OP takes him down, and now Ninja Jod is trying to get that revive, but there's another grenade being cooked, and if this lands on him, that's 2 players down and out. 3, 2, 1, boom.
Dead.
Goes grenade, dead. But is that enough? I think so, because the zone is coming into play. Ninja Jod is the only one surviving. Never mind, he goes down. Play zone gets 1, and Ninja Jod goes out in the hands of HYDRAS. And while all that is happening, there's another fight happening here, Sam.
Godlike, they've pushed up, they've eliminated 8-bit. I think there should be one more player that's going to be Juicy. Along with him, the last surviving player from Global Esports, Knuckle. But right now, Godlike, they disregarded all of that. Then they've slammed into a compound where Enigma are holding Enigma. They want to push back Godlike. They're trying their best, but look at Godlike, how they're trying to survive. 8-bit and Juicy, 8-bit Juicy as well as Global Esports Knuckle come into a fight where 8-bit Juicy comes on top. But right now, Godlike, they have to be worried about Juicy itself, because he can backstab at any moment. I'm looking forward to if that's going to be happening, but it looks like Godlike have a knock to, I would say, worry about, and I think that's the reason. Even though ClutchGod is so up in the forefront of the compounds alongside Enigma, they're just waiting it out. But unfortunate, ClutchGod's position, it was so crucial. Avi playing so smart, using the TPP. He was about to get back inside the house over there, Edge, and as soon as he saw the slightest pixel, he moved in. But look at Avi making even more in terms of damages. And finally, Enigma, along with Viru's assistant, will be wiping out Godlike. We thought they could have pulled up that chicken dinner for themselves, but one small wrong move, ClutchGod going ahead, where the other players did not. I think that's where everything fell apart for Godlike, and they're out of the game. And Enigma making use of the compound really well, and this is why we talk about it. You have to make your move into the center of the circle if there's a possibility, and get control of a couple of compounds. And if you have it, push back any other teams that is getting in your line of sight, and that's what Enigma did. But what a performance, 12 freaking finishes coming in for Godlike before going out, and 8-bit's last player will be confirmed. But look at the grenade parade coming in from Enigma. They knock 2 players and confirm with that grenade, and 7C, they're going to be having a very tough time to push up to Enigma.
Oh, well, Enigma looking confident and strong. Well, Godlike looks like they finally met their makers. Unfortunately, going down after a brilliant performance. Enigma, though, can they keep on the dominance here is the question. They're the only team with 4 players surviving. HYDRAS is Blind 7C. I mean, Blind and 7C are the only ones with no chicken dinner. But I told you, Sam. I told you, Enigma are coming off fresh off of a victory. They're going to be going in with a lot more confidence, and they are looking to do, the same. They want to get that second chicken dinner for the day. They want to end the day on a good note. They want to show everyone that they are the dominant one. They're taking not 1, not 2, but 3 fights. And Blind goes down. And now we are down to last 3 teams. Playzone takes down Ace Black and Rex. Okay, first casualty goes out of Enigma there.
Immediate finish as well, Edge. That was too quick. Max COP making it work. He understands he's the last surviving player. But look at what 7C is doing. They're at the edge of the play zone. It's doing the damage, but they're still, I would say, looking forward to their revive. And Aladdin, he could not do it, and he gets eliminated. Maxi OP finds Avi. He does the damage, but if he would have got that connection as a knock, maybe he could have survived it. Prince right now creeping up. The position has been seen from Viru, and Enigma getting the second chicken dinner for themselves. Edge. We talked about new winners, but somewhere you also felt it. I also felt that we are going to be seeing at least one repetitive winner here on Grand Finals Day 1, and Enigma make it happen.
We kind of hoped for it, and they delivered it for sure. 2 back-to-back. Keep that in mind as well.
Exactly.
Back-to-back. That's the best thing. Enigma, absolute dominant performance coming in from them. And also, it's not just the placement points, it's about the finishes as well. They have 10. They had 10, and I'm pretty sure they had 14 or something by the end of the match. Absolutely insane performance. But I mean, we kind of felt it. We thought Godlike or Enigma, and we were on point, Sam. We were on point. I mean, not to brag, but you and me, we were kind of on point with that prediction.
We're getting in the groove. I mean, I think it's how we are getting kind of accustomed of how these players are gearing up for the matches. We're kind of getting the slightest clue of what's happening.
Yep.
And I think that's the reason we are getting close. But again, I'm not going to be taking a risk and never getting to play with these players. That's not a risk that I ever want to take, even though kind of the brains are working out.
True. I mean, we don't even come close to what their caliber is. There's a lot of practice coming in, a lot more. But what a game this has been. I mean, 7C and HYDRAS, they try to survive till the end. Godlike, on the other hand, their main motive was not to survive. Their main motive was to destroy. They kept taking fights. But at the end, Enigma, with 4 players surviving, they took 3 different fights. they were like, and they were taking 3 different fights at the same time. There was one player shooting down one player on the side of HYDRAS. There was another player taking down one of the players on the side of 7C. There's another one taking another one. Just total mayhem going on. Absolutely
Exactly.
beautiful to watch. And it's not just them taking fights, it's them taking the fights and winning them too.
Exactly. I mean, whenever we go through a match, in my notebook, I write note down every fight that happens, something that we can discuss about later on, and something that blew our mind out. But my notebook just has two lines right as now. One saying Godlike picking the fights, another one saying Enigma picking the fights. There was nothing else that we could talk about, nothing else we could
True.
see. That's how this entire matchup struck us. I mean, I don't know what to say else, Edge, because this was just the performance between Godlike and Enigma. Even though the face up happened at the last, we were hoping for a face up with Godlike as well as OR, the top two teams over there, but it happened that Godlike and Enigma. Now, Enigma getting back to back chicken dinners, I'm looking forward to where their actual spot is in the overall standings. Have they come up close to the top three? Have they actually beaten the teams in the top and they have gained themselves as superior and taken the first spot to end day one? Because viewers, this is the day one done after Erangel. The match standings is pending. Before the match standings, we'll be taking a look at the highlights. But I think for me, I felt like Godlike wanted to push up together. I'm unable to understand what happened, who got knocked over there when Clutch got moved. But what do
I
you
think
think
it's
could
just
have worked
positioning.
better?
I think the positioning. I think Enigma just had better positioning in,
Yeah,
in in that particular scenario. But let's take. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's take a look at the match highlights of what just happened here. It all started with SKYLIGHTZ once again. I mean, every single time SKYLIGHTZ were the one opening things up, but this time they opened up really good. Right? They were not the ones to go down. They were the ones to take down Marcos. But after that, this fight between GODL and So.
oh my god.
And also, look. Punch. KO. Jonathan is not afraid at all. He was out in the open as well. He was punching in the open. I mean, Goblin could have taken him down. Keep that in mind. But he still did. You know, it's that confidence that they want. I mean, once again, he has his teammates. So even if he goes down, he can always get that cover fire.
Exactly, that's the brilliant play that we see from Godlike. They are always sure about that they have a player helping them out, and I think that's the kind of confidence that you need. That's the kind of synergy that you need in your team. And look at them, they were never shy of picking up fights. They picked up with Revenant, they picked up with Entity, they picked up with Enigma as well, and you saw they did get that knock on Avi, and I think that's when they should have moved up rather than they waited for it and then Avi was back and Avi was the one who started doing the damage. First he got the knock on Clutch God, and then after that everything started falling apart. But Clutch God here, through the smoke, he became a madman over here. The way he did the damage, he kind of destroyed Entity over there. Even the slightest hopes that they thought that maybe the smokes would provide them a cover, all of them gone in vain. Hyderabad Hydras a brilliant try coming in from the match. The way they were trying to use their grenades and make it work. Unfortunate it did not, but look at the style points as well going in for Godlike. Neo over there, I mean, I'm giving him. If there is a possibility that there is a style finish extra point that we can give him, I'm pretty sure as a caster I would have given him, but as a game point of perspective, there's no extra points you will get. But yes, you orders. You completely starstruck with that performance coming through. But after that, we talked about it. Clutch God, he was only so close, and because they let Avi survive, if they would have finished off Avi, I think Godlike could have had a chance. But then Enigma, the compound that they had and the circle which was giving them the advantage was the reason that nobody could push out Enigma from their position.
That was just beautiful. And also, the thing, as you said, those extra points. I mean, we can't give them extra points, but they do have those extra points in our head right now. That was, I mean, beautiful performance is what we strive for. And Enigma, way they finished was beautiful to watch. But yeah, once again, everyone tried their best today, right? Everyone showed up huge. I mean, everyone at least in one game pulled off some beautiful performances. And I'm not talking about them winning or them getting multiple finishes. I'm just talking about them doing well. I mean, I cannot get tired of this fist fight there between Jonathan. But I mean, that's just the absolute. That shows you the sheer confidence that he has. But also, the way that Enigma played, I'm looking forward to see how they come up tomorrow. But also, the one sitting at top, OR, we're going to be having a chat with them. because we want to see. I mean, we already know how it feels. I mean, we don't know, but we already know what the other teams feel like. But
Kind
you
of,
know, when they're
yeah.
sitting off, I mean, we kind of know because we're just sitting, not at the top, but we're sitting the entire day. So I mean, sometimes we do stretch, but most of the time we're sitting. But we want to also see what what was going on in the heads of the players when they were in the game, right? Because we are just here, we are just spectating, we're just talking about the game, giving our speculations, but they're the ones that actually giving us the action. They're the ones that's making the decision. They're the one that giving us some insane, those grenade finishes, those incredible vehicle runovers as well. I saw a couple ones. I mean, unfortunately, not successful, but they did try. Even Clutch God
Oh, yes.
wanted to do run over, but that was just unfortunate. But then Enigma did come in with that third party finish.
This was a brilliant matchup, and irrespective that the teams that we were kind of talking about who could have gotten the chicken dinner, who could have made their way in, maybe it did not happen, but also did happen. So there's a balance, right? So one way we said like, okay, wait, Godlike can do it, but then Enigma, after pulling up such a brilliant performance on Sanhok, they wanted to make sure they get another one, and I think this is the boost in terms of the confidence and the morale that teams need, and it has happened. I'm really happy about it, and especially Enigma. You saw them having a tough time on the semifinals, where they were generally in the verge of getting eliminated. They were trying to do their best and stay in the top, but still other teams were better. And especially because we talked about it, right? It's group stages. After a couple of matches, you had to sit out, and then again you come in for your third and fourth match. I think that's the reason the momentum was breaking. But for Enigma today, that they started playing all the matches from the fifth and the sixth, they converted all that aggression and I would say gameplay. They read each other as an opponent and how they will play, what kind of a fight we can pick, how can we, I would say, strategize, and how can we be the victors. They got that chicken dinner. But as you said, I'm looking forward to how day two is going to be panning out. It's not going to be this easy. I mean, today, I'm not saying easy, but in terms of the way we saw players picking off each other, it was just brilliant. But right now, it's time for the interview that we talked about. It is from OR. Go have a look. We'll be back soon.
आप लोग आज खेले हैं आई मीन कम ऑन पहले दिन के प्रिपरेशंस कुछ ऐसे थे या फिर अनएक्सपेक्टेडली आप लोगों ने बहुत अच्छा खेला है
नहीं नहीं यही सोच के आए थे आज
यही सोच के आए
हैशटैग
थे।
वन
तो
का
अगले
टारगेट था, लेकिन शायद हैशटैग वन नहीं हो पाएगा अभी, जो मैंने रिसेंटली
नहीं हो
मैच देखा है,
पाएगा
लेकिन कल
ओके
डेफिनेटली ट्राई कर लेंगे।
कल डेफिनेटली तो अगले चारों दिन मतलब आखिर तक जाना है ना हैशटैग वन
हाँ डेफिनेटली।
ओके नई टीम है आपकी आप नई टीम मैं बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा कुछ महीने ही हुए हैं आपकी टीम के साथ साथ आप खेल रहे हैं एंड जब से आपने ओआर का जो कैप्टन हैट है संभाला है ओआर भी बहुत अच्छी तरीके से खेल रही है कितना टाइम लगा आपको इस टीम के साथ सिनर्जाइज करने में
नहीं ज़्यादा टाइम तो नहीं लगा, क्योंकि प्लेयर्स जो है वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा एडजस्टेबल है, जैसा मतलब उनको बोलते हैं वो लोग वैसा कर लेते हैं, तो कोई दिक्कत ज़्यादा हुई नहीं ऐसी।
बिल्कुल एक बहुत ही अच्छा दिन आपके लिए आज का रहा है, बट हम देख रहे थे पॉइंट्स टेबल के अंदर कभी आप ऊपर जा रहे थे, कभी टीम गॉडलाइक ऊपर जाती हुई दिख रही थी, तो क्या आपके मन में वो कंपटीशन का भाव था कि अपने आप को टॉप पर रखना है, इस मैच के साथ ज़्यादा अंक अर्जित करने हैं उनसे ताकि अपने आप को ऊपर रख सकें?
नहीं नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं था, हम लोग बस एक सेट टारगेट सोच के जाए थे कि आज इतने पॉइंट्स चाहिए अपने को, तो वही था बस। बाकी पॉइंट्स
कितने
टेबल
पॉइंट्स
देखा
का
नहीं हमने
टारगेट
अभी
था
तक।
आपका
अभी 80-90 पॉइंट्स का टारगेट था अपना मिनिमम।
80-90 पॉइंट्स का आप उसके बहुत नज़दीक थे मैंने देखा था पैच
हाँ
5 के बाद ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स बहुत क्लोज थे आप लोग तो ज़रूर देखेंगे ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स जब आएगा बट मेरा अगला सवाल आपसे ये रहने वाला है कि आतंकी आपके टीम के साथ रिसेंटली खेलते हुए नजर आए हैं लाइक बहुत सबसे रिसेंट एडिशन वही है एंड आतंकी आदित्य का जो डायनामिक डुओ परफॉर्मेंस हम दिख रहे हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव हो रहा है तो वो जब दोनों खिलाड़ी अकेले सर्वाइव करते हैं बिकॉज बहुत ऐसे मैचेस गए हैं जहाँ पर आतंकी एंड आदित्य अकेले बच जाते हैं एंड उस मैच में सरप्राइजिंगली आप बहुत बढ़िया भी खेलते हैं क्या वो आपके कॉल आउट्स पे खेलते हैं या फिर इंडिपेंडेंट गेम प्ले ही उन दोनों के द्वारा देखने का मौका मिलता है
नहीं नहीं उनका काम सिर्फ मारने का है, बाकी जैसा मैं उनको कॉल आउट देता हूँ वैसा वैसा करते हैं और उस हिसाब से मारते हैं तो हो जाता है काम अपना।
इसीलिए आतंकी आदित्य हमें एमवीपी के लिस्ट में सेमीफाइनल्स के दौरान नजर आए थे वेल हम आपका ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लेंगे आप लोग बहुत ही बढ़िया खेले हैं कीप अप द गुड वर्क एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट टू यू
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच जली आज हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए एंड आप कह सकते हैं डिवाइन की
Hope it gave you a perspective of what I would say the table toppers perform at, what was going through their mind, and how they were able to, I would say, get to the first spot today. Because if everybody knows, OR were not, I would say, this dominant in the semifinals. But we
Yes.
did talk about it, right, Edge? Semifinals is all about qualifying. It's not about you giving your best performance over there. Right now, it's time to talk about the standings as well. So let's take a look at the match standings and then the overall standings with the victors and the chicken dinners for Enigma. They're going to be on the top. And finally, I was waiting for it. Yes, we have hit the 30-degree mark, the 30 pointer, the 30 bomber. And it is not only going to be 30 points, but 33. The maximum we reached on semifinals was 33, and here we are on day one itself reaching 33 with Enigma showing us a part to that.
God, I mean, look at this difference between them and the second place finish there. They're not even half of it. I mean, 33. I mean, if you divide it by 2, it's 16.5. So they have basically a huge lead. It's 33. It's 33 degrees here in Hyderabad, and also 33 for Enigma. 18 finishes. 18 finishes, Sam. Absolutely insane. Hyderabad Hydras, 6 finishes, 16 total points. But God, like, you gotta give it to them. If it wasn't for Enigma, they would have
Yes.
gotten that 18 to 20 finish as well. 16 total points for them. 7 sitting on 12, but no finishes. Okay, unfortunate. But they did manage to survive at the end. Prince and Aladdin. 8-bit, 6 finishes, 12 total points. Blind Official, 2 points for the finishes and 10 total points. CHEMIN Esports sitting on 5. SKYLIGHTZ 4. And then Entity sitting on 3. Global 2. TSM 2. OR 2. Team Soul 2. Revenant, no finishes, only 1 total point. NIGMA, well, those grenades, they just, I think it was Team 8-bit or Hyderabad Hydras, not really sure. But the grenades completely destroyed NIGMA Galaxy. And Marcos, well, they were absolutely shut down by SKYLIGHTZ right at the start.
SKYLIGHTZ, we are going to be looking forward to what they're going to be doing. But Edge, here's where my kind of thought is going in, that where and what changes have we seen in the
Whoa.
overall standings?
Whoa.
This is the question I was about to ask, but then we have switched up. Godlike, they're going to be getting the first spot, but look at this jump coming in from Enigma. As I was saying, I think they made their way into the top 3. Not only they did, but they pushed out the team which was on top, that is OR, and got themselves the position. But the point difference is not going to be a lot between Enigma and OR. It's just going to be 2 points. But the difference between Godlike and Enigma is going to be a little bit at least better. It's going to be a difference of 8 points. 83 for Godlike. But look at both their placement points and finishes. I want to tell our viewers, whenever we see Godlike performing, right, Edge, we see that their finish points completely be complete. I would say, how would you put it? Destructive, giving you an instance
Yep.
that they will be kind of raking so many finish points, but nothing in terms of placement. But today on day one, what a balance coming in from Godlike. Enigma, yes, will be in the second position with 75 points, as said. OR 73. Hyderabad HYDRAS with 64 at the fourth. Fifth position for SKYLIGHTZ with 56. 1 point difference, where Team 8-bit is going to be sitting at the sixth position with 55. TSM with 43 at the 7th position. Blind making their way in the top 8 with 39 points for themselves. But I kind of really like how the first page is looking here, Edge. We generally see the first page either, I would say, completely pushing up either the finishes or either in placement points. But all the top 8 teams that you're seeing here, they're finding a little bit balance here and there in between placement as well as finish points.
Well, again, my eyes are on TSM. More finishes than the total placement points. 5 difference. I mean, yes, they're still sitting on 7th, but if they can, that's always the sign of a great team, right? I mean, not taking away anything from Godlike, Enigma, OR, or Hyderabad Hydras. I'm just pointing it out. But now here's the teams that I'm actually concerned about. Enigma Galaxy sitting on 15. I mean, they're really far away from 85 on Godlike, or 83. I'm sorry. That's really far away. So
Yes.
24. Revenant 24. Global 28, sitting on 13. Entity Gaming sitting on 32. 34 for 7C. 36 for CHEMIN. Marcos Gaming 36 as well. Almost 50, 45 point difference there. 47, 48. I'm sorry, whatever it is, but 47. That's absolutely unacceptable, if you ask me. First things first. When I'm talking about Marcos, I'm not even talking about Enigma Galaxy. Marcos, the team in 9th position, Up a 40 plus point difference. So one thing's for sure. If tomorrow, I mean, in the next coming up 2 days, next upcoming 2 days, I'm not even talking about day number 4. I'm talking about day number 2 and 3. If the team's in, 9th to 14th position, if they don't bring it up, if they don't put up a good performance, they might go down. But Neo, absolute dominance coming in. 16 finishes, 40% finish contribution. That is mad coming in from him there, Sam.
Brilliant play coming in from him. But yes, there's one thing that I'm going to be talking about very soon. But before that, Viru in the second spot with 15 finishes, 41% contribution over Atanki with 13 finishes and 37%. Ace Black, we did talk about the ace up the sleeve for Hyderabad HYDRAS with 41% in terms of contribution and 12 finishes. But look at this, 8-bit secret, just might be 11 finishes, 5 finishes away. But look at the contribution, 68%. And this guy got 8 finishes in a single game. Now, Secret, he did do a fantastic job for 8-bit, but still, the race is not over. So, we are going to be looking at what Secret will be bringing in his upcoming days and what we are going to be expecting. I'm pretty sure the contribution might get a little bit lower because as we progress, teams are going to be functioning better and the synergy is going to be sitting through. The communication will be better. So, I'll be looking forward to how Secret performs. But if Secret has this kind of a potential edge, this tells us what the upcoming days for 8-bit can be. Today is a great day for 8-bit as well. They were picking up so many brilliant fights and they were converting it as well.
A couple of games. I did notice that as well. They were absolutely dominating. Got around 15 to 18 points twice. So that's beautiful. But the top 10 fragaboard, Neo, 2.67. But let's put that aside for a couple of seconds. I don't know if that's a typo, but 8-bit secret, 5.5.
Okay.
What? I don't think that's possible. That has to be a typo. That has to be a typo.
This is when you break the game.
He broke the production team. He broke us all.
Oh yes.
Oh my god! But if that's true, that's insane.
It is.
But talking about position number 6, Equinox. He's doing a good job. 9 finishes for him. Vexy from SKYLIGHTZ, 9 finishes, and 9 for Maxi from Hyderabad HYDRAS, Aru and Aditya. There are 3 players from OR in the top 10. That tells you why Atanki's contribution is low. Because everyone, I mean, except Jelly. Jelly's the only one that's not there. But Jelly is the IGL. He's calling the shots. He's the one that's giving you the directions of what to do and what not to. But absolute brilliant performance coming in from OR throughout the entire day. That's why they're at the top 3 right now. But Neo, I'm pretty sure he wants to, secure that spot. But my God, Sam, 5.5?
That's just unbelievable. But again, letting our viewers know that you shouldn't just rely on that number because it's just day one's number. That tells his potential but does not mean that he is going to be running away with the MVP. You saw there are 10 different fraggers and players from various different teams that are looking forward to getting their spot and making sure they get this prize pool in their favor. $20,000 is up for grabs. Champions getting $8,000, MVP getting $1,000, and the team with most finishes, the MVT prize, that's going to be $500. Now just imagine the team getting the champions title along with the MVT, and the MVP will be walking away with $9,500, close to 50% of this Gillette 7Sea Invitational prize pool.
True. But once again, the most prestigious one, MVP, right? It's not only the $1,000 going straight to the player's pocket, but it's being called the the most valuable player of the entire tournament. That's huge bragging rights. And if it's one of the players in the top team, well, not just the top team, and the best top player as well. And right now, Neo is #1 contender. He's looking strong. Atanki is looking really good as well. You gotta be careful with the upcoming matches. We are done with 6. We are left with 24 in the next 4 days. No breaks whatsoever. No breaks for the teams. No breaks are going to be applied by the teams as well. They're going to be coming in full force here, Sam.
Full force is what I'm looking forward to. But right now, it's coming to the end of day 1. What an exceptional day it was. I mean, we saw new winners, we saw repetitive winners, we saw players breaking the game, and right now giving us what the next day has, the potential that can come through. I'm still under confusion to try and sum up what has been done today so that our viewers are able to contemplate it, whoever is joining us at the end of the day. But I'm pretty sure if you would have joined us from the start itself, you would be
There we
as
go.
confused and I would say completely drained
Complex,
out
yep.
of what you're seeing. But yeah, for viewers, in case you missed out, the first was Marco starting off with a brilliant chicken dinner,
They
bringing
stole
it.
it.
Exactly, they stole it. Godlike looked like they had it under control, but Godlike were not happy with it, so they immediately dropped down on Miramar, got that chicken dinner for themselves. But then Hyderabad Hydra said, how can you guys just have the fun? Let's just get it in our bags. And they got themselves a chicken dinner. Then we headed back to Miramar, where SKYLIGHTZ said, enough is enough. We have shown our performance on the last day. We're going to be getting one for ourselves. And Enigma getting back-to-back chicken dinners. But before we end it, let's head over and look at the mark moment for the day. It is the fight that we saw where Vexy pulled off a 1v3. It was just unbelievable. But then Ninja Jod also on Miramar. As soon as he spotted Global Esports, he eliminated the entire team in a single stretch. And that's why we say you should not sit in a single vehicle. But this was what happened when I think Ace Black or Maxi OP did do the damage on two players from blind. That was Mad Emilsam and Spy OP in the watchtower, and that was the same exchange that was being done. And this is going to be your 3 mark moments for the day. What a brilliant fight that we saw here, Reg. And I'm looking forward to many more mark moments coming in, and you guys also can make your mark moments coming through with the Gillette Mark 3 razors. The purchase link is down in the description. It's going to be a limited edition BGMI Mark 3 razor, so do go check it out.
Does give you a smooth finish. I mean, take a look at Sam, guys. If you don't believe me, take a look at Sam. I mean, he's looking clean. He's looking slick. So get your hands on one because it is the limited edition, as he said, BGMI Merc as well. So I mean, forget about using it because I mean, I don't usually get my beard, so I don't have to use it. Up until now, but I'm gonna get one in case, and also because it's a limited edition, right? I can just have it as a collector's item as well. Sometimes, maybe, I don't know. So maybe in future I'll be using it, but as of now, we're done with one day, and it's already been a roller coaster ride. I mean, first 2 matches, Godlike were dominant. First one, it went other way for them, but second they came back, and then, as you said, HYDRAS, they wanted a piece of that, but then the light was shining on the side of SKYLIGHTZ. But then Enigma Gaming, with the kind of dominance coming in from them, they took down one, and then Godlike and Enigma both went head to head. But guess what? The better team got it this time. Enigma with the better positioning and the better, I think, and also the weapon choice, I believe, was absolutely, better in terms of Enigma there.
It was the timing.
It was timing, and also I really think the M4s were actually pulled out from everyone. All the 4 players had M4s, but on the side of Godlike, I think I saw a couple of UMPs there. But whatever it was, Enigma was absolutely beautiful. But with that, Sam, it's time to say goodbye for day 1. We are going to be back for day 2 with a lot more actions. And with that, I mean 6 maps. Tomorrow is going to be a surprise for all of us. I hope so.
It will be. With that said and done, this is going to be me, Lucifer, along with Edge, on behalf of Darshita as well, signing out on day 1. And yes, you have any questions or feedback, feel free to reach out to us on Instagram. Our Instagram handles are right below. Do follow all the others as well. Do follow Gillette. Check out their razor as well, we said. Do follow 7Sea as well as this event, Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Skyesports. Come to an end on day 1. But as Ed said, we are going to be seeing you on day 2 as well. This is done and done. You will be seeing you tomorrow. Take care. Until then, be safe. Bye-bye.